Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Christina. I tapped my pen against my leather desk pad as my eyes scanned the proposal for the fourth time, my gaze moving, but my brain taking some time to catch up. The numbers grow more promising with each review. Pinnacle Enterprises' new eco-friendly resort line could become our most lucrative venture yet. Through the windows of my corner office at Williams Global Innovation Headquarters, Manhattan's skyline creates the perfect backdrop for ambition. Focus, Christina, I muttered to myself, adjusting the platinum desk nameplate that reads Christina Williams, VP of Strategy Development. Dad insisted on the title, though I fought for something less nepotistic sounding. My office reflects the careful balance I've tried to strike between my father's corporate aesthetic and my own personality. The space is dominated by clean lines and modern furnishings, a glass desk that looks like it's floating on air, ergonomic chair in buttery soft leather, and minimalist shelving housing business awards and family photos in equal measure. My Harvard MBA diploma hangs beside a vibrant abstract painting I purchased from a street artist in Soho, my small rebellion against Dad's preference for traditional oil landscapes. The wall opposite my desk features an interactive smartboard displaying our current market position, competitor analysis, and projected growth charts. My tablet chimes with another notification, and I swipe it open to find 3 more emails from the development team waiting for responses. I take a sip from my cat mug, a cute gift from my old college roommate, and return to the proposal. The resort concept maximizes sustainability while promising luxury experiences, exactly the direction I've been pushing our company toward. If executed properly, Williams Global Innovation could establish itself as a leader in eco-luxury hospitality. This could actually work, I whispered to myself. Scrolling through the detailed renderings, the architect has captured my vision perfectly. Solar panels integrated seamlessly into the design, living walls that provide natural cooling, and infinity pools powered by rainwater collection systems. Sophisticated without being ostentatious. Contemporary but timeless. My desk phone lights up. Dad, again. I let it go to voicemail for the 3rd time today. I roll my shoulders back, attempting to release the tension that inevitably builds whenever I think about our last conversation. The irony isn't lost on me that I'm developing sustainable properties, while my relationship with my father grows increasingly unsustainable. I glance at the family photo on my desk. Mom, Dad, and me at my graduation. Happier times, before he decided my marriage prospects were as important as my business acumen. My custom notification tone sounds, a text from my executive assistant. Your father is heading up from the 40th floor, ETA 3 minutes. I exhale sharply. Of course he is. When voicemails don't work, physical presence is his next tactic. I straighten the already perfect stack of proposal documents and adjust my blazer. The expansive office that normally feels like my domain suddenly seems like contested territory. Dad funded it, designed it, and granted it to me, a golden cage disguised as opportunity. The resort proposal represents more than just a business venture for me. It's my attempt to carve out something uniquely mine within the Williams empire, something I conceptualized, developed, and will hopefully execute without my father's micromanagement. Each sustainable feature, an innovative design element, reflects my vision for the company's future, not his. My eyes drift to the small cactus on my desk, the only plant that survives my hectic schedule. Sometimes I feel like that cactus, thriving in harsh conditions through sheer determination, growing spines as necessary protection. The phone rings again and I check the caller ID. Dad's executive assistant this time, his proxy when direct communication fails. Christina Williams, I answer, my voice professional and controlled. Your father would like to see you in the main conference room in 15 minutes. I'll be there, I say, hanging up before his assistant can add anything else. My fingers drum against the glass desk as I gaze out at the Manhattan skyline. Gleaming skyscrapers stretch toward the clouds, each one a monument to someone's ambition. Mine is right here, captured in the renderings and spreadsheets scattered across my workspace. The conference room summons is no surprise. Dad's been playing this game for weeks now, scheduling urgent meetings that turn into lectures about my future, not the professional future he pretends to care about, but my personal one. The nerve of him, using business meetings as a smokescreen for meddling in my love life. I push away from my desk, pacing the length of my office. The premium carpet absorbs the sound of my heels, a small mercy given my current mood. These walls, this entire floor, everything bears his fingerprints. Williams' global innovation, with its gleaming facade and prestigious address, was his creation. But that doesn't give him ownership of my life. This stops today, I mutter, grabbing my tablet and the resort proposal. Last week's emergency board discussion devolved into Dad introducing me to the son of one of his golf buddies, a hedge fund manager with all the personality of dry toast. The week before that, it was the heir to a hotel chain that would complement our holdings beautifully, as if I were just another asset to be merged. My mother calls it concern. He wants security for you, she explained during our last Sunday brunch, as if I, with my Harvard MBA and executive position, need a man to secure my future. I check my reflection in the office window, adjusting my blazer. The woman staring back at me has my face, but sometimes feels like a stranger. Polished, professional, playing by rules I never agreed to. Behind this corporate mask, a rebellion brews. The resort project is my declaration of independence. Sustainable luxury with minimal environmental impact, Dad practically scoffed when I first pitched it. Tree hugger nonsense, he called it. Now the projections show it could become our most profitable division within 3 years. My assistant appears at the door. Your father asked me to escort you. I know the way to the conference room, Melissa. He specifically mentioned ensuring you arrive on time. Translation? He doesn't trust me to show up. I gather my materials, feeling the weight of the proposal in my hands. It represents everything I want for my future at Williams Global. Innovation, responsibility, my vision coming to life. The elevator ride to the executive floor stretches my nerves thin. I mentally rehearse my boundaries. No more blind business dinner setups. No more coincidental introductions. No more thinly veiled ultimatums about the importance of securing the Williams legacy. Dad doesn't understand I'm already securing it, just not in the way he imagined. Each sustainability initiative I champion, each innovative property I develop adds value that will outlast any marriage certificate. The doors open to the executive floor. With its mahogany paneling and oil paintings of stern-faced Williams patriarchs, my grandfather stares down at me from his portrait, his expression a mirror of Dad's disapproval. I'm blazing my own trail, I whisper to the painting as I pass. The conference room doors loom ahead and I pause, taking a steadying breath. Through the glass walls, I can see Dad standing at the head of the table, surrounded by men in suits I don't recognize. His power move, bring in strangers so I won't cause a scene. He thinks he's playing chess. What he doesn't realize is that I've stopped being a pawn. I straighten my shoulders, feeling the weight of my surname but refusing to be crushed by it. I'm Christina Williams, not just Frankie's daughter, not a corporate princess waiting to be married off to the most advantageous suitor. I'm the woman who will transform Williams' global innovation, with or without his blessing. My fingers tighten around the tablet, holding 18 months of research, projections, and plans, my vision for the company's future. Dad can arrange all the marriage-minded meetings he wants. I'll keep showing up with business proposals instead of wedding ones. The receptionist nods as I approach. "They're waiting for you, Miss Williams." I pause, hand on the door handle. Then they won't have to wait much longer.
Chapter 2. Bruno. I adjust my custom Armani tuxedo as I survey the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Great Hall, transformed for tonight's Conservation Society gala. Crystal chandeliers cast golden light across marble floors where Manhattan's elite parade their wealth like peacocks. Women drip with diamonds while men wear net worths on their sleeves in the form of watches worth more than most people's homes. The air smells of expensive perfume, champagne, and desperation to be seen. "Mr. Gonzaga, another glass?" A waiter materializes beside me with a silver tray of Dom Perignon. I take a flute, nodding my thanks. Perfect timing. The champagne costs more than this waiter likely makes in a day, yet these people throw it back like water. I sip mine slowly, savoring the crisp bubbles while calculating how many faces I need to charm before I can reasonably disappear. Father expects me to make connections tonight, strategic opportunities as he calls them. "Bruno, there you are!" Melanie Cartwright approaches, her emerald gown hugging curves that have launched 1,000 fantasies among New York's bachelor set. "I was just telling the Vanderbilts about your family's new acquisition in Singapore." I slide into conversation mode, my smile never reaching my eyes. "The development potential is exceptional. We're looking at mixed use with sustainability features that will revolutionize the market." The words flow automatically, rehearsed lines from a script I've performed 1,000 times. "How fascinating." Her hand touches my arm, lingering. "Will you be overseeing the project personally?" "My father hasn't decided yet." In reality, Lucio Gonzaga's trust issues run generations deep, especially with his eldest son who occasionally questions the family playbook. 3 senators, a hedge fund manager, and a tech billionaire later, my face aches from smiling. I navigate the room with practiced ease, dropping perfect sound bites about market trends and making just enough eye contact to seem engaged while my mind wanders elsewhere. People laugh at my jokes, nod at my insights, completely unaware they're getting the performance version of Bruno Gonzaga. "You're working the room beautifully." Senator Harrison claps my shoulder. "Your father must be proud." "He expects nothing less." I raise my glass in a mock toast, the bitterness masked behind another perfect smile. A string quartet plays something classical in the corner, while waiters circulate with trays of hors d'oeuvres too small to satisfy actual hunger. I snag a bite-sized lobster something and scan the room for potential escape routes. "Charming them all as usual, brother." Lorenzo appears at my side, his bow tie slightly askew in that deliberate way he cultivates to appear more approachable. My younger brother, the family rebel, who somehow gets away with breaking rules I'd be crucified for challenging. Someone has to uphold the Gonzaga reputation for being devastatingly charismatic. I straighten his tie despite his protests. Lorenzo rolls his eyes. "Father's looking for you. Something about introducing you to Senator Wilson's daughter." "Of course he is." The crushing weight of expectation settles heavier on my shoulders. Another perfectly suitable match for the Gonzaga heir. Ivy League educated, family pedigree stretching back to the Mayflower, sits on 3 charitable boards. Lorenzo ticks off qualities on his fingers. Practically a unicorn. Funny how father keeps finding these unicorns. I down the rest of my champagne. Tell him I'm deep in conversation with the Japanese ambassador about their banking regulations. Already used that excuse last month. The Chinese ambassador, then? Lorenzo laughs. You know, you could just tell him you're not interested. Like you did? I seem to recall someone getting a rather significant reduction in trust fund access after that conversation. Some things are worth the price. His expression softens. Not everyone fits into the Gonzaga mold, Bruno. That's the difference between us. Lorenzo accepted long ago he'd never be father's perfect heir, while I'm still trying to reconcile the man I pretend to be with whoever the hell I actually am. Mr. Gonzaga. A woman from the event committee intercepts us. Would you mind saying a few words about your family's generous donation? The microphone is ready whenever you are. I'd be delighted. Another performance begins. Lorenzo shoots me a sympathetic glance before melting into the crowd. I straighten my cufflinks, platinum with the Gonzaga crest, and approach the small stage. The spotlight hits me, and 200 faces turn expectantly. Distinguished guests! My voice carries across the hall with practiced authority. Words about philanthropy and responsibility flow effortlessly, while inside I suffocate under expectations that have been crushing me since birth. An Italian banking dynasty transplanted to American soil, bringing old-world demands with new-world opportunities. When applause erupts, I wonder if they'd clap so enthusiastically if they knew how hollow I felt behind this perfectly crafted exterior. The Gonzaga heir, groomed from birth to expand the empire, to make the right connections, marry the right woman, produce the right heirs. I step down from the stage immediately surrounded by admirers praising my eloquence. I accept compliments with practiced humility while scanning the room for the quickest path to fresh air before father finds me, and introduces another perfect prospect for the Gonzaga future. I navigate through the crowd, accepting congratulations with a smile that feels carved into my face. The Gonzaga mask perfectly fitted after years of wear. My cheeks ache from the effort of maintaining it. Exceptional speech, Bruno. A hand clasps my shoulder. I turn to find Richard Townsend, one of father's oldest associates, his face flushed from too much champagne. You've got your father's gift for commanding a room. High praise, Richard, thank you. I offer the expected response while my mind drifts elsewhere, seeking escape. Your father must be proud, though I'm sure he's eager to see you take on more responsibility at the firm. His eyes gleam with the invasive curiosity of old men who measure others against their own definitions of success. All in good time. My standard deflection, practiced to perfection. As Richard launches into reminiscences about my grandfather, I nod at appropriate intervals while scanning the room for a strategic exit. The weight of the Gonzaga name presses against my chest, constricting my breathing beneath this perfectly tailored tuxedo. 3 generations of powerful men casting shadows impossible to escape. I excuse myself when Richard pauses for breath and head toward the terrace doors. The cool night air hits my face like salvation. Manhattan sprawls before me in a tapestry of lights, millions of lives unfolding beyond the suffocating bubble of expectation I inhabit. Loosening my bow tie, I breathe deeply for what feels like the first time tonight, maybe the first time in years. The city pulses below, vibrant and full of possibilities I'll never explore while following father's carefully plotted course for my life. Needed air too? I turn to find an elderly woman in a vintage Chanel suit watching me with knowing eyes. Something like that. She laughs, a rich sound unburdened by pretense. These events are exhausting, aren't they? All that performance. You've noticed. I find myself smiling a real smile, not the Gonzaga Air version. I've been attending these functions since before you were born, young man. I know a fellow escape artist when I see one. She extends her hand. Margaret Sinclair. Bruno Gonzaga. Oh, I know who you are. Everyone does. She gestures toward the cityscape. Beautiful, isn't it? So much life happening out there while we're in here playing parts. Her words strike uncomfortably close to the thoughts circling my mind. What part are you playing tonight, Mrs. Sinclair? The wealthy widow whose donation everyone wants. Her candor is refreshing, and you're playing the dutiful air. But I wonder, who is Bruno Gonzaga when he's not performing? The question catches me off guard. Who am I when not performing? Do I even know anymore? I'm not sure I understand the question. I deflect automatically, falling back on the social scripts that have served me well. Of course you do. Her eyes hold wisdom accumulated through decades. There's the person we show the world and the person we are when no one's watching. Sometimes they're so different, we forget which is real. I look out over the city again, something raw and vulnerable bubbling beneath my carefully constructed surface. And what if the real version doesn't fit the life that's been mapped out? That's the real tragedy of wealth and privilege. She sighs. The freedom to do anything, except disappoint expectations. The truth of her words resonates in my chest. I have everything money can buy and none of what truly matters. Authenticity, freedom, the space to discover who I am beyond the Gonzaga legacy. I should probably get back. I straighten my bow tie, already feeling the mask sliding back into place. Yes, your father is probably looking for you. She pats my arm. Just remember, young man, a gilded cage is still a cage. I return her knowing smile before stepping back into the gala, the weight of pretense settling on my shoulders once more. The contrast between the genuine moment on the terrace and this performance makes my skin crawl. Father stands across the room, deep in conversation with Senator Wilson and a young woman, undoubtedly the daughter Lorenzo mentioned. Her credentials will be impeccable, her connections valuable, her addition to the Gonzaga family strategic. The thought makes something inside me revolt. Not against her, I'm sure she's lovely, but against this chess game where we're all just pieces to be moved for maximum advantage. I want more. I want to build something of my own, not just inherit and maintain what generations before me created. I want conversations that don't have ulterior motives. I want to wake up excited about the day ahead because I chose it, not because it was chosen for me. But these desires remain trapped behind the Gonzaga mask, unspoken and increasingly urgent. How long before the pressure fractures the perfect facade I've maintained for 25 years?
Chapter 3. Christina. The private dining room at Bernardo's envelopes us in understated luxury, all muted blues and silvers like we're dining beneath the ocean. Dad insisted on lunch here, which means he wants something. He never wastes the power of a Michelin-starred setting when he has an agenda to push. The sea bass is exceptional today, he says, not bothering to glance at the menu he's memorized over countless power lunches. I sip my sparkling water, letting the bubbles dance on my tongue. How would you know? It's not even noon. Chef Eric texted me this morning. Dad flashes that smile that's closed billion-dollar deals. Apparently, they received a shipment from Greece that's spectacular. Of course, the chef texts him personally. Everyone wants a direct line to Frankie Williams. I'll have the salmon, I say to our hovering waiter, just to be contrary. Dad chuckles, recognizing the small rebellion. Sea bass for me, and bring us the 98 Montrachet. When the waiter disappears, Dad leans forward, elbows on the pristine tablecloth. His Patek Philippe catches the light. How's the foundation work going? I saw your literacy initiative got some press. It's going well. We're expanding to 3 more schools in the Bronx next month. Good. His eyes crinkle with pride that warms me, despite my determination to remain coolly professional. You've got your mother's heart for helping people. And your stubbornness, I add, which makes him laugh. That you do. The wine arrives, and Dad goes through his tasting ritual. I watch his face transform as he discusses vintage and terroir with the sommelier, momentarily free from the weight of running Williams' global innovation. These glimpses of his passion remind me of weekends when I was little, when he'd teach me about wines using grape juice in fancy glasses. Once we're alone again, his expression shifts, business face emerging. Here it comes. Have you heard anything about the Gonzagas lately? He swirls his wine, studying the legs that form on the glass. The Italian banking family? Not particularly. I keep my voice neutral, though the name immediately conjures an image of Bruno Gonzaga dominating a charity gala last month, holding court like some modern-day prince while women fluttered around him. Why? Word is they're facing some liquidity issues. Nothing public yet. But my sources say Lucio is quietly approaching potential investors. The Gonzagas need money? That's surprising. The family has been banking royalty for generations. Their name on a building practically guarantees its success. Even empires have cracks in the foundation. Dad's eyes gleam with the thrill of insider knowledge. Apparently, some investments in South America went sideways. Bad timing with some regulatory changes. Our first courses arrive, a delicate arrangement of scallops for Dad, my salmon tartare looking like abstract art on the plate. I'm sure Bruno Gonzaga isn't missing any meals over it, I say, unable to keep the edge from my voice. Dad's eyebrow arches. You know Bruno? Not personally. I stab a perfect cube of salmon. We've crossed paths at events. He's hard to miss when he's busy ensuring everyone notices how important he is. Interesting assessment? Dad looks amused. Lucio speaks highly of him, says he's the future of their organization. If their future involves aggressive charm and custom suits, they're set. I take a bite, the flavors exploding against my palate in direct contrast to my sour mood. He practically has a fan club of socialites following him everywhere. Sounds like someone's not a fan. I just find him arrogant. The memory of Bruno dismissively glancing over me at the Botanical Garden fundraiser still rankles, like I wasn't worth a second look. Not that I care what Bruno Gonzaga thinks, but the casual arrogance was galling. He's got that world owes me everything vibe. You formed quite an opinion from crossing paths. Dad's voice holds a note I can't quite identify. Good instincts. Isn't that what you always say I have? Indeed. He takes a thoughtful sip of wine. Though sometimes first impressions can be misleading. Trust me, there's nothing misleading about Bruno Gonzaga's ego. It announces itself before he enters a room. I focus on my food, wondering why we're discussing him at all. Why the interest in their financial troubles? Looking to swoop in and save the day? Dad's laugh is non-committal. Always good to know what's happening with other players in the field. I know that tone. It means he's considering something he's not ready to share. 24 years as Frankie Williams' daughter has taught me his tells. You know, Christina, the Gonzagas have an impressive reach in European markets, Dad says, cutting into his sea bass with surgical precision. Their banking infrastructure would complement our tech innovations quite nicely. I pause mid-bite, salmon forgotten as I process his words. The careful casual tone, the specific mention of complementary business models, a familiar tension crawls up my spine. Dad, please tell me you're not thinking what I think you're thinking. He dabs his mouth with his napkin, buying time. I'm merely pointing out that an alliance with the Gonzaga family could prove beneficial for both parties. An alliance. The word sits bitter on my tongue. What exactly does that entail? Partnerships take many forms. He waves his hand vaguely, but his eyes are sharp, calculating. Joint ventures, coordinated market strategies, shared resources. I set my fork down with a gentle clink that belies the frustration building in my chest. And I'm sure the fact that they have an eligible bachelor son and you have an unmarried daughter hasn't crossed your mind at all. Dad's expression doesn't change, but his pause confirms everything. Bruno is well educated, positioned to take over their family enterprise, and absolutely insufferable. I finish for him. Dad, this isn't the 1800s. You can't arrange marriages to consolidate business empires anymore. Who said anything about marriage? His innocence is practiced, polished. I'm simply suggesting that you two might benefit from spending some time together. Professional relationship building. Professional relationship building. I repeat his words slowly, feeling each one like a weight. You mean like when you and Mom had your arranged business meetings that somehow ended with a diamond ring? The mention of Mom softens his expression momentarily. Your mother and I found love in an unexpected place. Sometimes the best partnerships aren't the ones we choose for ourselves, but the ones that make strategic sense and then grow into something more. I've met Bruno Gonzaga, remember? The man practically needs separate room reservations for himself and his ego. I take a large sip of wine, needing its warmth. At the Bergman Foundation Gala years ago, he spent 20 minutes talking to me about himself without once asking my name. Dad chuckles. Everyone has off days. It wasn't an off day. It was a glimpse of his personality, and I've seen nothing since to change that assessment. He collects women like trading cards. Lucio speaks very highly of his son's business acumen. I'm sure he does. I spear another piece of salmon with unnecessary force. And I'm equally sure that Bruno's idea of a partnership involves me nodding adoringly while he explains how the world works. Dad leans back in his chair, studying me with that penetrating gaze that's intimidated countless boardrooms. You're making a lot of assumptions based on limited interaction. And you're making a lot of plans without consulting me, I counter. The Williams-Gonzaga alliance you're imagining, where exactly do I fit? Am I supposed to be a bargaining chip or window dressing? Christina? His voice drops lower, serious now. You know I would never reduce you to that. You're the most valuable asset Williams Global has, not as a pawn, but as its future. The Gonzagas would be good to have on our side, especially with the European expansion we're planning. Then make friends with Lucio. Play golf. Exchange cufflinks. Leave me out of it. The younger generation needs to build relationships too. These connections matter. I push my plate away, appetite diminishing. I have plenty of connections, professional ones that don't involve Bruno Gonzaga's smirking face. You're being stubborn. I learned from the master. The corner of his mouth twitches upward despite himself. We sit in momentary standoff, the ambient restaurant noise filling our silence. One dinner, he finally says. A simple introduction in a professional context. That's all I'm asking. If it's truly as unbearable as you predict, I won't mention it again. I narrow my eyes, recognizing the tactical retreat. Dad never gives up this easily unless he has another angle. What aren't you telling me about this situation? His expression doesn't change, but there's something in his eyes. Concern, maybe? Sometimes having powerful friends is as important as having a good business plan. The Gonzagas have history and connections we could benefit from. And they need our money, I translate. That's what this is really about, isn't it? They're looking for investors and you're considering it. It's more complicated than that. It always is. I sigh, running my finger along the rim of my water glass. Fine, one dinner. But I'm not changing my opinion of Bruno just because you think the Gonzagas would make convenient allies.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can.
And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 4. Bruno. The rooftop of Celestine feels like neutral territory sophisticated enough for this farce of a business dinner, but with Brooklyn Bridge views that might give us something to talk about when conversation inevitably dies. My father's voice echoes in my head. Just charm her, Bruno. The Williams connection could save us. As if charm is something you can just turn on like a faucet. Christina Williams sits across from me, profile illuminated by the setting sun, city lights beginning to twinkle behind her. She looks like a goddamn magazine cover in her sleek black dress, hair swept up to expose the elegant line of her neck. She's also barely made eye contact since the maitre d' seated us 15 minutes ago. The view almost makes up for the bridge traffic to get here, I offer, attempting conversation round 3. Rounds 1 and 2, comments about the weather and the restaurant's reputation crashed and burned spectacularly. She glances up from her menu. I took the ferry? Smart. I nod, grasping at the thread of conversation. Much better way to cross the East River. And she's back to studying her menu like it contains the secrets of the universe. Christ. My father made this sound like a simple business arrangement. Get to know Frank Williams' daughter. Show her the Gonzaga charm. He neglected to mention she'd clearly rather be having dinner with a subway rat. The waiter appears, saving us from another excruciating silence. The lady will start, I say, using my best diplomatic tone. Christina orders without hesitation. I'll have the scallops to start and the duck for the main course. Excellent choice. The waiter turns to me. And for you, sir? The burrata to begin, then the ribeye, medium rare. I hand him the menus. And we'll have a bottle of the Brunello di Montalcino 2015. Christina's eyebrow raises slightly. Actually, I prefer white wine. Strike 1. We'll have both then, I amend smoothly. The Brunello and a bottle of the Sancerre. When the waiter leaves, Christina finally meets my gaze directly. Her eyes are sharp, assessing. So, she says, straightening her silverware slightly. How long did your father spend convincing you to take me to dinner? No point pretending. About as long as yours did with you, I imagine. A flicker of surprise crosses her face, followed by the ghost of a smile. At least we're being honest. Honesty is all I've got at this point. I lean back in my chair. The Gonzaga charm clearly isn't working. Is that what this is supposed to be? Charm? She takes a sip of water. I thought it was just awkward obligation. Ouch! I press my hand to my chest in mock pain. You wound me, Miss Williams. Christina, she corrects. If we're going to suffer through this dinner, we might as well use first names. The wine arrives, momentarily pausing our strained conversation. After the tasting ritual, Christina picks up her glass of Sancerre. To parental manipulation, she offers dryly. I clink my Brunello against her glass. May we survive their schemes. The wine helps. 2 sips in, I decide to abandon my father's script about synergistic opportunities and multi-continental market penetration. Look, Christina, I know neither of us wants to be here. Our fathers think they're playing some kind of corporate chess with us as the pieces. Her shoulders relax slightly. And how do you feel about being a pawn? About as thrilled as you look. I take another sip, but my father rarely asks for anything, and when he does, you find it impossible to say no, she finishes, nodding. I understand that part. Our appetizers arrive, her scallops artfully arranged, my burrata glistening with olive oil and fresh herbs. The thing is, I continue after the waiter leaves, Gonzaga Banking isn't just a company to my father. It's his legacy, his purpose. When something threatens it, he'll do whatever it takes to protect it, Christina says, her expression softening slightly. Even pimp out his son to secure investment capital? I nearly choke on my wine. That's direct. Am I wrong? She spears a scallop. No, I admit, though I'd have phrased it as strategic relationship building through the next generation. That earns me an actual laugh, brief but genuine. My father used almost the exact same corporate nonsense. Professional relationship building, he called it. They probably read the same books on corporate synergy. The conversation flows more easily as we eat. Christina is sharper than I expected, with a dry wit that catches me off guard. I find myself actually wanting to make her laugh again, to crack that polished exterior. So tell me, she says as our main courses arrive, how bad is it really? The Gonzaga situation? I hesitate, pride warring with honesty. My father would kill me for admitting weakness to a Williams. It's not public knowledge, I say carefully. We're not exactly in public. She gestures to our secluded corner table. And I'm going to hear it from my father anyway. I cut into my steak, buying time. Some investments didn't pan out. Regulatory changes hit us hard in Brazil, I admit, cutting another piece of my steak without really tasting it. And a few other complications. Christina watches me carefully, setting her fork down. The restaurant hum fades to background noise as she leans slightly forward. Tell me the truth, Bruno. My father doesn't bring up potential partnerships unless there's blood in the water. Damn. She's perceptive. I weigh my options, maintain the facade, or lay my cards on the table. The wine and the futility of pretense make the decision for me. We're over-leveraged on 3 continents. The admission feels like ripping off a bandage. Cash flow is tight, very tight. The Brazil situation was just the tipping point. Her eyes widen slightly. How tight are we talking? 8 figures tight. Maybe 9, depending on how Q4 shakes out. Christina takes a slow sip of her wine, processing. And my father knows this. Your father knows everything. Frankie Williams has ears everywhere in this industry. I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Which is why we're sitting here pretending this is just a casual dinner between heirs. It's not just about investment, is it? Her voice drops, almost conspiratorial. My father mentioned joining families to me yesterday. I thought he was being metaphorical. The realization settles between us like an unwelcome third guest. Really? I set my knife down with more force than intended. That's their play? Marriage? It makes sense in their world. Christina's laugh lacks humor. Old school merger and acquisition. Why partner with pen strokes when you can do it with wedding rings? That's medieval. My appetite vanishes completely. We're talking about banking, not Game of Thrones. Welcome to legacy wealth, where bloodlines and balance sheets are interchangeable. She drains her wine glass. My father's been hinting at me settling down for months. I thought it was his usual patriarchal crap. The pieces fall into place. My father's insistence on this dinner, his uncharacteristic interest in my personal life lately, his leading questions about starting a family. My father will lose everything if we don't secure this capital. The weight of it sinks in my chest. The bank, the legacy, everything 3 generations built. Christina's expression softens momentarily, and my father sees your vulnerability as his opportunity. Classic Frankie Williams, no offense. None taken. He didn't build Williams Global by being sentimental. She signals the waiter for another glass of wine. So here we sit, 2 pawns about to be sacrificed for the kingdom. I study her across the table, her straight posture, the intelligent eyes, the way she handles this bombshell with composure. In another context, I might actually want to know her. I'm not looking to get married, I say bluntly. To anyone. Join the club. She accepts her fresh glass with a nod to the waiter. I have a 5-year plan that definitely doesn't include being anyone's corporate wife. And what's in this 5-year plan? A flash of passion crosses her face. Expanding our foundation's work in educational equity. Building my own division within Williams Global focused on sustainable development. Ambitious. Necessary. She shrugs. What about you? What does Bruno Gonzaga do when he's not being auctioned off to save the family fortune? The question catches me off guard. Most people assume they know everything about me from tabloid headlines. I actually develop microfinance programs for entrepreneurs in emerging markets. I find myself wanting her to understand this isn't just a hobby. It's where banking should be heading sustainable growth, not just short-term profits. That's not what I expected. Let me guess. You thought I spent my time on yachts with models. The thought crossed my mind. Her smile is almost apologetic. Well, not exclusively with models. I can't help returning the smile. The yacht part is accurate, though. We share a genuine laugh, the tension temporarily broken. So, what do we do? She asks finally. Our families are counting on us. The responsibility feels crushing. My father's voice echoes in my head. The Gonzaga name, the legacy, the employees who depend on us. I don't know, I admit. But I'm not ready to let my father auction me off like some prize stallion, even if it means saving the business. And I'm not prepared to be your corporate bride. She meets my gaze steadily, no matter how much my father pushes.
Chapter 5. Christina Lucio Gonzaga is in my father's office again. 3rd time this week. I spot his silver-haired profile through the glass walls as I pass, his hands animated in conversation with my father. They both look up and catch me watching. Dad waves me in with that smile he reserves for business dealings. All teeth, no warmth. Christina, perfect timing. My father's voice booms across the executive floor. Several heads turn toward me, then quickly back to their screens. I paste on my professional smile, the one that doesn't reach my eyes, and push through the glass door. I was actually heading to a meeting with the foundation team. This will only take a moment, Dad insists, his tone making it clear my schedule just got rearranged. Lucio Gonzaga rises to his feet, elegant in a tailored charcoal suit. His eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles, and I see where Bruno gets his bone structure. Christina, Bella. He takes both my hands in his, kissing the air beside each of my cheeks. His cologne is subtle but expensive. You look more radiant every time I see you. Mr. Gonzaga, always a pleasure. I extract my hands and maintain my corporate armor. I didn't realize you'd be visiting again today. When business is good, you strike while the iron is hot. No? His slight accent curves around the words. And speaking of hot things, my son cannot stop talking about your dinner last week. My father's eyes gleam with interest. Is that so? Bruno was quite impressed, Lucio continues, as if I'm not standing right here. He said you have a brilliant mind for business, Christina. Takes after her father, I told him. The two men exchange knowing glances that make my stomach clench. I've seen this look before, the same one my father had when closing the Clark acquisition last year. I'm just another asset being evaluated for purchase. Bruno was perfectly pleasant, I say neutrally, though I wouldn't say we made any meaningful connection. Lucio waves his hand dismissively. Ah, these things take time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is amore. Speaking of time, my father interjects smoothly. The gala for the Children's Hospital is next Saturday. Lucio and his family will be attending our table. I've told him you'll be there as well. Not a question, not a request. A statement of fact. I had planned to bring Spencer from the foundation team, I counter. We're launching the new scholarship initiative that night. Spencer can handle it, Dad says, not even attempting to mask his dismissal. Bruno will be escorting you. My teeth clench behind my smile. How convenient that you've arranged my date without consulting me. Lucio laughs. A rich, deep sound. Young people these days, so independent. My Bruno is the same way. Thinks he knows what's best for himself. He winks at me. But fathers know, don't we, Frank? We certainly do. My father places his hand on my shoulder, a gesture that looks affectionate but feels like an anchor. Christina understands the importance of family alliances. I understand business, I correct him, keeping my voice level. And mixing business with personal matters rarely ends well. Nonsense. Lucio's hand lands on my other shoulder, effectively trapping me between two billionaires with dynastic dreams. The best partnerships are built on both. My Sophia, God rest her soul, was my greatest business asset and the love of my life. Different times, I murmur. Some traditions transcend time, my father counters. The Williams and Gonzaga families coming together, it's a perfect synergy. And Bruno is a good boy, Lucio adds, his eyes twinkling. Handsome, smart, passionate. You two would make beautiful babies. My skin crawls at his words, but I maintain my composure. I'm focused on growing our foundation's impact right now, not growing a family. One doesn't preclude the other, my father says dismissively. Look at your mother. She raised you while sitting on 3 boards. You know, Lucio says softly, Bruno mentioned how impressed he was with your educational initiatives. He said something about wanting to integrate similar programs into his microfinance work in, where was it? Colombia? Peru? A spark of interest flickers before I smother it. Bruno had seemed genuinely engaged when I talked about education access. His questions were thoughtful, not the performative interest I usually get from men trying to impress me. The gala starts at 8, my father says, already turning back to his desk, conversation closed. Bruno will accompany you throughout the night. Christina, lighten up a little bit, will you? It's going to be a great time. Have fun. You're young. I step out of my father's office with a practiced smile that vanishes the second the door clicks shut behind me. The executive hallway stretches before me like a gauntlet, all gleaming glass and chrome that once represented ambition, but now feels like a gilded cage. My heels click against the marble floor as I march toward the elevator, nodding at colleagues who scurry out of my path. They can probably see the thundercloud hanging over my head. Once inside the elevator, I jab the button for the foundation's floor with more force than necessary. The doors close, sealing me into blessed privacy, and I finally let my shoulders slump. Unbelievable, I mutter to my reflection in the polished elevator doors. Absolutely unbelievable. My father has been pulling strings my entire life, but arranging dates? Talking about grandchildren? This crosses every line. And Lucio Gonzaga, with his old-world charm, barely concealing his medieval matchmaking plans. The two of them sitting there mapping out my future like I'm a pawn on their corporate chessboard. The elevator chimes, announcing my arrival at the foundation floor. I straighten my spine and reset my expression before stepping out. Christina, Spencer waves from his desk, surrounded by grant proposals. I've got the scholarship presentation ready for review before the gala. My stomach twists. About the gala. His eager expression falls as I explain that he'll be handling the presentation solo. To his credit, he doesn't ask questions when I mention family obligations, just nods, with the resigned understanding of someone who's worked at Williams Global long enough to recognize the politics at play. I'll still review everything, I assure him, my guilt compounding. And I'll be there, just not officially representing the foundation that night. Spencer's sympathetic smile makes it worse. No worries. Your father's table is always more strategic anyway. Strategic. Such a polite word for what's really happening. I retreat to my office and close the door, leaning against it. The space is deliberately different from the corporate floors above. Warmer colors, comfortable seating, walls lined with photos from foundation projects rather than profit charts. I'd fought for this space, this division, this purpose. But at the end of the day, am I any different from the other assets in my father's portfolio? I sink into my chair and pull up Bruno Gonzaga's profile on my laptop. His corporate headshot stares back at me, all sharp jawline and confident smirk. The bio lists his impressive credentials: MBA from Wharton, Vice President of International Development at Gonzaga Financial Group, founder of some microfinance initiative in South America. On paper, he's exactly the kind of man my father would approve of. Hell, in person, he's exactly the kind of man most women would approve of. Tall, successful, undeniably attractive with those dark eyes that seem to catalog every detail. But chemistry? There was none. Our dinner conversation had been polite, occasionally interesting when discussing business, but utterly lacking in spark. I felt nothing when our hands accidentally brushed reaching for the wine list. No electricity when he helped me with my coat. Just the mechanical motions of two people performing expected social rituals. My phone buzzes with a text from my father. Bruno will contact you about Saturday. Wear the blue Valentino. Jesus Christ. I groan, tossing my phone onto my desk. Now he's styling me for my arranged marriage? What century is this? I swivel my chair to face the window, watching clouds drift across the Manhattan skyline. How am I supposed to navigate this? Refusing outright would create a rift with my father that would affect not just our relationship, but potentially my position at the foundation. Playing along feels dishonest to both myself and Bruno, regardless of how arrogant he might be. The most frustrating part is that I can't even properly hate Bruno for this situation. He seemed as trapped in his father's expectations as I am in mine. During dinner, there were moments when his corporate mask slipped, revealing something almost vulnerable beneath the confidence. But shared parental pressure isn't exactly the foundation for romance. I turn back to my computer and close his profile. The gala is in 9 days. 9 days to figure out how to handle this situation with grace while making it clear to both overbearing fathers that their dynasties will have to merge through business deals, not marriage.
Chapter 6. Bruno. The ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria sparkles like a galaxy of wealth and privilege. Chandeliers drip with crystal, champagne flows endlessly, and the air buzzes with conversations about yachts, real estate, and tax havens. Just another Saturday night for New York's elite. I adjust my bow tie while scanning the room for Christina. My father insisted I arrive separately, claiming some nonsense about making an entrance. The real reason is obvious. He didn't want to give us any opportunity to synchronize our stories or establish boundaries before whatever spectacle he's orchestrating tonight. Bruno! There you are! My father materializes at my elbow, clapping me on the shoulder hard enough to spill my whiskey. Come. Frank and Christina are at our table. I follow him through the crowd, nodding at acquaintances and clients as we pass. Dad's in rare form tonight, practically vibrating with excitement. It's the same energy he exudes before closing a major acquisition, which only heightens my suspicion. "Just be charming," he murmurs as we approach the table. "The Williams girl is independent-minded, like your mother was." Before I can respond, my eyes find Christina, and everything else fades to background noise. She's wearing a midnight blue gown that hugs her curves before cascading to the floor like liquid starlight. Her hair is swept up. When she turns and meets my gaze, something unexpected flickers in her expression. Not the polite disinterest from our dinner, but something rawer. Recognition, maybe. Or shared apprehension. "Bruno," she says, extending her hand. Right on time. I take her hand but don't kiss it, sensing she'd hate the performance. Traffic was kind for once. You look... Beautiful feels inadequate. Stunning too generic. Like you belong in a gallery, not a ballroom. A slight crack in her composure, surprise, then the ghost of a genuine smile before she rebuilds her walls. "Careful with the compliments. Our fathers might start planning the wedding before dessert." "Too late," I mutter, nodding toward Frankie and my father, already huddled together like conspirators. Christina's fingers tighten around her champagne flute. They've been inseparable all night. Whatever they're plotting, it can't be good for us. "Would it help if I spilled wine on your dress? Create a scene, escape in the chaos?" That pulls a real laugh from her, bright and unexpected. "Don't you dare! This Valentino was specifically commanded by my father." "He picked your dress?" I raise an eyebrow. "He picked everything except my underwear, though I'm sure he would have tried if I'd given him the chance." Her frankness is refreshing. "What about you? Did Lucio select that Brioni suit?" I glance down at my attire. "Worse. He had his tailor ambush me at the office yesterday for final adjustments. Said I needed to look marriage material." Christina's eyes widen. "He actually said that?" Not subtly either. I drain my whiskey. "Look, I think we should." "Ladies and gentlemen," Frankie Williams' voice booms through the microphone at the front of the ballroom. "If I could have your attention for just a moment." Christina freezes beside me. "No, he wouldn't." But her father is already gesturing for us to join him at the podium, while my father stands beside him, beaming like he's just secured the deal of the century. "Damn," I mutter. Christina's perfectly manicured nails dig into my forearm as I guide her through the curious crowd. "If they announce what I think they're going to announce, I will commit patricide tonight," she whispers fiercely. "I'll provide your alibi," I promise, keeping my smile fixed for the onlookers. We reach the podium, and Frankie throws an arm around Christina's shoulders, while my father claps me on the back. The spotlight feels blinding, the crowd's attention suffocating. "Many of you know that Lucio and I have been friends and occasional business rivals for decades," Frankie begins, his voice carrying easily across the silent ballroom. "But tonight we're thrilled to announce that our families will be united in the most meaningful way possible." My stomach drops. Christina's body goes rigid beside me. "Please join us in congratulating Bruno Gonzaga and my beautiful daughter Christina on their engagement." The room erupts in applause. Camera flashes blind us. Christina's face remains frozen in a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, which now burn with barely contained fury. "What the actual hell?" she hisses through her teeth, still somehow maintaining her pageant smile. I lean close to her ear, maintaining my own fake grin. "I had no idea. I swear." "Neither did I." Her fingers lace through mine with crushing force as we're expected to present a united front. "This is insane." Frankie's arm tightens around Christina's shoulders as Lucio raises his glass. "To the future of our families," my father proclaims. "The Gonzaga-Williams union will create not just a powerful alliance, but a dynasty that will shape the city for generations to come." The crowd eats it up. Glasses clink. Smartphones flash as New York's elite capture what will undoubtedly be tomorrow's Page 6 headline. I maintain my practiced smile, the same one I use when closing hostile takeovers while Christina stands rigid beside me, like a doll with fire in her eyes. And now, Frankie continues, let me tell you how these two fell in love. Christina's fingers spasm against mine. A tremor of panic ripples through her perfect facade. I lean in, lips brushing her ear. Follow my lead. Before Frankie can fabricate some romantic fairy tale, I step forward, gently pulling Christina with me. If I may, I interrupt smoothly. Christina and I would like to thank everyone for sharing this special moment with us. The spotlight operator, bless their soul, shifts focus to us. I feel Christina's silent gratitude as I continue. We've kept our relationship private until now. I lie with the confidence that's closed billion-dollar deals. And while we're thrilled to finally share our news, we're still adjusting to being public. I glance at Christina, who somehow finds the strength to look at me adoringly. So, if you'll excuse us for just a moment, I'd like to share a private toast with my fiancée. The crowd sighs collectively at this apparent display of romance. Even our fathers look pleased at the performance, though I catch the warning flash in my father's eyes. Don't screw this up. With my hand at the small of Christina's back, I guide her through the sea of well-wishers. Everyone wants to touch us, congratulate us, stake their claim on witnessing this historic union. You're a natural liar, Christina murmurs through her perfect smile. MBA at Wharton, I reply under my breath. Basically, a degree in strategic deception. We finally reach the terrace doors and slip outside. The night air hits like salvation, cool, quiet, and free from prying eyes. The skyline glitters beyond the balcony, indifferent to our manufactured drama. The moment the door closes behind us, Christina drops my hand like it's scalding her. She paces the length of the terrace, her gown whispering against the stone floor, hands clutching her head. "This isn't happening," she mutters. "This cannot be happening." I give her space, leaning against the balustrade. If it helps, I'm equally blindsided. She whirls on me, pointing an accusatory finger. "Is that true? You really didn't know? What, you think I orchestrated this?" The suggestion stings more than it should. That I want to be auctioned off like some feudal aristocrat. Christina runs her hands over her face, careful not to smudge her makeup, even in crisis. A lifetime of conditioning. They've lost their minds. Completely lost their minds. Her voice rises with each word. "It's the 21st century. People don't arrange marriages anymore." Apparently our fathers missed that memo. "Don't joke." She kicks at her dress's hem, frustration embodied. "This isn't funny. This is my life they're playing with." "Our lives," I correct, which only makes her glare harder. "I had plans, Bruno. Real plans, not whatever dynasty-building fantasy they've cooked up." I cross my arms, watching her pace. "What plans?" "That's none of your business." She stops suddenly, staring at me as though seeing me for the first time. "I would never marry you." The words shouldn't sting. I barely know this woman, but something about the vehemence in her tone scratches at my pride. "Never? That's harsh." I feign a wounded expression. "I've been told I'm quite the catch." "You're exactly the type I've spent my entire life avoiding." Christina gestures at me dismissively. The entitled playboy. The man who thinks charm and a platinum card are personality traits. I press a hand to my chest. "You wound me, future wife." "I'm serious," she hisses, stepping closer. "I would never, ever marry someone like you. You represent everything I'm trying to escape." Her words land with more impact than she probably intends. Beneath my practiced nonchalance, something twists uncomfortably. I recognize the reaction wounded pride, certainly, but something deeper too. The familiar sting of being judged and dismissed based on surface appearances. Still, I understand she's speaking from panic, not malice. This reaction isn't really about me. It's about the control being ripped from her hands. I know that feeling all too well. Well, I say, keeping my tone light despite the hollow feeling in my chest. Since we're being honest, marrying a woman who hates my guts wasn't on my vision board either. Christina deflates slightly, pressing her fingers into her temples. We're screwed, aren't we? Yes, ma'am. I offer a smile as she stares at me with irritation in her eyes. Cheers. She rolls her eyes. What a spectacular way to start a marriage.
Chapter 7. Christina. My hands shake as I burst through the double doors of Dad's study, not bothering to knock. Both my parents look up from their morning coffee. Dad behind his massive mahogany desk, and Mom perched on the leather sofa by the window. Christina. Dad's face lights up like he's won another award. Sleep well after the big announcement. Sleep well? I slam my purse onto his desk, knocking over a silver pen holder. Are you kidding me? You publicly announced my engagement to a man I barely know. Mom rises, setting down her coffee. Darling, please lower your voice. No, I will not lower my voice. My chest heaves as 24 years of practiced composure crumbles. You ambushed me, humiliated me, in front of everyone who matters in this city. Dad sighs that patronizing sigh he reserves for when I'm being dramatic. Christina, this arrangement with the Gonzagas will... Arrangement? I cut him off. Is that what we're calling selling your daughter now? That's enough. He stands, towering over his desk. This is business, not a sale. The merger between Williams Global and Gonzaga Banking creates opportunities neither company could achieve independently. And I'm just a convenient signature on the contract? What century are we in? Mom approaches, attempting to place her hand on my arm. Christina, please. Your father has put a lot of thought into... I step back, avoiding her touch. Into what? Trading me like I'm stock? Into your future. Dad circles his desk, that CEO confidence on full display. 2 years, Christina. That's all I'm asking. 2 years of marriage to Bruno Gonzaga? My stomach drops. 2 years? That's the minimum term for the merger benefits to fully materialize. He says this like he's discussing quarterly projections, not my life. After that, you divorce amicably. The prenup ensures you walk away with $20 million, cash, not trust fund. Think of what you could do with that kind of financial freedom. The cold calculation of it all makes my knees weak. I sink into the nearest chair. You genuinely expect me to marry Bruno Gonzaga? Live with him? Pretend to be his wife? For business? It's not just any business deal. Dad leans forward, using his persuasive voice. This merger could revolutionize how Black-owned businesses access capital. We'd be creating pathways for entrepreneurs who've been systematically denied opportunities for generations. Don't. I hold up my hand. Don't you dare turn this into some altruistic crusade when you're using me as currency. Mom tries again. Christina, sometimes life requires compromises. This isn't a compromise. This is my whole life. I spring back to my feet. What about my plans, my career, my actual happiness? What plans? Dad challenges. You've jumped from interest to interest since college. Each word is a precision strike against my self-worth. The fact that he's partially right only makes it worse. $20 million. Dad's voice softens. Imagine the foundation you could open with that kind of capital. No investors looking over your shoulder. No loans to repay. Complete creative freedom. The offer dangles before me like poisoned fruit, tempting but deadly. And if I refuse, Dad's expression hardens. The announcement's been made, Christina. The merger paperwork is being drafted. Backing out now would collapse Williams Global's stock value, trigger breach of contract penalties, and permanently damage our corporate relationships. So I have no choice. It's not a question. Sometimes business triumphs individual wants. Dad speaks as if reciting from his best-selling memoir. I didn't want to take over my father's struggling company at 26, but I did. I built it into what it is today. This is different. My voice cracks. This is my life, my body, my... It's 2 years. Dad cuts me off. In the grand scheme of things, a small sacrifice for generational impact. I stare at my father, this man who's provided everything material I could ever want, while simultaneously ignoring who I actually am. And what does Bruno get out of this arrangement? The question feels both irrelevant and crucial. The same as you. Financial independence from his father. Lucio's been holding the reins too tight. The boy needs space to prove himself. So we're both pawns. Dad frowns. You're both fortunate beneficiaries of an extraordinary opportunity. The Gonzagas need our corporate diversity credentials and social capital. We need their banking infrastructure and old money connections. And all it costs is my dignity. Christina Williams, Dad's voice hardens to the tone that terrorizes boardrooms. Sometimes I wonder if you understand how fortunate you are. Millions of women would gladly... Don't you dare finish that sentence. I gather my purse, my hand trembling. I won't forgive you for this. Not now. Maybe not ever. You'll thank me when it's over. His certainty is infuriating. Sometimes the best decisions are the ones that feel wrong at first. I turn to leave, then pause at the door. Does Bruno know the full arrangement? Dad's slight hesitation tells me everything. Lucio is handling that conversation. So he's as trapped as I am. The realization brings no comfort, only a strange sense of shared captivity. It's not a trap, Christina. It's an opportunity. And you expect me to live with him too? I stare at my father, the incredulity washing over me in fresh waves. Of course. Dad adjusts his gold cufflinks, as if we're discussing something as mundane as the weather. The public narrative requires consistency. You can't very well be newlyweds living in separate homes. This just keeps getting better. My voice drips with sarcasm as I grip the doorknob tighter. You'll need to move into Bruno's Upper East Side condo by the end of the week. He delivers this statement with a finality that makes my stomach clench. It's quite nice. Borders right along Central Park. Lucio purchased it as Bruno's 25th birthday gift. The views are spectacular. Spectacular views? I turn back, my voice rising. That's what you think matters to me right now? The real estate perks of my prison? Mom steps forward, her silk blouse rustling softly. Christina, please. Think of this as a new adventure. Bruno is handsome, successful, and arrogant, entitled, and completely self-absorbed. I count off his qualities on my fingers. Let's not pretend this is a love match. Dad taps his Mont Blanc pen against his desk calendar. You barely know him. Perhaps if you approach this with an open mind. An open mind? I laugh, the sound hollow even to my own ears. You want me to have an open mind about being forced to share living space with a virtual stranger? Someone I'm supposed to pretend to love? For 2 entire years? The condo has 4 bedrooms, Dad adds pragmatically. You'll have your own space. How generous of him. I press my lips together, fighting the urge to scream. I'm sure the gilded cage will be very comfortable. My mother crosses the room. We only want what's best for you, darling. No. I step back from her approach. What you want is what's best for Williams Global. There's a difference. The truth hangs heavy between us. Dad doesn't even try to deny it. The movers will contact you tomorrow. He's already moving on, already treating this as finalized. They'll pack and transport your essentials. Anything else can go into storage. The clinical way he dismantles my life sends a shock of pain through my chest. 24 years, reduced to essentials and storage. And what about my apartment? The one I've spent 2 years decorating, making into a home? We'll maintain it for now. He shrugs, perhaps convert it to a corporate rental later. Of course. I nod slowly. Can't let good Manhattan real estate go to waste. Dad checks his watch. I have a conference call in 5 minutes. We can discuss details later if you... There's nothing left to discuss. I cut him off, my hand on the door. You've made all the decisions. The dutiful daughter just needs to fall in line, right? The first tear breaks free as I swing the door open. I swipe at it angrily, determined not to give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Christina, he calls after me, his voice softening. This will pass, and when it does, you'll have the freedom and capital to build whatever life you want. I pause at the threshold, not turning back. You know what the worst part is? You genuinely believe you're doing me a favor. The hallway blurs as I stride away, more tears flowing freely now. The family portraits lining the corridor seem to mock me. Carefully staged images of the perfect Williams family. Dad receiving his Businessman of the Year award. Mom cutting ribbons at charity galas. Me in my cap and gown at graduation, flanked by proud parents. All eyes. By the time I reach the grand staircase, my composure has completely crumbled. Tears stream down my face, dripping onto my silk blouse. I grip the banister, my knees threatening to give way under the weight of this new reality. Central Park views. 4 bedrooms, living with Bruno Gonzaga. A bitter laugh escapes through my tears. Dad really believes luxury compensates for selling his daughter's autonomy. As if square footage and prestigious addresses could possibly matter when my entire future has just been auctioned off to the highest bidder. I fumble in my purse for tissues, finding none. Using the back of my hand instead, I wipe uselessly at the tears that won't stop coming. My carefully applied makeup is surely ruined, but that seems like the least of my problems now.
Chapter 8. Bruno. The moving truck pulls away from the curb as I stand in the doorway of my condo, watching Christina direct the last of the movers with military precision. 4 hours of this Ice Queen routine, and my patience is wearing thinner than my father's hairline. That goes in the bedroom on the left. Her voice carries across the marble foyer as she points to a vintage leather trunk. And be careful with it. It's an antique. The mover, a burly guy who's been nothing but professional despite Christina's micromanaging, nods and carries it toward the guest wing. I've been relegated to observer status since she arrived with her small army of movers and boxes that somehow multiply every time I turn around. You know, there's plenty of storage space in the walk-in closets. I step aside as another mover passes with what must be the 15th garment bag. You don't need to unpack everything today. Christina doesn't even look my way. I know how to organize my belongings. Her dismissive tone makes my jaw clench. I've really tried to make this transition smooth, but she's determined to treat me like I personally orchestrated this whole arranged marriage nightmare. Fine. I raise my hands in surrender and follow her into the living room, where floor-to-ceiling windows frame a panoramic view of Central Park. When the movers finish, I can give you a proper tour. I'm sure I can figure it out. She checks items off a list on her phone, still not making eye contact. Something inside me snaps. Look, I get that you hate me. I don't hate you. She finally glances up, her expression completely neutral. That would require an emotional investment I'm not willing to make. Jesus Christ. I run a hand through my hair. Can we not act like I want this arrangement either? Because I don't. Her eyebrow arches perfectly. You could have fooled me with that performance at the gala. It's called playing along. My voice rises despite my efforts to stay calm. Something you might try if we're going to survive the next 2 years without killing each other. For a moment, her mask slips, revealing a flash of genuine emotion, anger, hurt, maybe both before the Ice Queen returns. The movers are almost done. She tucks her phone into her pocket. You mentioned a tour. It's the closest thing to civility I'm going to get, so I take it. This way. I gesture toward the kitchen, a gleaming expanse of marble and stainless steel I rarely use myself. Kitchen's fully stocked. Feel free to make yourself at home. Christina trails behind me, maintaining a careful distance as if I might be contagious. Living room, obviously. I wave toward the spacious area with its modern furnishings, all in shades of gray and blue. Entertainment system has everything streaming, gaming, whatever. She nods once, taking in the space with calculating eyes. I lead her down the hallway. Main bedroom suite is here. I push open double doors to reveal my domain king bed, sitting area, views that cost more than some people's entire homes. Private bathroom through there. And where will I be staying? Her voice is clipped. I'm getting to that. My patience thins further. There are 3 guest rooms. You can take your pick, but I thought you might prefer this one. I open the door to the largest guest suite, the one furthest from my bedroom. I'd spent most of yesterday preparing it fresh linens, cleared closets, even a ridiculous welcome basket my assistant suggested might ease tensions. Christina steps inside, her eyes scanning the room, lingering on the desk positioned by the window with views of the park. I figured you might want a workspace. The words come out more defensive than intended. The bathroom's through there. It has a soaking tub and separate shower. She runs her hand along the desk surface, the first thing she's touched willingly since arriving. This isn't what I expected. What did you expect? A dungeon? Her shoulders stiffen. I expected to be an afterthought. Well, surprise. I cross my arms. I'm capable of basic hospitality, even in forced cohabitation scenarios. Christina turns to face me fully for the first time. Let me be clear about something, Bruno. I don't want to be here. I don't want this marriage. I don't want any of this. That makes 2 of us, princess. I lean against the doorframe. My father gave me the same ultimatum yours did. 2 years of marriage or financial ruin. So maybe dial back the attitude. For a long moment, we just stare at each other, the tension between us thick enough to suffocate. Christina breaks first, turning back to adjust a photo frame on the desk. There's one thing I need to make clear, she says, her voice strangely quiet compared to her earlier commands to the movers. Her fingers trace the edge of the frame, a picture of herself with an older woman who must be her mother. I know about you. What exactly do you think you know? I straighten from my position against the doorframe. Christina turns, crossing her arms over her chest. The late afternoon light through the windows casts half her face in shadow, but her eyes remain sharp, determined. Your extracurricular activities, your playboy lifestyle. She says the words like they taste bitter on her tongue. The models, the socialites, the endless string of women you parade around Manhattan. I can't help the smirk that forms on my face, so she's been keeping tabs on me. Been reading the tabloids, princess? I did my research, as much as I could before my father strong-armed me into this agreement. Her chin lifts slightly. And I want to make one thing perfectly clear. I won't tolerate any scandals while we're married. Scandals? I take a step into the room, closing some of the distance between us. Don't play dumb, Bruno. Christina's gaze doesn't waver. I know our fathers have orchestrated this whole thing right down to the wedding flowers, but I refuse to be humiliated by having my husband's affairs splashed across page 6. I study her face, the determined set of her jaw, the slight flare of her nostrils, the intensity in her eyes. Something warm and unexpected stirs in my chest. Are you jealous already? We're not even married yet. The words come out teasing, but I'm genuinely curious about what's driving this declaration. Christina laughs, but it's brittle, lacking any real humor. Jealous? No. Self-preserving? Absolutely. She takes a step closer, close enough that I catch the scent of her perfume, something subtle and expensive. My life just got completely derailed by this decision. My career plans, my independence, all of it compromised. If you think I'll let you destroy what little dignity I have left by sleeping around town while I'm wearing your ring, you're severely mistaken. Her eyes narrow dangerously. I will kill you if you embarrass me that way. That's not hyperbole. The vehemence in her voice catches me off guard. I expected resistance, certainly anger, but this fierce protection of her pride, it's something I understand all too well. Point taken. I raise my hands in a gesture of surrender. No scandals. She searches my face, looking for any sign that I'm not taking her seriously. I mean it, Bruno. So do I. I drop the smirk, meeting her gaze directly. Whatever this arrangement is between us, we're in it together now. I don't plan on making it any harder than it already is. Something shifts in her expression, not softening exactly, but a slight relaxation of the tension around her eyes. 2 years, she says quietly. We just need to survive 2 years. The way she says it like she's facing a prison sentence stings more than I care to admit. But I get it. This isn't what either of us wanted. 2 years, I agree. With our combined stubbornness, it'll fly by. That almost gets a smile from her. Instead, she nods once and turns back to the desk, running her fingers along its surface again. The movers should be done soon. I'll need to start unpacking. The dismissal is clear. I linger in the doorway for a moment longer, watching as she begins organizing her belongings with precise movements. Even in this forced situation, her poise never falters. As I turn to leave her to her unpacking, I find myself wondering what it would take to see beneath that carefully constructed composure. What would Christina Williams look like when she's not on guard? I shake the thought away. 2 years of marriage doesn't mean I need to get emotionally entangled with my unwilling bride, no matter how intriguing I find her.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 9. Christina. The yellow silk dress hugs my curves, making me feel like a warning sign. Caution. Woman who didn't ask for any of this. Bruno's hand rests at the small of my back as we exit the town car. His touch light, but present enough for the cameras. I've worn this particular shade knowing it photographs well, a deliberate choice for the circus that awaits us. Miss Williams, Mr. Gonzaga, over here. Camera flashes explode around us like silent fireworks. I plaster on my media smile, practiced since childhood, perfected in adulthood. The massive engagement ring weighs down my left hand, a 7-carat monstrosity that catches light like it's desperate for attention. It's beautiful, I can't deny that, but it represents everything I've been fighting against, being defined by wealth and family connections rather than my own accomplishments. Bruno leans closer, his breath warm against my ear. Ready for this? I give a nearly imperceptible nod, squeezing his arm with just enough pressure to appear affectionate while communicating my discomfort. The reporters descend like vultures, microphones thrust forward, questions overlapping in a cacophony of curiosity. When's the wedding date? Christina, who's designing your dress? Bruno, how did you propose? Bruno handles the first wave, his charm cranked to maximum setting. We're still finalizing details. When you're joining two families like ours, there's a lot to coordinate. A blonde reporter in a red blazer pushes forward. Christina, can you tell us about the ceremony? Will it be at the Williams estate or somewhere more exotic? I laugh. The sound practiced but convincing. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. I flash the ring deliberately, watching as several cameras zoom in. My father and Bruno's are quite involved in the planning. I just know it will be substantial. Substantial? A male reporter latches onto the word. Are we talking hundreds of guests? I'm expecting the guest list might rival a small nation's population. I deliver the line with a smile, as if sharing an inside joke. In reality, I have no clue how many strangers will watch me pledge my life to a man I barely know. Bruno's arm slides around my waist, pulling me closer with practiced ease. My fiancé is being modest. With our family's connections, we could fill Madison Square Garden. The crowd laughs appreciatively, exactly as intended. I smile up at Bruno, marveling at how easy this performance comes to him. His eyes meet mine, and for a split second, there's something genuine there. Recognition of our shared predicament, perhaps. Are you hoping for a summer wedding? Another voice calls out. I open my mouth to respond with another vague platitude when Bruno smoothly interjects. We're actually on our way to brunch. I'm sure you understand that wedding planning works up an appetite. With practiced finesse, he guides me toward the entrance of Bellini's, one of New York's most exclusive brunch spots, the kind that doesn't take reservations unless your net worth has at least 8 figures. Just one more photo, someone calls out. Bruno pauses, positioning us perfectly, his arm around my waist, my body angled toward him. The yellow dress vibrant against the restaurant's muted exterior. We hold the pose for 3 seconds, both of us counting silently, a trick I learned years ago to avoid awkward frozen smiles. Once inside, the maitre d' immediately whisks us to a private corner table, well away from the windows. The restaurant hums with muted conversations and the gentle clink of mimosa glasses. Only when we're seated does Bruno's public persona slip, just slightly. You handled that well. He leans back in his chair, studying me with those intense eyes. The small nation line was good. I've had practice. I unfold my napkin with precise movements, focusing on the crisp linen rather than his appraising gaze. My father started putting me in front of cameras when I was 5. It shows. Bruno reaches for the water glass, his signet ring catching the light. Not everyone can maintain composure with 20 reporters shouting questions. Is that a compliment, Bruno? My eyebrow arches slightly. Careful. I might think you're warming up to me. He almost smiles, the corner of his mouth twitching. Consider it professional respect. We're in this performance together after all. I glance down at the engagement ring, turning it slightly so it doesn't catch the light quite so aggressively. Some performance. I wonder what the critics will say. Bruno shifts forward, forearms resting on the table. The movement draws my attention to his hands, strong with neatly trimmed nails and that ridiculous signet ring. Banker's hands that have never known a hard day's work, yet somehow manage to look capable. We should probably discuss how we want to handle these public appearances going forward. His voice drops lower, meant only for me. The press will be watching our every move for months. They're hungry for a fairy tale. And we're offering them a corporate merger dressed up in white lace. I take a sip of water, using the moment to collect my thoughts. I think we performed admirably enough. Performed, yes. Bruno's eyes track a waiter moving past our table before returning to me. But perhaps we could make it less of a performance? I set my water glass down with deliberate care. I'm not sure I follow. Christina? My name sounds different when he says it, almost gentle. We're going to be spending a lot of time together. Maybe we could try to, I don't know, not hate each other? A surprised laugh escapes me. Is that your proposal? Let's try not to hate each other? Very romantic. I'm being serious. Bruno runs a hand through his perfectly styled hair, momentarily disrupting its precision. This arrangement is difficult enough without active animosity. The waiter arrives with a basket of warm bread and a small dish of honey butter. I wait until he's gone before responding, using the brief interruption to examine the odd feeling in my chest. It's not quite disappointment, not quite relief, something murkier. I don't hate you, Bruno. I reach for a slice of sourdough, breaking it in half with more force than necessary. I barely know you. That's exactly my point. His expression shows a flicker of something I can't quite place. Frustration? Weariness? We could at least try to get to know each other. Make the situation more bearable. I spread honey butter across my bread, watching it melt into the warm surface. Let's be clear about what this is. Our fathers arranged this marriage for business purposes. We're both adults who've agreed to it. That doesn't mean we need to pretend there's anything more. Bruno's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. I'm not suggesting we fall in love, Christina, just that we might find some common ground. Common ground? I raise an eyebrow. Like what? Your fondness for models with trust funds? Or my collection of business degrees? His eyes darken. That's unfair. Is it? I take a bite of bread, chewing slowly. Your dating history isn't exactly a state secret, Bruno. Page 6 has documented it thoroughly. And your assumptions about me aren't exactly fair either. He leans back, creating distance between us. But that's fine. We'll keep it strictly professional. Something about his retreat makes me feel strangely hollow, as if I've won a point in a game I didn't realize we were playing. Look, I soften my tone. I'm just trying to be pragmatic. We don't have to suddenly start liking each other because our fathers shook hands on a deal. This is business. Right, business. Bruno's expression smooths into something more neutral, more guarded, the mask sliding back into place. And here I thought we might make this cage slightly more comfortable. The metaphor catches me off guard, its accuracy striking a chord I wasn't prepared for. We are caged, both of us, by family expectations and corporate ambitions. The gilded bars of our respective family names are closing in around us, forcing us together while simultaneously keeping us isolated from any real connection. I didn't mean to... I start, then stop. What didn't I mean to do? Hurt his feelings? Are Bruno Gonzaga's feelings even capable of being hurt? The man who's been photographed with a different woman on his arm at every major event for the past 3 years? The notorious playboy of Manhattan's elite social scene. He waves away my unfinished apology, his large hand cutting through the air with decisive finality. It's fine. You're right. We should be practical about this. Keep the performance for the cameras. His voice has that edge to it now, that hardness that screams wealth and privilege and emotional unavailability. The waiter returns with mimosas we never ordered, compliments of the chef, another perk of being recognizable. The champagne flutes sparkle in the sunlight, streaming through the restaurant's windows, the orange liquid inside catching the light like liquid amber. I watch Bruno thank him with practiced charm, his perfect white teeth flashing in a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. The momentary vulnerability I glimpsed now completely gone, locked away behind that impenetrable Gonzaga fortress. I find myself oddly disappointed, as if I'd caught a glimpse of something rare and authentic before it disappeared into the wild.
Chapter 10. Bruno. I hate wedding registries. The entire concept feels like organized begging disguised as tradition. Yet here I am following Christina through Bergdorf Goodman's home department while she examines china patterns with more scrutiny than most merger documents receive. What about this one? She holds up a plate with a gold rim so thin it's practically invisible. It's a plate. I shrug, earning an eye roll that's becoming familiar. What? They all look the same to me. They absolutely do not. Christina sets the plate down with careful precision. This one has a 24-karat gold inlay with hand-painted accents. The other one was platinum with a traditional filigree. Fascinating. I check my watch, wondering how much longer this particular form of torture will last. We've already spent 2 hours selecting crystal that all looks identical and debating the merits of various silver patterns. Christina catches the gesture and narrows her eyes. Bored already? Would you prefer honesty or diplomacy? With you, I'll take honesty every time. She picks up another plate, examining its underside. At least I know where I stand. Something about her directness catches me off guard. In a world of false compliments and social maneuvering, Christina's bluntness is refreshing, annoying, but refreshing. Fine. Honest answer. I couldn't care less about china patterns or crystal designs. I step closer, lowering my voice. Our fathers own enough tableware to host simultaneous state dinners. This is just theater. Christina studies me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, unexpectedly, she laughs. Not the practiced social laugh I've heard her use with reporters, but something genuine that transforms her face. You're right. She puts the plate down. This is ridiculous. I've been playing along because I thought it mattered to you. To me? I can't hide my surprise. Why would fine china matter to me? Because this whole arrangement is about appearances, isn't it? She gestures vaguely around us. The perfect society wedding. The perfect society wife. The perfect... Bruno? Oh my God! It is you! The voice hits me like a bucket of ice water. I know exactly who it belongs to before I even turn around. Vanessa Moore stands before us, looking exactly as she did 6 months ago, when I last saw her expensively disheveled, in that way that takes hours to perfect. Her blonde hair falls in artful waves around a face that's been featured in enough luxury campaigns to fund a small nation's economy. Vanessa. I keep my voice neutral, though my mind races through potential escape strategies. What a surprise. A surprise? That's what you call it. She laughs, the sound sharp enough to cut glass. I'd say the surprise was opening page 6 and seeing you're engaged. Her gaze shifts to Christina, assessing her with the cold precision of someone tallying assets. And to be married so soon. I feel Christina stiffen beside me, her earlier relaxed demeanor vanishing instantly. Before I can formulate a response, Vanessa continues. I mean, when we were together, you practically broke out in hives whenever anyone mentioned commitment. She takes a deliberate step forward, invading our space with practiced ease. 2 years of dating, and you wouldn't even leave a toothbrush at my place. Christina's eyebrow arches slightly, but she remains silent, observing this unwelcome blast from my past with remarkable composure. Things change, Vanessa. I place my hand at the small of Christina's back, an instinctive gesture of solidarity I didn't plan. Sometimes quickly. Clearly. Vanessa's smile doesn't reach her eyes as she extends her hand to Christina. I'm Vanessa Moore. Bruno and I were close for quite some time. Christina Williams. She takes Vanessa's hand with flawless poise, managing to appear both welcoming and completely unintimidated. I believe we met briefly at the Met Gala 2 years ago. You were wearing Valentino, if I recall. Vanessa blinks, thrown off balance by Christina's unexpected recall and composure. Yes, I was. It was a stunning piece, much more memorable than the date you brought. Christina's smile is perfectly pleasant, her tone conversational while delivering what amounts to a precision strike. I fight the urge to laugh, watching Vanessa process the subtle dismissal. Well, Vanessa recovers quickly, years of social combat evident in her rapid recalibration. I hope you know what you're getting into, Christina. Bruno has a habit of disappearing when things get real. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Christina slides her arm through mine, leaning into me with such natural ease that even I almost believe we're in love. We've moved well beyond the toothbrush stage. Vanessa's face flickers between shock and rage, composure cracking around the edges like fine china dropped on marble. I can't help but admire Christina's masterful takedown, surgical in its precision, and delivered with a smile that could charm world leaders while simultaneously warning them not to cross her. How lovely for you both! Vanessa's voice has lost its melodic quality, now strained as she clutches her designer handbag like it might shield her from further verbal assaults. I should be going. I'm late for lunch with the Astors. Give them our regards, Christina says with such warmth that an observer might think she and Vanessa were old friends instead of women circling each other like well-dressed gladiators. Of course. Vanessa's eyes dart to me, searching for some sign of the man who once spent weekends with her in the Hamptons. Finding nothing but polite disinterest, she nods stiffly. Congratulations again. She retreats with the dignified hurry of someone who's just realized they've walked into the wrong bathroom, but is determined to make it seem intentional. The sounds of her footsteps against the polished floor creates a hasty rhythm that fades as she disappears around a corner. Christina drops her arm from mine the moment Vanessa is out of sight, the warmth in her expression cooling to something that makes me think of winter in Aspen, beautiful, but potentially deadly if you're unprepared. 2 years. She turns to me, voice low but sharp. And you didn't think to mention that little detail when we were compiling our relationship histories? I shrug, watching her eyes darken. It wasn't serious. 2 years isn't serious. What's your definition of casual? A decade? It was intermittent at best. I straightened my tie, uncomfortable under her scrutiny in a way Vanessa's presence hadn't managed to make me. We'd see each other when it was convenient, attend some events, then go our separate ways. For 2 years. Christina crosses her arms, unmoved by my explanation. Yes, I admit, for 2 years. And there are others like her, women who will approach us at charity galas and state dinners to remind me of your commitment issues. The question hits with unexpected force. I've never considered my past from the perspective of someone forced to deal with its repercussions. Christina isn't asking out of jealousy. This is practical reconnaissance, identifying potential landmines in our path. There are a few who might approach, yes. I meet her gaze directly. None lasted as long as Vanessa, if that helps. It doesn't. Christina picks up her handbag, signaling our registry adventure has concluded. I won't be blindsided like that again, Bruno. I need names, relationships, duration. If I'm playing the devoted fiancé, I won't be made to look like a fool who doesn't know her future husband's history. Her directness is both infuriating and oddly arousing. Most women in my social circle would seethe privately or leverage such moments for future favors. Christina just demands what she needs. No games. I'll have a list for you tomorrow. The words come out before I've fully processed my capitulation. Good. She nods once, decisive. And just so we're clear, I won't tolerate your past conquests trying to sabotage what we're building here. This may be a business arrangement, but to the world I am your fiancé. I'm the woman you've chosen. Anyone who challenges that narrative challenges me, and I protect what's mine. There's something primally satisfying about hearing those last 4 words. I protect what's mine. Even knowing she means it in the most technical sense, our arrangement, our facade, our mutual investment in this charade. Heat spread through my chest at the possessiveness in her voice. I've been owned before by family expectations, by social obligations, by the weight of the Gonzaga name, but never by choice and never by someone who stands toe-to-toe with me instead of trying to control me from above or manipulate me from below. Understood. I find myself fighting a smile. You were impressive back there. Remind me never to cross you in a social setting. Christina's expression softened slightly. I grew up in the same world you did, Bruno. I learned to verbally disembowel people over tea sandwiches before I was 16. Clearly. I allowed the smile to break through. I particularly enjoyed the Met Gala reference. Was that true? Every word. She adjusts her jacket with a hint of self-satisfaction. I remember everyone at those events, especially the ones who look through me rather than at me. Vanessa was particularly dismissive that evening. Well, she won't make that mistake again.
Chapter 11. Christina. The applause crashes over us like a wave, thunderous and overwhelming. Bruno's hand is warm against the small of my back as we stand together, smiling until my cheeks ache. The kiss, our first, still tingles on my lips, a surprisingly tender moment in this elaborately orchestrated performance. Mrs. Christina Gonzaga. The name echoes in my head. Foreign yet undeniably official now. I've gained a new identity in the span of 20 minutes. Wrapped in ivory silk and sealed with carefully chosen words. You look stunning, Bruno whispers, his breath warm against my ear. His eyes hold something I haven't seen before, a softness that seems genuine despite our circumstances. You clean up pretty well yourself, I manage to respond, my voice steadier than I feel. The grand ballroom of the plaza sparkles around us, dripping with white orchids and crystalline light fixtures that cast diamond patterns across the marble floors. No expense spared, nothing but the best for the Gonzaga-Williams union that has the financial world buzzing with speculation about merged empires and consolidated power. If they only knew the truth behind our perfect smiles. My father approaches first, eyes suspiciously bright as he embraces me. You look just like your mother did on our wedding day, he murmurs, voice thick with emotion that catches me off guard. The comparison to my mother makes my throat tighten unexpectedly. Thank you, I whisper back, blinking rapidly. This wasn't supposed to get emotional. This was business, strategy, mutual benefit. Yet standing here in my custom Vera Wang gown, with my father looking at me with pride, it's impossible not to feel something genuine break through the performance. Bruno's father approaches next, his imposing figure commanding attention even in this crowd of power players. Lucio Gonzaga embraces his son with stiff formality before turning to me. Welcome to the family, Christina. His eyes measure me as one might appraise a particularly valuable acquisition. I trust you'll uphold the Gonzaga name with the dignity it deserves. I'll certainly do my best, Lucio. I match his intensity with practiced ease, refusing to be intimidated. Though I haven't given up my own name entirely. A flash of something, respect perhaps, crosses his features before his mask of polite indifference returns. Bruno's arm tightens around my waist, a silent signal of support that I appreciate more than I should. We're swarmed then by well-wishers, and social climbers alike. an endless parade of expensive perfume and air kisses. The mayor congratulates us on creating a powerhouse union for the city's future. 3 different tech billionaires make thinly veiled inquiries about potential investment opportunities now that our families are joined. Just breathe, Bruno murmurs during a brief reprieve between greetings. You're doing brilliantly. I've been preparing for performances like this my whole life, I reply, maintaining my smile for the benefit of watching eyes. Though I admit the role of adoring wife is new territory. His laugh is low and surprisingly genuine. You're convincing enough that half my cousins are jealous. I managed to find someone who actually seems to like me. Acting skills worthy of an Oscar? I tease, though something shifts uncomfortably in my chest at the words. The boundary between performance and reality feels increasingly blurred, especially when Bruno looks at me with that particular intensity. A photographer approaches, requesting one more of the happy couple. Bruno pulls me slightly closer than necessary, his hand settling with comfortable familiarity on my hip. I turn toward him instinctively, my body fitting against his as though we've done this countless times before. To new beginnings, he says quietly, eyes meeting mine with unexpected sincerity. To new beginnings, I echo, finding myself meaning it despite everything. The camera flashes, capturing a moment that looks, even to my critical eye, remarkably like love. The perfect society wedding, the perfect society couple. What terrifies me isn't how convincing our charade appears to others. It's how easily I'm beginning to believe it myself. Lorenzo, Bruno's younger brother, approaches with 2 champagne flutes. You both deserve these, he says with a warm smile that lacks his family's usual calculation. I've never seen a more beautiful ceremony. Thank you, I reply, accepting the glass gratefully. The cool champagne soothes my throat, parched from hours of smiling and small talk. So, Lorenzo continues, leaning in, how does it feel to be a Gonzaga now? I take a moment to consider Lorenzo's question, the weight of the Gonzaga name settling around my shoulders like an expensive but ill-fitting coat. The champagne bubbles tickle my nose as I take another sip, buying myself time. Honestly, it's new and exciting, something I never thought I'd experience. The truth slips out before I can filter it through my usual careful facade. I mean, marrying into the Gonzaga family wasn't exactly on my vision board growing up. Lorenzo's laugh is refreshingly genuine, his blue eyes, so unlike his brother's intense dark gaze, crinkling at the corners. I like that answer. Too many people would have given some rehearsed speech about honor and privilege. Well, there's plenty of that too, I add, watching Bruno across the room as he navigates a conversation with what appears to be a senator and his wife. My new husband moves with effortless confidence, completely in his element. The privilege part at least. The honor is still up for debate. Lorenzo snorts into his champagne glass. God, he really did find a good one, didn't he? He glances between Bruno and me with something like admiration. Most women who've tried to get close to my brother just tell him what they think he wants to hear. That sounds tedious for everyone involved. It is. Lorenzo shifts his weight, creating a small pocket of privacy in the crowded ballroom. At 22, he possesses the Gonzaga good looks, but wears them differently, less like armor, more like a comfortable sweater he doesn't think much about. Just so you know, I'm determined not to follow in my big brother's footsteps. The whole Gonzaga air pressure cooker isn't for me. I study him more carefully. What do you want instead? Photography, actually. A flash of vulnerability crosses his face. I've been building a portfolio secretly. Dad would probably have an aneurysm if he knew I was more interested in capturing the world than conquering it. Your secret's safe with me, I assure him, finding myself genuinely charmed by Bruno's younger brother. Lorenzo's expression shifts, becoming more serious as he leans closer. Looks, I know this whole thing isn't exactly... He leaves the sentence unfinished but meaningful. I wish you all the luck in dealing with my brother. He's not as terrible as he pretends to be, but he's not as put together as he wants everyone to believe either. My heartbeat quickens. Is it that obvious? Not to most people, he says quickly. But I've watched Bruno navigate enough business arrangements to recognize the signs. Plus, the timing was a little convenient, wasn't it? Right after our family faced those regulatory challenges. I exhale slowly, appreciating his perception and unexpected honesty. You're very observant. Photographer's eye, he says, but his gaze remains kind. For what it's worth, I think you're handling it beautifully, but I can tell you're not fully comfortable with being the new Mrs. Gonzaga. The job title, because that's what it is, really, sounds strange coming from someone else. It's an adjustment, I admit. A few months ago, I was just Christina Williams, trying to prove myself on my own terms. Now I'm part of something much bigger than myself. And that terrifies you, Lorenzo states rather than asks. Wouldn't it terrify anyone? I counter, finding unexpected relief in speaking honestly with someone who understands the complexities of the situation. Probably. He glances over at Bruno, who's now looking in our direction with curious eyes. Just remember, you don't have to become someone entirely new. The best Gonzagas are the ones who never fully drank the family Kool-Aid. I laugh at that, genuine and unrehearsed. I appreciate your honesty, Lorenzo. It's refreshing. Well, one of us has to break the family tradition of cryptic power plays. He raises his glass in a small toast. To my new sister-in-law, may you maintain your sanity in the face of Gonzaga madness. I clink my glass against his. I'll certainly try.
Chapter 12. Bruno. 3 days into married life, and I'm already developing a twitch in my left eye. Christina sits across from me at my father's extravagant dining table, her posture perfect, but her jaw clenched tight enough to crack walnuts. I recognize the subtle signs of her growing irritation. The way she touches her water glass a fraction too precisely, the almost imperceptible tightening around her eyes when she smiles. The merger is already showing promising returns, my father announces, swirling his obscenely expensive Bordeaux with the satisfaction of a chess master who's just cornered his opponent's king. The Williams-Gonzaga partnership has the financial press absolutely salivating. Frankie Williams beams with equal pride, his broad shoulders relaxed in a way I've rarely seen. Our stock jumped 12% in 2 days. The board members who questioned this arrangement are suddenly my biggest supporters. Convenient how that works, Christina mutters into her wine glass, the comment just quiet enough that our fathers miss it entirely. I catch her eye across the table and offer a small smile. 3 days of sharing a living space has created an unexpected alliance between us. We may be reluctant partners in this charade, but at least we're in it together. Tell me, Frankie says, leaning forward with his elbows on the table, in a way that would make my mother faint if she were still alive to witness such a breach of etiquette. How are you two settling into the condo? Everything to your liking, Christina? Christina's perfectly manicured finger traces the rim of her wine glass. It's lovely, Dad, though I'm still trying to find space in Bruno's closet for my things. Apparently, Italian suits require their own zip code. I arch an eyebrow at her. I've cleared 3 entire sections for you. Not my fault your shoe collection rivals Imelda Marcos. Children, my father remarks, though the sound contains little genuine warmth. These are the adjustments all newlyweds must make. Your mother and I nearly divorced over bathroom counter space. Really? I can't help asking. My father rarely mentions my mother, and when he does, it's usually to compare her business acumen unfavorably to his own. He waves a dismissive hand. Figure of speech. We came to an arrangement, as you two will. An arrangement, Christina repeats, her tone dangerously neutral. How romantic! Frankie misses her sarcasm entirely. The romance comes later, sweetheart. First, you build something solid, something that lasts. Like our companies, my father adds, raising his glass. To solid foundations. We lift our glasses dutifully, though Christina's smile has grown even tighter. Under the table, I extend my foot until it gently touches hers, a silent acknowledgement of our shared predicament. She doesn't pull away, which I count as progress. So, Frankie says after our ritual toast, when can we expect grandchildren? The Williams name needs heirs just as much as the Gonzaga Empire. Christina's wineglass freezes halfway to her lips. The flash of panic in her eyes is so brief that no one else would catch it, but I've become surprisingly attuned to her reactions over the past few days. Her fingers tighten around the stem of her glass, and I intervene before she can respond. We've barely figured out how to share a bathroom, Frankie. Perhaps we could master cohabitation before discussing procreation. I keep my tone light, teasing, though the subject sends an uncomfortable jolt through my own system as well. Nonsense, my father dismisses with imperial certainty. There's never a perfect time for children. They come, they turn your life upside down, and somehow the chaos becomes the new normal. Besides, Frankie adds, clearly warming to the topic, imagine a child with Christina's brains and your business instincts, Bruno. The perfect heir to carry both our legacies forward. Christina sets down her napkin with precise movements, rising from her chair like she's being pulled by invisible strings. If you'll excuse me for a moment. Her voice maintains that perfect socialite pitch, but I catch the slight waver beneath the polished surface. Everything all right, sweetheart? Frankie's bushy eyebrows knit together in concern. Just need some air? She flashes a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Don't stop the fascinating grandchildren discussion on my account. Before either of our fathers can respond, she glides out of the dining room, her shoulders rigid with tension. I count to 15 in my head, watching my father and Frankie launch into reminiscences about their wild bachelor days before I push my chair back. I should check on her. I stand, straightening my jacket. You know how women are about these things? My father's knowing chuckle makes my skin crawl. Don't take too long. The main course will be here shortly. I find Christina on the terrace, her hands gripping the stone balustrade like it's the only thing keeping her from floating away into the night sky. The city lights spread out below us, a constellation of human ambition and desire, while the actual stars remain hidden behind the light pollution. Hey! I step beside her, maintaining a careful distance, the cool night air a welcome relief from the suffocating atmosphere inside. You okay? Peachy. She doesn't look at me, her gaze fixed on the glittering cityscape below. Nothing like discussing the hypothetical children of your fake marriage over appetizers while trying not to choke on your wine. I lean against the balustrade, angling my body toward hers, studying the perfect profile of her face illuminated by the soft terrace lighting. The diamond earrings I'd noticed earlier catch the light with every subtle movement of her head. They're just excited about the merger. The grandkids' talk is peripheral, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Just old men dreaming about legacy things. Is it? Finally, she turns to face me, and the vulnerability in her expression catches me off guard. Those brown eyes that usually flash with defiance now hold something raw, something that makes my chest tighten unexpectedly. What if it isn't? What if this is just phase 1? Phase 1 of what? I ask, my voice dropping lower as I shift closer instinctively. Their master plan. She sweeps her arm toward the dining room, the diamond bracelet on her wrist sparkling with the movement. They forced us into a marriage we didn't want. 2 complete strangers shackled together because Daddy said so. Who's to say they won't expect us to produce heirs next? The perfect little mixed-race grandchildren to complete their corporate fairy tale. A laugh escapes before I can stop it, sharp and dismissive. That's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? But even as the words leave my mouth, I remember the way my father looked at her stomach during the toast. That speculative gleam in his eye that I've seen too many times before. How can you be so sure? Her eyes narrow. They forced us into this whole charade. What's stopping them from pushing us further? She has a point, though I'm reluctant to admit it. Even if they wanted grandchildren, they can't exactly force that issue. No? Her eyebrow arches perfectly. They control our inheritances, our career prospects, our financial futures. The same leverage they used to get us into this marriage could push us toward parenthood. I step closer, lowering my voice. There's one critical difference. To have kids, we'd need to have sex. And despite sharing an apartment for 3 days, we haven't exactly christened any surfaces. My eyes drop briefly to the elegant curve of her neck, the way her collarbones peek out from her dress. Though I remain curious, the look she gives me could freeze hell. That's your takeaway from this conversation? That you're still hoping to get in my pants? I'm trying to lighten the mood. I raise my hands in surrender. Look, our situation is complicated enough without adding hypothetical babies to the mix. Christina shakes her head, a strand of hair falling loose from her carefully styled updo. This fake marriage is a complete mess. We're living together like roommates who barely tolerate each other, pretending to be in love for our father's financial gain. And now they're talking about grandchildren, when we can barely decide whose turn it is to make coffee in the morning. I make better coffee, I point out. You make it too weak. Not the point, Bruno. She rubs her temples. We're stuck in this charade, and it keeps getting more elaborate. Where does it end? The moonlight catches in her hair, highlighting the soft curves of her face, and I'm struck by how beautiful she is when she's not performing, when she's just being Christina, frustrated and real. Something tightens in my chest. I don't know where it ends, I admit, but I do know we're in this together. Whatever happens next, we face it as a team. She studies my face, searching for something sincerity, perhaps, or deception. Team-forced marriage. What a concept. We could get t-shirts made. A reluctant smile tugs at the corner of her mouth. You're ridiculous. Part of my charm. I offer my arm. Ready to go back in? If we stay out here too long, they might think we're actually consummating this arrangement. Christina rolls her eyes, but slips her hand into the crook of my elbow. God forbid they think their plan is working!
Chapter 13. Christina. I adjust my emerald cocktail dress, smoothing the silk against my hips as I navigate through Manhattan's elite at the Carlyle Foundation Gala. The Metropolitan Museum's Temple of Dendur provides a dramatic backdrop for tonight's charity event. Ancient Egyptian architecture, juxtaposed against the glass walls and reflecting pools, creates an ethereal atmosphere for New York's finest to network and preen. My glass of champagne remains mostly untouched as I scan the crowd for Bruno. We arrived together 30 minutes ago, before getting separated in the social current that inevitably pulls people apart at these functions. I spot Congresswoman Holloway deep in conversation with a tech billionaire whose name I should remember but don't. The mayor laughs too loudly at something a real estate developer says. A famous actress whose face graces movie posters nationwide air kisses a fashion designer. But no Bruno. Until my eyes land on him across the room. His tall frame impossible to miss even in this sea of beautiful people. His tailored tuxedo accentuates the breadth of his shoulders, and several women nearby keep stealing glances in his direction. But Bruno's attention is focused entirely on the woman standing before him. My stomach drops when I recognize her. Monica Reeves, the socialite daughter of a shipping magnate and Bruno's ex from years back. The woman is the definition of blue-blooded Manhattan royalty, sleek blonde hair that probably costs a fortune to maintain. cheekbones that could cut glass, and a figure poured into a crimson dress that screams old money. Their body language speaks volumes. She stands too close, one manicured hand resting on his forearm, as she laughs at something he says. Bruno's smile seems genuine, his posture relaxed. They look comfortable together, like two people with history. "You're going to crack that glass if you grip it any tighter," a voice says beside me. I startle, turning to find a man watching me with amused eyes. Tall, with warm brown skin and closely cropped hair, he has the confident stance of someone completely at ease in this environment. Was I that obvious? I loosen my death grip on the champagne flute, only to those paying attention. He extends his hand. Marcus James, creative director at Atelier Studios. Christina Gonzaga. I shake his hand, noting his firm grip. Recognition flashes in his eyes. Ah, the newlywed? The very same. I take a sip of champagne, my eyes drifting back to Bruno and Monica before I can stop myself. Marcus follows my gaze. I see. Bruno Gonzaga and Monica Reeves. Quite the history there. You know them? My interest peaks despite myself. I know everyone in this room. It's part of my job. He leans closer, his cologne subtle and expensive. They dated for nearly a year. It was all very dramatic when it ended. Thrown drinks at the restaurant they were in. Tear-filled scenes at charity galas. The works. Sounds exhausting. I force lightness into my tone, though something hot and uncomfortable twists in my chest as I watch Monica toss her perfect hair over one shoulder, leaning even closer to Bruno. The question is, Marcus continues, studying me with intelligent eyes, why is the new Mrs. Gonzaga watching from across the room instead of marking her territory? I turn fully toward him, purposefully angling my body away from Bruno's direction. Perhaps I don't feel the need to insert myself into every conversation my husband has. How evolved of you. Marcus grins, and I notice he has a charming dimple in his right cheek. Most women I know would be halfway across the room by now, staking their claim. I'm not most women. I take another sip of champagne, enjoying the pleasant buzz of the alcohol. Besides, she's welcome to him if she can tolerate his ego for more than 5 minutes. Marcus laughs, the sound genuine and warm. Trouble in paradise already? That was fast, even by Manhattan marriage standards. Let's just say ours is a complex arrangement. The best ones always are. He signals a passing waiter, exchanging my empty glass for a fresh one with practiced ease. I clink glasses with Marcus, finding myself genuinely enjoying his company. There's something refreshing about conversing with someone who isn't part of my immediate drama. So what does a creative director at Atelier Studios actually do? I lean against a nearby column, grateful for the momentary distraction from thoughts of Bruno and his perfect ex. I make beautiful things for beautiful people. Marcus winks. My team designs everything from high-end brand campaigns to editorial spreads. We just finished a major project for Vogue's September issue. Impressive. I've always admired people who can translate their creativity into something tangible. And what about you? Aside from being Mrs. Gonzaga, what's your passion? I appreciate that he asks. Most people at these events pigeonhole me into my family connections or my new last name. Well, I have some new projects in the works and some that I have ideas for. Right now, I'm planning on launching my own line of sustainable luxury accessories, primarily focused on ethically sourced materials and fair labor practices. Marcus's eyebrows lift. Now that's something I'd love to hear more about. The industry desperately needs more ethical approaches. We dive into an animated discussion about sustainable fashion, and I find myself gesturing enthusiastically as I describe the artisans I've connected with in Peru and Ghana. For the first time tonight, I'm not thinking about Bruno or our complicated arrangement, or the fact that his ex-girlfriend is probably reminiscing about their shared past across the room. Have you considered how you'll position your brand in the... A strong hand slides around my waist, fingers splaying possessively against my hip. The familiar scent of Bruno's cologne envelops me before I even turn to look at him. I've been searching for you. Bruno's voice is deceptively casual, but I feel the tension in his fingers against the silk of my dress. Marcus, this is my husband, Bruno Gonzaga. Bruno, this is Marcus James, creative director at Atelier Studios. The men exchange terse handshakes. Marcus's smile remains intact, but something knowing flickers in his eyes. Your wife is quite the visionary. We were discussing her sustainable accessories concept. Is that right? Bruno's thumb traces small circles at my waist. Christina has many talents. The tension isn't lost on any of us. Marcus gives a slight nod. I should make the rounds. Mrs. Gonzaga, it was an absolute pleasure. I hope we can continue our conversation another time. He hands me a sleek black business card. My direct line, for when you're ready to talk about that brand positioning. As Marcus disappears into the crowd, Bruno's grip tightens, steering me toward a quieter corner of the exhibition space. What exactly do you think you're doing? His voice drops low, eyes darkening to that dangerous shade I'm learning means he's upset. Having a conversation with an interesting person. What were you doing? I pull away from his grip, crossing my arms. You were flirting with him? And you weren't flirting with Monica Reeves? I arch an eyebrow. The ex-girlfriend who apparently caused scenes worthy of reality TV when you broke up? A muscle in his jaw twitches. You've been asking around about me. Actually, Marcus volunteered the information. Apparently, your dramatic breakup is common knowledge among Manhattan's elite. Monica is a business connection, nothing more. A business connection who couldn't keep her hands off your arm? Who stood close enough to check if you'd changed your cologne since you dated? I'm surprised by the heat in my own voice. You're jealous. The realization transforms his expression from irritation to something darker, more intense. Don't flatter yourself. I'm pointing out your hypocrisy. You can catch up with your ex, but I can't have a professional conversation. Bruno steps closer, eliminating the space between us. Marcus James has a reputation. So do you, I counter, tilting my chin up defiantly. At least he seemed interested in my business ideas, rather than just what I look like in this dress. Oh, he was interested in how you look in that dress. Trust me. His eyes sweep over me, lingering at the neckline where the emerald silk dips low. You don't get to dictate who I talk to, Bruno. When other men are openly hitting on my wife, I absolutely do. Your fake wife, I whisper harshly, aware we could be overheard. Something flashes across his face. Hurt, maybe? It vanishes so quickly I can't be sure. Does this feel fake to you? Bruno's voice drops an octave, and suddenly his hand is at the nape of my neck, fingers tangling in the hair at the base of my updo. The air between us charges with electricity. My breath catches as his face lowers toward mine, giving me every opportunity to pull away. I don't. His lips capture mine, and unlike our chaste wedding kiss, there's nothing performative about this. Bruno kisses me like he's drowning, and I'm oxygen, desperate, consuming, real. My hands find their way to his chest, initially to push him away, but instead clutching the lapels of his tuxedo to pull him closer. The kiss deepens, his tongue sliding against mine as his arm bands around my waist, lifting me slightly onto my toes. I make a sound I barely recognize as my own, something between a sigh and a moan. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. His pupils are dilated, turning his eyes almost black in the dim lighting. Still think this is fake? He murmurs against my lips.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Bruno. Examine the wine selection at 11 Madison Park with perhaps more scrutiny than the vintage deserves, buying myself time before addressing the knowing smirk Lorenzo hasn't bothered to hide since we sat down. Just say whatever you're thinking, I finally mutter, setting the wine list down and signaling the sommelier. A bottle of the 2015 Chateau Margaux. Lorenzo waits until the sommelier retreats before leaning forward, his blue eyes, our mother's eyes, dancing with amusement. Oh. I'm just enjoying this rare moment where the great Bruno Gonzaga looks unsettled. I'm not unsettled. I straighten my cuffs, a habit our father inadvertently passed down to both of us. I'm just recounting what happened. Right, of course. You kissed your wife at a charity gala. Completely normal. Nothing to analyze at all. Lorenzo cuts into his tuna crudo appetizer with surgical precision. Except that you've been talking about it for 15 minutes straight. I was providing context. Context. Lorenzo's mouth quirks up at one corner. Is that what we're calling your obsessive analysis of Christina's reaction when you put your hand on her waist? Or the detailed breakdown of how her pupils dilated when you kissed her? Heat crawls up my neck. I did not. You absolutely did. Lorenzo points his fork at me. Face it, big brother. You're falling for your fake wife. The sommelier returns with our wine, giving me a welcome reprieve from my brother's assessment. I taste the wine with practiced motions, though my mind is elsewhere, specifically on the way Christina melted against me last night, the small sound she made in the back of her throat when I deepened the kiss. The wine is excellent, I tell the sommelier, who pours for both of us before disappearing again. Lorenzo raises his glass in a mock toast. To fake marriages that become real feelings. I don't clink my glass against his. Very funny. I'm not joking. Lorenzo's expression shifts to something more sincere. I know this arrangement started as a business transaction, but I've never seen you this affected by a woman before. She's infuriating. I take a larger sip of wine than strictly necessary. Stubborn, challenging, completely unwilling to defer to me on anything. All qualities you typically despise in business associates, but apparently find irresistible in a wife. The main courses arrive, lamb for me, duck for Lorenzo. I use the interruption to gather my thoughts, which have been scattered since last night. Since that kiss. It's not that simple, I finally say when we're alone again. No, Lorenzo cuts into his duck. Tell me then, what is it about Christina that has you actually considering this could be more than what you signed up for? I consider deflecting, changing the subject to something safer, market projections, or the upcoming board meeting. But this is Lorenzo, the one person in my life who has always seen through my nonsense. She doesn't back down, I find myself saying. Most people either fear or want something from me. They yield, they flatter, they manipulate. Christina does none of that. She challenges me directly, calls me on my crap. So you like being put in your place? Lorenzo grins. I like being treated like a human, not a Gonzaga asset. The admission surprises even me. And yes, her standoffishness should be driving me away, but instead, I set my fork down, studying the geometric patterns in the restaurant ceiling. Instead, I find myself wanting to break through it, to understand what's behind it. I want to know her, the real Christina, not the polished image she presents to everyone else. Lorenzo's teasing facade drops completely. That's not desire, Bruno. That's the beginning of something much more dangerous. It's complicated. We have a contract, expectations, timelines. The heart doesn't care about contracts. Lorenzo sips his wine thoughtfully. So, what are you going to do about it? I run a finger along the rim of my wine glass. I don't know yet. After the kiss, things were intense. We barely spoke in the car ride home. This morning she left for a meeting before I woke up. Avoiding the inevitable conversation, or avoiding me altogether. I can't hide the edge of frustration in my voice. And that bothers you. It's not a question. Yes, I admit. It bothers me. Because you want her. Lorenzo states it matter-of-factly. I meet my brother's gaze directly. More every day. And it has nothing to do with our arrangement. Lorenzo sits back, a genuine smile replacing his earlier smirk. Welcome to the messy world of actual feelings, big brother. How does it feel to be mortal like the rest of us? I shake my head, swirling the deep crimson wine in my glass. The liquid catches the light, creating miniature rubies that dance against the crystal. I never wanted this, Lorenzo. Not any of it. What exactly? Lorenzo cuts another piece of duck, the knife slicing through with surgical precision. The marriage of convenience that's becoming inconveniently real? Or the fact that you're actually developing feelings for the first time in your adult life? Both. I stab at my lamb with more force than necessary. This was supposed to be straightforward. Meet the requirements of Dad's ultimatum. Secure my position. Try to maintain my freedom within agreed-upon parameters. Parameters. Lorenzo chuckles, the sound warm and knowing in a way that irritates me. You've been dating, if we can even call it that, superficial women your entire adult life, Bruno. Models who want your connections, socialites who want your name, ambitious climbers who want your influence. He gestures with his fork. The moment you find a real woman who actually stands up for her morals and challenges you, you're completely shaken up. I roll my eyes, but the gesture feels hollow even to me. That's ridiculous. Is it? Lorenzo leans forward, elbows on the table. A breach of etiquette our mother would scold him for. Name one woman you've dated in the past 5 years who's told you no about anything important. The silence stretches between us. I take another sip of wine to avoid answering immediately, but Lorenzo's knowing expression tells me he's already won this point. Christina doesn't just say no, I finally admit. She offers alternatives, compromises. She thinks things through from angles I wouldn't consider. A partner instead of a decoration, imagine that. My jaw tightens. You're oversimplifying, and you're overthinking. Lorenzo's voice softens. Look, I get it. This isn't what you planned. But when have the best things in life ever gone according to plan? Our family operates on spreadsheets and projections, but that's not how human hearts work. You need to capitalize on these feelings. Make them clear to her, or else Christina might slip through your fingers. It's not that simple. I set my wine glass down harder than intended. She signed a contract for a marriage in name only. She has dreams, ambitions that don't include being tied down to me permanently. Have you asked her about that? Or are you making assumptions? The question lands like a punch. I've been so certain about what Christina wants: her independence, her career, her freedom from the Gonzaga name once our arrangement concludes, that I've never considered the possibility that her desires might have evolved, just as mine have. You haven't, have you? Lorenzo presses when I remain silent. What would I even say? Hey, I know we agreed this was temporary, but I'm starting to think I want more. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. That wasn't the deal. Deals change. Terms get renegotiated. Lorenzo shrugs. That's business, right? And isn't that how you've been approaching this whole marriage? Christina isn't a business transaction. The words come out sharper than intended, protective in a way that surprises even me. Lorenzo's eyes widen slightly, then a slow smile spreads across his face. Well, there's my point proven. I exhale slowly, running a hand through my hair, another habit our father would disapprove of in public. This is uncharted territory for me. Good. Lorenzo reaches across the table, clapping my shoulder. About damn time you left the map behind. The Gonzaga men have been navigating their lives with the same outdated charts for generations. Maybe it's time to explore without one. The metaphor isn't subtle, but it resonates. I've spent my entire life following carefully plotted courses from the schools I attended to the positions I've held in the company to the women I've dated. Christina is the first genuine deviation, the first person who makes me want to venture into unmapped waters. And if she doesn't feel the same? The question emerges quietly, carrying a vulnerability I rarely allow myself to show. Then at least you'll know. Lorenzo's expression is earnest now, all traces of teasing gone. But, brother, the way you describe how she responded to that kiss, I wouldn't be too worried.
Chapter 15. Christina. I swirl the Cabernet in my glass, taking a generous sip as I watch the marinara sauce bubble. The rich scent of garlic, tomatoes, and herbs fills Bruno's ridiculously high-end kitchen, a space that looks like it belongs in an architectural magazine, not a place where actual cooking happens. Yet here I am, spatula in one hand, wine in the other, attempting to create something edible. The recipe displayed on my tablet looks simple enough. Spaghetti alla puttanesca. I've already added the anchovies, capers, and olives, and the sauce is turning a deep, inviting red that makes my stomach growl in anticipation. Not bad for someone whose cooking skills usually end at microwaving leftovers. This might actually be decent, I murmur to myself, taking another sip of wine. The warmth spreads through my chest, relaxing the tension that's been my constant companion since that kiss at the gala. That kiss, the one I've replayed in my mind approximately 7,000 times. The one I've been avoiding talking about by leaving early this morning and coming home late enough that I thought Bruno would be asleep. The pasta water boils over suddenly, hissing as it hits the induction stovetop. Damn, I lunge for the pot, turning down the heat and nearly spilling my wine in the process. Is that what they teach in cooking school these days? Let the water overflow for extra flavor? I freeze at the sound of Bruno's voice behind me, smooth, amused, with that slight accent that becomes more pronounced when he's tired or, apparently, when he's watching me make a mess of his kitchen. I turn slowly, finding him leaning against the doorway, jacket discarded, tie loosened, looking unfairly handsome for someone who's just finished a long workday. I didn't hear you come in. I take another sip of wine for courage, offering none to him. And I'll have you know this is going quite well, considering... Considering? One dark eyebrow lifts as he approaches, peering over my shoulder at the bubbling sauce. His proximity sends a wave of heat through me that has nothing to do with the stovetop. Considering I'm more of a takeout connoisseur than a chef. I stir the sauce with unnecessary vigor. But I found this authentic Italian recipe online, and it seemed straightforward enough. Bruno's laugh is low and warm against my ear as he reaches around me to dip a spoon into the sauce. Authentic Italian? Let me be the judge of that. His chest brushes my back as he tastes the sauce, and I force myself to not lean into him. The wine has already lowered my defenses enough. He makes a show of considering the flavor. Not bad, but authentic? He shakes his head solemnly. No, no, no. I turn to face him, finding myself caught between his body and the counter. Excuse me? The recipe specifically said traditional Italian puttanesca. Traditional American interpretation of Italian, maybe. His eyes glint with mischief. Real puttanesca doesn't have this much garlic. And where's the red pepper flakes? The balance is all wrong. The balance is perfect. I poke his chest with my finger, emboldened by the wine and the absurdity of arguing about pasta sauce authenticity. And how would you know anyway? You have a personal chef? I'm Italian. He catches my finger in his hand, not letting go. It's in my blood. You were born in Manhattan. I try to ignore how his thumb is now tracing small circles on my captured hand. Your last trip to Italy was for a business conference years ago. What do you know about their authentic cuisine? Are you keeping tabs on my travel schedule? Bruno's smile widens. I'm flattered. Your assistant keeps me informed. I tug my hand away, turning back to the stove. For appearance's sake. Bruno doesn't step back, remaining close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Either way, that sauce needs help. It does not. I lift the spoon, offering it to him with narrowed eyes. Taste it again. It's delicious. He does, his eyes never leaving mine. Still missing something? I take another generous sip of wine, feeling it loosen my limbs, my thoughts, my restraint. You're impossible. Impossibly right. Bruno reaches around me again, grabbing herbs from the small indoor garden on the windowsill, in addition to the kitchen I'd insisted on when I moved in. He tears basil leaves directly into the sauce, then adds a pinch of red pepper flakes from a nearby spice rack. Now stir. I roll my eyes but comply, stirring as the new flavors meld into the sauce. The aroma shifts subtly, becoming even more mouth-watering. Not that I'll admit it. See? Better. Bruno's voice has dropped lower, and he's standing close enough that I can feel his words vibrate through me. It's different, I concede, taking another sip of wine to hide my reaction to his proximity. Not necessarily better. Bruno takes the wooden spoon from my hand, stirring the sauce with a practiced motion that suggests he's more familiar with cooking than he lets on. Fine, I'll let you help. I bump him with my hip, trying to reclaim some space in my increasingly crowded bubble. But only because you're being so pushy about it. I'm being helpful. He bumps me back, the casual contact sending a jolt through my system. There's a difference. I drain the pasta, steam rising between us, as I pour it into the colander. I had everything under control. Is that what we're calling it? Bruno's laugh rumbles through his chest as he reaches across me for the olive oil, his arm brushing mine. The smoke alarm would have disagreed in about 5 minutes. It wasn't smoking, I protest, though I can't keep the smile from my voice. It was simmering enthusiastically. He adds a splash of olive oil to the drained pasta, his hands moving with surprising confidence. Is that what they call kitchen disasters in corporate America these days? Oh, like you've never burned anything. I grab 2 plates from the cabinet, hyper-aware of how we move around each other in this dance of domesticity that feels dangerously comfortable. Never. He winks, taking the plates from me. Our fingers brush and he doesn't pull away immediately. I'm perfect in every way, and modest too. I roll my eyes, reaching for the wine bottle to refill my glass. Liquid courage seems necessary if I'm going to survive this unexpected cooking session without doing something stupid, like kissing him again. Bruno serves the pasta, twirling it expertly onto the plates before ladling the sauce on top. The final result looks like something from a food magazine, far better than what I would have managed alone. See what happens when you let me take charge? He hands me a plate, his fingers lingering against mine longer than necessary. You're insufferable. I take my plate to the dining table, feeling him follow close behind me. You mean irresistible? Bruno sets down his own plate and pulls out my chair. The gentlemanly gesture catches me off guard, adding another layer to this complicated evening. I definitely don't mean that. I sit down, immediately shoveling a forkful of pasta into my mouth to avoid further conversation. The explosion of flavor catches me by surprise. Oh? Bruno's eyes dance with triumph. I swallow, unwilling to give him the satisfaction. It's adequate. Adequate? He leans forward, elbows on the table, watching me with that intensity that makes my skin heat. That's the face of someone experiencing adequacy? Fine, it's good. I take another bite, closing my eyes briefly as the flavors meld on my tongue. Your additions helped. I know. His self-satisfied grin should be annoying, but somehow it's charming instead. Dangerous territory. We eat in a silence that pulses with unspoken words. The only sounds the clink of forks against plates and the occasional appreciative hum. Bruno watches me over his wine glass, his gaze a physical touch that I can't escape. We should talk about what happened at the gala, he says finally, setting down his glass. I concentrate very hard on twirling pasta around my fork. We were playing a part, that's all. Is that what you tell yourself? He reaches across the table, his fingers catching my wrist. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm. Because it didn't feel like acting to me. My pulse quickens under his touch. What are you doing, Bruno? Testing a theory. His thumb traces circles on my inner wrist, each sweep sending waves of heat through my body. Your pulse is racing. Because you're annoying me. The lie falls flat between us. Am I? He stands, not releasing my wrist, and pulls me gently to my feet. We're suddenly close, too close, the heat of him radiating against me. Tell me to stop, Christina. I should. I know I should. Instead, I stand frozen, watching as he takes my plate and sets it aside, his eyes never leaving mine. The air between us thickens, charged with possibility. The food will go cold, I whisper, a pathetic objection. I don't care. Bruno reaches behind me, turning off the stove with a decisive click. His other hand finds my waist, pulling me closer. Do you? I shake my head, words failing me as he leans down, his intention clear. This time there's no audience, no performance, just the two of us and this undeniable pull. His lips meet mine, gentle at first. A question I answer by curling my fingers into his shirt. The hesitation dissolves instantly. His hands frame my face, angling my head as he deepens the kiss, tasting of wine and desire. I respond with equal fervor, weeks of tension crashing through the barriers I've carefully constructed. My back meets the counter as Bruno presses forward, one hand sliding down to grip my hip, the other tangling in my hair. I arch into him, wanting more, needing more. His mouth leaves mine to trace a burning path down my neck, and I gasp, fingers clutching at his shoulders. Bruno, I whisper, his name a plea for something I'm not ready to articulate. He recaptures my lips in response, the kiss turning hungry, desperate. My hands find their way under his shirt, tracing the hard planes of his stomach, feeling him shudder at my touch. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? And why don't I want to stop?
Chapter 16. Bruno. I guide Christina backward, our lips never separating as we stumble through the kitchen. My hands roam her body, memorizing every curve, every reaction. The living room beckons closer than the bedroom, which feels miles away when every cell in my body screams for her touch. The couch, I murmur against her lips, steering us through the dimly lit space. Moonlight streams through the windows, casting her in silver light that makes her deep brown skin glow ethereally. Christina makes a small sound of agreement, her fingers working at my shirt buttons with surprising dexterity. I feel each one pop open, cool air hitting my chest before her warm palms press against my skin, exploring with an eagerness that makes my blood run hot.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When she finally shifts, lifting her head to look at me, her eyes are soft with something that makes my chest tight. The pasta must be cold by now, I whisper. She laughs softly, the sound vibrating through both our bodies, still intimately joined. I capture her lips in a kiss, gentle now in contrast to our earlier desperation. She responds in kind, her mouth moving languidly against mine, as if we have all the time in the world. When we finally part, I trace the curve of her cheek with my thumb. Bed? I ask, suddenly wanting the comfort of sheets and pillows, wanting to spread her out properly and take my time exploring every inch of her. Christina nods, her eyes heavy-lidded, but unmistakably eager. Bed, she agrees.
Chapter 17. Christina. Morning light filters through unfamiliar curtains, warming my face and pulling me from deep sleep. I blink, momentarily confused by the charcoal gray sheets beneath me, the unfamiliar scent of sandalwood and citrus on the pillow. This isn't my room. Awareness crashes over me in an instant. Bruno's bedroom. Bruno's bed. I'm in Bruno's bed, and I'm completely naked. The events of last night flood back in vivid detail. His hands on my body, his lips on mine. The way he looked at me like I was the only woman in the world. The way I responded, uninhibited and eager. The couch, then the hallway, then this bed, multiple times. Oh my God. I bolt upright, clutching the sheet to my chest as panic rises in my throat. What was I thinking? I slept with Bruno Gonzaga, the man I married for convenience, for business, for everything except actual feelings. The man I've been fighting with for weeks, the man who... A warm hand slides across my bare back, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. Good morning. Bruno's voice is rough with sleep, a deep rumble that makes my traitorous body respond despite my mental crisis. I scoot away quickly, tightening my grip on the sheet, creating a fabric barrier between us. Morning, I manage, unable to look at him. Come back here. He reaches for me, his smile lazy and satisfied. It's early still. The sight of him, hair tousled, chest bare, looking relaxed and happy, makes my heart stutter painfully. This is dangerous territory. Last night was a mistake, a moment of weakness, a lapse in judgment, fueled by wine and proximity and whatever strange chemistry exists between us. No, I shake my head, forcing myself to look away from the sculpted planes of his chest, trying not to remember how it felt under my hands, my lips. Last night shouldn't have happened. Bruno's expression shifts, brow furrowing. He props himself up on one elbow. What? This was a mistake. My voice comes out firmer now, building strength from necessity. We got carried away, but it can't happen again. A mistake? He sits up fully now, the sheet pooling around his waist. Christina, look at me. I force myself to meet his eyes, immediately wishing I hadn't. There's confusion there, and something that looks dangerously like hurt. We're married, he says, as if this explains everything. What happened between us was, we're fake married, I cut in, the word sharp enough to make us both flinch. This isn't real, Bruno. This is a business arrangement, remember? An arrangement set up by our fathers. That's all this is supposed to be. He stares at me, his jaw tightening. That's all this is to you? After last night? Heat explodes across my body as memories flash through my mind. The intensity in his eyes as he moved inside me. The way he whispered my name like a prayer. How safe I felt falling asleep in his arms. Dangerous thoughts. Dangerous feelings. Last night was physical. I swallow hard, hating how the lie tastes. We're attracted to each other. That's normal. But we can't complicate this with emotions or expectations. The terms of our agreement were clear. Bruno runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident in the gesture. The terms of our agreement didn't account for this, for us wanting each other, for whatever is happening between us. Nothing is happening between us. The denial comes automatically, a shield against vulnerability. We had sex, good sex, but that doesn't change anything. It changes everything, he counters, voice dropping lower. And you know it? I shake my head, gathering the sheet more securely around me as I edge toward the side of the bed. I need to go shower. In my bathroom. We should take some space today. Think clearly. Bruno watches me, eyes tracking my movements as I awkwardly stand, keeping the sheet wrapped around my body. Christina. My name in his mouth still does things to me. Still makes my skin tingle with awareness. Don't do this. Don't pretend last night meant nothing. I pause at the threshold of his room, my back to him, grateful he can't see the conflict on my face. It was a mistake, Bruno, one we won't be repeating. I rush down the hallway, sheet clutched to my chest, bare feet silent against the hardwood. Only when my bedroom door clicks shut behind me do I allow myself to breathe. My knees buckle, and I slide down against the door, a puddle of Egyptian cotton and regret. What have I done? The question pounds in my head alongside my racing heartbeat. I press my forehead to my knees, trying to steady myself, but my body betrays me. Every inch of skin still tingles with the memory of Bruno's touch. Calloused fingertips tracing patterns on my thighs, strong hands gripping my hips, lips exploring places I've never allowed anyone to go before. And I enjoyed it. God help me, I more than enjoyed it. Stop, I whisper to myself, squeezing my eyes shut. Stop thinking about it. My legs finally cooperate enough to carry me to the bathroom. I drop the sheet in a heap on the tile floor and avoid looking in the mirror. I don't want to see the evidence of last night written across my skin in faint marks and memories. The shower hisses to life, steam billowing up to fog the glass. I step under the scalding spray, wincing as hot water cascades over sensitive skin. Good. Let it burn away the sensation of his mouth on my neck, the ghost of his hands in my hair. I reach for my loofah, squeezing a generous amount of body wash onto it. Triple the amount I'd normally use. The scent of lavender fills the steamy air as I scrub my skin raw, as if I could wash away not just the physical traces of Bruno, but the emotions he stirred up. It was just sex, I tell myself, my voice echoing against the shower walls. Just physical, nothing more. But the lie sits heavy in my chest. It wasn't just sex. Not with the way he looked at me in those quiet moments between passion. Not with how he held me afterward. one hand idly stroking my hair until I fell asleep. Not with how safe I felt in his arms, safer than I've ever felt with anyone. I scrub harder, my movements frantic now. My skin protests, hurting under the assault of hot water and rough exfoliation, but I can't seem to erase the memory of his taste, rich and intoxicating, like expensive whiskey, with notes of something uniquely Bruno. Water streams down my face, mingling with tears I didn't realize I was shedding. I brace one hand against the tile wall, suddenly lightheaded. This wasn't supposed to happen. We had an arrangement, clean and simple. A marriage on paper, a strategic alliance between families, a way to secure our futures without actually entangling our lives. No messy feelings, no complicated emotions, no mind-blowing sex that leaves me questioning everything I thought I knew about myself. "You're smarter than this," I whisper, rinsing suds from my body. "You know better." Yet last night, pinned beneath Bruno's body, as he whispered my name like a prayer, I didn't feel smart. I felt alive. I felt wanted. I felt like Christina, not the Williams heiress, not a business asset, not a dutiful daughter, just me. And that's the most terrifying part of all. I turned my face directly into the spray, letting water course over my closed eyelids, hoping it might wash away the image of Bruno's expression when I called last night a mistake. The hurt that flashed across his features before his walls came up, the way something in his eyes dimmed, like I'd extinguished a light I didn't know was burning. I shut off the water with more force than necessary, standing dripping in the sudden silence. My reflection stares back at me from the fog mirror, a blurry outline of the woman I thought I was, now unrecognizable even to myself. How do I face him after this? How do we go back to our carefully constructed charade when we've crossed this line? How do I pretend I don't crave his touch when every cell in my body is already aching for more? I wrap myself in a towel, but it does nothing to ward off the chills settling into my bones. No amount of scorching water or lavender soap can erase what happened between us. No amount of denial can change the truth I'm desperately trying to outrun. Last night wasn't a mistake, and that's exactly why I can't let it happen again.
Chapter 18. Bruno. I stare at the spreadsheet on my screen, the numbers blurring together like abstract art. 7 days, 168 hours, 10,080 minutes since Christina was in my bed, since she called what happened between us a mistake and walked out, taking something vital with her. My fingers hover over the keyboard, motionless. What the hell am I even looking at? Some acquisition proposal that would normally have my full attention. Instead, all I can focus on is the hollow ache in my chest that's been growing by the day. You planning to actually input something, or just communicate telepathically with the computer? My father's voice startles me. I hadn't heard him enter my office. Lucio Gonzaga stands in the doorway, immaculate in his custom Italian suit, one eyebrow raised in that way that always made me feel like I was 12 years old again, disappointing him with a subpar report card. "Just analyzing the Westford numbers," I lie, straightening in my chair. "Their portfolio is more complex than it initially appeared." He crosses to my desk, hands clasped behind his back. "I've seen you tear through more complicated acquisitions in your sleep. Everyone has off days." I minimize the spreadsheet I haven't touched in 30 minutes and lean back, forcing nonchalance. "You've had 7 consecutive off days, by my count." He sits on the edge of my desk, invading my space the way he always does when he's about to dissect a problem. "The board meeting yesterday, you were physically present but mentally elsewhere. The Hong Kong conference call this morning, Lorenzo carried most of it while you stared out the window." "I'm handling it." "Handling what exactly?" His eyes narrow, searching my face. There's clearly something. I lock my jaw, resisting the urge to tell him to mind his own business. This is his business, technically. All of this my marriage, my position, my life woven into the fabric of Gonzaga banking. Nothing worth discussing. I stand, walking to the windows overlooking Manhattan. The city sprawls below, everyone moving with purpose, knowing exactly where they're going. Must be nice. Is it Christina? My shoulders tense involuntarily at her name. Damn it. Ah. He nods, reading my body language with practiced ease. Trouble in paradise already? There's no trouble. The lie tastes bitter. We're adjusting to sharing space, that's all. Bruno. His tone shifts, softer now, which is somehow worse. I've been married. I know the signs when something's wrong. I turn to face him, crossing my arms. You haven't been married for a very long time. Forgive me if I don't come running for your relationship advice. He flinches slightly. Then his expression hardens. Whatever is happening between you two, fix it. The Williams partnership is too valuable to jeopardize over domestic squabbles. Is that all you care about? The bottom line? Of course not. He sighs, running a hand through his silver-streaked hair. But you knew what you were getting into. This marriage was a business arrangement, trust me. I've been thoroughly reminded. Her words that morning echo in my head. We're fake married. This is a business arrangement, remember? The worst part is she's right. That's exactly what this was supposed to be. So why does it feel like I'm being gutted every time she leaves a room to avoid being alone with me? Why do I lie awake at night, remembering the way she felt in my arms, the small sound she made, how perfectly we fit together? The public can't know this marriage isn't genuine, my father says, lowering his voice despite us being alone. The optics would be disastrous for both families. Whatever personal feelings are involved, you need to maintain appearances. I laugh, the sound hollow even to my own ears. Appearances are being maintained. She's going to charity events. I'm attending galas. We're the picture-perfect power couple on social media and in person. Good. That's exactly what I want. You need to keep maintaining that perfect appearance. Keep this up, Bruno. He smooths down his tie. I don't need the specifics of your marital problems, but remember what's at stake. I clench my jaw so tight my teeth might crack. My father has always had a gift for reducing the most complicated human emotions to simple business calculations. Profit and loss, assets and liabilities. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment, son. His voice softens, almost sympathetic. I understand it's been difficult adjusting to this arrangement. Do you? I face the window again, not wanting him to see the storm in my eyes. Because from where I'm standing, it seems like you got exactly what you wanted without any personal cost. A heavy sigh fills the silence between us. My father's reflection appears beside mine in the glass. For a fleeting second, I see what I might become in 30 years. The sharp lines of determination etched permanently into my face, eyes calculating even in moments of supposed vulnerability. Your marriage to Christina saved Gonzaga banking from collapse. His words land like stones dropping into still water. I know you understand this, but perhaps you need reminding. The Latin America disaster nearly crippled us. The mention of our failed expansion makes my stomach clench. 3 years of work, hundreds of millions invested, all lost in a perfect storm of political upheaval and corruption charges that blindsided our regional managers. Frankie Williams has provided the capital infusion and support we needed when no one else would touch us. He places a hand on my shoulder. Without that partnership, without your marriage, we'd have lost everything. The company your grandfather built, the legacy meant for you and Lorenzo. The weight of his hand feels like an anchor, dragging me down to depths I can't escape. I'm aware of the stakes. I know you are. His grip tightens briefly before releasing. And I also know you've worked harder than anyone to turn things around since then. The Singapore deal, the restructuring of our European divisions, the new digital banking platform, all successful under your leadership. The unexpected praise catches me off guard. My father has never been generous with compliments, believing they breed complacency. You've proven yourself, Bruno. That's why I need you at your best now, not distracted by... He gestures vaguely. Whatever this is with Christina. I nod mechanically, the dutiful son accepting wisdom from the patriarch. It's easier than explaining the truth that somewhere between our arranged vows and shared nights, I stopped pretending, that I'd broken the cardinal rule of our arrangement by developing real feelings for my contractual wife. That for one night I thought she might feel the same. My chest tightens at the memory of Christina's face the morning after, panic replacing the warmth I'd seen hours before as she gathered my own bed sheets and retreated behind walls I couldn't breach. Her determination to label what happened between us as a momentary lapse in judgment rather than acknowledge the electricity that's been building since our first meeting. I'll handle it, I say, the words automatic, hollow. Good. He checks his watch. The quarterly investor call is in 20 minutes. I expect you'll be focused. I will. As he leaves, I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. 60 floors below, the city continues its relentless pace, indifferent to my internal struggle. I built my reputation on making calculated decisions, on removing emotion from the equation. I've liquidated companies, laid off hundreds, and restructured failing divisions without losing sleep. Yet here I am, undone by a woman who agreed to marry me on paper and now refuses to admit there might be something real between us. The irony isn't lost on me. I saved my family's company by sacrificing my freedom, only to lose my heart in a bargain I never intended to honor emotionally. And now I have to compartmentalize this too. Lock away the ache that flares every time I remember the taste of her lips, the sound of her laughter, the way her body fit against mine like she was made for me. Because the business needs me, the family legacy needs me, and Christina has made it perfectly clear that whatever she needs, it isn't me.
Chapter 19. Christina. The hostess leads us to a secluded corner table at Bellini's, Manhattan's newest brunch hotspot, where reservations are typically booked 3 months in advance. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of Central Park in all its glory. Rich reds and golds paint the landscape, a stark contrast to the frigid atmosphere between Bruno and me. Your table, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzaga. The hostess smiles, placing leather-bound menus before us. Bruno pulls out my chair, always the gentleman, even when tension radiates between us like heat from asphalt in August. His fingers brush my shoulder as I sit, sending an unwelcome current through my body. Thank you, I murmur, avoiding his gaze. Your server will be right with you. The hostess departs, leaving us in a silence that feels heavier than the expensive silverware. I unfold the crisp linen napkin, placing it carefully across my lap. 1 week and 3 days since that night. The weather forecast predicted rain, but it seems they were wrong. Bruno's voice is casual, controlled, the voice he uses in board meetings. I hide behind the menu, though I already know what I want. The menu descriptions blur together as my mind wanders back to waking up in his bed. The panic that seized me when I realized what we'd done. The Eggs Benedict here is supposedly exceptional. He's trying. I know he's trying. I lower my menu and meet his eyes for the first time since we sat down. God, those eyes. Dark and intense, always seeing too much. I was thinking the lemon ricotta pancakes. A small victory, a complete sentence. His lips quirk up slightly, and for a moment, the air between us feels less suffocating. Our server approaches, elegantly dressed in black and white. Good morning. May I start you with something to drink? Fresh orange juice for me, I say. Bruno keeps his eyes on me. Black coffee, and we'll both have mimosas. I don't correct him. A mimosa sounds perfect. Liquid courage to get through this performance. When the server leaves, Bruno leans forward slightly. You look beautiful today. I smooth the fabric of my pale blue dress, selected carefully this morning for our public breakfast date. The silk feels cool against my fingertips. Thank you. Lorenzo's charity gala is this evening. I wanted to look nice for the brunch meetings I have scheduled afterward. He leans back, disappointment flickering across his face. More meetings on a Saturday? It's not easy. Running a foundation in Williams Global takes a lot of work. I fiddle with my wedding ring, turning it around my finger. The symbol of our arrangement catches the light, sending prisms dancing across the white tablecloth. Our drinks arrive, and I take a long sip of the mimosa, welcoming the bubbles that dance on my tongue. The orange juice is freshly squeezed, sweet with just the right amount of tartness. Christina, Bruno starts. I think I'll also order the fruit plate. I cut him off, smiling too brightly at the returning server. And the lemon ricotta pancakes, please. Bruno's jaw tightens. The eggs Benedict and a side of bacon. Thank you. When we're alone again, I become intensely interested in the pattern of the tableware. Anything to avoid the conversation I know he wants to have. We need to talk about what happened. His voice drops lower, meant only for me. We're in public. I take another sip of my mimosa. We've been in public, private, and every space in between for the past week, and you've managed to avoid this conversation in all of them. The pancakes arrive looking like edible art, golden and fluffy, dusted with powdered sugar and garnished with fresh berries. The scent of lemon and warm butter wafts up, momentarily distracting me. These look incredible. I cut into the stack, savoring the first bite. The ricotta makes them impossibly light, the lemon bright but not overwhelming. You should try these. Bruno ignores my deflection. You can't avoid me forever. I'm not avoiding you. I spear a blackberry with my fork. We're literally having breakfast together right now. For appearance's sake. His voice carries a bitterness I'm not used to hearing. I look around the restaurant, noting at least 3 people who've recognized us, phones discreetly angled our way. Which is working perfectly, wouldn't you say? Bruno follows my gaze, understanding dawning. He shifts seamlessly into the role of adoring husband, reaching across the table to take my hand. His thumb brushes over my knuckles in a gesture that would look loving to observers, but feels like an accusation. Perfect, he agrees, his smile not reaching his eyes. So convincing. The pancakes turn to ash in my mouth. I force myself to keep eating, to maintain the facade of the happy power couple enjoying a luxurious weekend brunch. The fruit is perfectly ripe, the coffee rich and aromatic. The pancakes, everything the reviews promised. Yet I might as well be eating sand. This, Bruno tightens his grip on my hand, isn't just for show anymore. You know it. I know it. My pulse quickens beneath his touch, traitorous and telling. I slip my hand away, reaching for my mimosa instead. The champagne has lost its sparkle, but I drink anyway. I've told you this already, Bruno. What happened was a mistake, a momentary lapse in judgment. The words taste sour, rehearsed. I've been repeating them to myself in the mirror for days. Bruno leans forward, his breakfast forgotten. Look me in the eyes and tell me that night meant nothing to you. I meet his gaze, steely determination against smoldering intensity. It meant nothing. Liar. The accusation hangs between us, simple and devastating. He sees through me with those dark eyes that miss nothing. There's something here, Christina. His voice drops to a whisper that somehow cuts through the restaurant's ambient noise. Something real. Something that's been growing since the moment we met. What we have is an arrangement. I cut another piece of pancake with surgical precision. A business transaction with mutual benefits. Don't confuse biology for something deeper. Bruno runs a hand through his hair, frustration radiating off him in waves. Biology? That's what you're calling it now? What would you prefer? Chemistry? Hormones? I stabbed the pancake harder than necessary. We're two attractive people who were forced together. Physical attraction is inevitable. It doesn't mean anything. Stop it. Bruno's voice hardens. Stop hiding behind excuses. A couple at the next table glances over. I paste on a smile, leaning forward as if we're sharing sweet nothings. We're being watched, I whisper. Let them watch. Bruno doesn't lower his voice. Maybe they'll see what you refuse to. And what's that? That when I touch you, he reaches for my hand again, his thumb tracing circles on my wrist. Your pulse races. That when I'm close to you, you hold your breath. That night wasn't just sex, Christina. Heat crawls up my neck. I want to pull away but remain frozen, caught between desire and denial. It was surrender, he continues, his voice a caress. It was real, and it terrifies you. You don't know what I feel. My voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. I know exactly what you feel because I feel it too. His fingers trail up my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. This electricity, this pull, it's only gotten stronger. My throat constricts. Of course I feel it. The magnetic force between us that defies logic or convenience, the way my skin hums when he's near. The emptiness that settles in my chest when he's gone. But acknowledging it means risking everything I've built. My independence, my control, my carefully constructed walls. Bruno, please. I don't know if I'm asking him to stop or continue. This isn't part of our deal. Screw the deal. His eyes burn into mine. I'm not talking about contracts or appearances anymore. I'm talking about us, you and me. There is no us. The lie sits heavy on my tongue. There could be. 3 simple words that crack my foundation. I take a shaky breath, trying to rebuild my defenses. I don't want that. Another lie. I don't want the complications, the mess, the inevitable heartbreak when it all falls apart. Bruno's jaw tightens. So you're running scared? I'm being realistic. I push my plate away, appetite gone. We got married for specific reasons. Adding feelings to the mix will only make everything harder when it ends. When? Bruno shakes his head. Not if, but when. You've already decided our expiration date. That was always the plan. Plans change. Not this one. I grip my napkin under the table until my knuckles turn white. I won't let it. Bruno falls silent, studying me with an intensity that makes me want to squirm. Finally, he sighs. You know what I think? I think you're not afraid this won't work. You're afraid it will? The truth of his words hits me like a physical blow. Because he's right. I'm terrified of what we could become, of the power he already holds over me, of losing myself in him completely. The chemistry between us isn't just physical. It's consuming, all-encompassing. It could burn everything I've worked for to the ground. I need to use the restroom. I stand abruptly, needing distance, needing air. Bruno rises as well, ever the gentleman. But his eyes, God, his eyes, they're pleading with me to see what's right in front of me, to take the leap, to give in to what we both know is inevitable. I turn and walk away, feeling his gaze on my back with every step I take.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Bruno. The veranda at the Lakeview Country Club stretches before us like a vision of old money, pristine white columns, immaculate landscaping, and members dressed in casual attire that range from $1,000 shirts to $100 socks. A gentle breeze carries the scent of freshly cut grass across the Hampton estate, where generations of New York's elite have gathered to escape the city's chaos. I swirl the bourbon in my crystal tumbler, watching amber liquid catch the late afternoon sun. My third drink since we arrived. Or fourth. Who's counting? You might want to slow down. Lorenzo lounges in the wicker chair across from me, sipping sparkling water because my little brother is predictably responsible. It's only 4 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, I mutter, taking another generous swig that burns pleasantly down my throat. Lorenzo's lips curl into an amused smile. I've never seen you like this. Christina's really done a number on you. The mention of her name makes my chest tighten. My fake wife, the woman who's turned my world inside out and now pretends nothing exists between us. She's driving me insane. I set my glass down harder than intended, causing a nearby elderly couple to glance our way with disapproval. We had one perfect night together and... I mean perfect, Lorenzo, and now she acts like it never happened. Oh, you mean your wife had sex with you? The scandal. Lorenzo's eyes dance with mischief, clearly enjoying my uncharacteristic spiral. I point an accusatory finger at him. Don't be a smartass. You know this marriage was supposed to be a business arrangement. And yet, here you are, pining like a teenager. I'm not pining. The defense sounds weak even to my own ears. I just want her to admit what's between us is real. Lorenzo leans forward, his playful expression softening to something more sympathetic. Have you considered that maybe she's scared? Of what, me? Of feeling something she didn't plan for. Lorenzo shrugs. You both went into this thinking it was temporary, a means to an end. Now you're catching feelings, and she probably is too. That changes everything. I drain my glass, letting the alcohol warm my insides. Since when did you become such a relationship expert? I observe, unlike you, who bulldozes through life expecting everything to bend to your will. He grins to take the sting out of his words. Christina Williams isn't bending, brother. That's what's driving you crazy. A server materializes at our table, and I signal for another bourbon. Lorenzo shakes his head but doesn't protest. I don't know what to do. The admission costs me something. I don't like not having answers. I can't force her to acknowledge what's happening between us. So don't force her. Give her time. Time for what? To build more walls? The bourbon arrives, and I take a grateful sip. At brunch, she looked me straight in the eye and told me that night meant nothing. Lorenzo winces. Ouch. Yeah, ouch. I run my hand through my hair, feeling uncharacteristically disheveled. I never thought I'd be the one begging for someone to admit they have feelings for me. Times change. People change. Lorenzo's gaze drifts over my shoulder, and his eyebrows rise slightly. Speaking of people from your past, I turn to follow his line of sight and immediately recognize the slender figure approaching our table. Natalia Hernandez, in white tennis clothes that highlight her bronzed skin, her dark hair pulled into a sleek ponytail. We had a brief but intense fling 3 years ago before she moved to Los Angeles to pursue her modeling career. Bruno Gonzaga. Her voice carries the faintest trace of a Colombian accent. I thought that was you brooding in the corner. I stand, offering her my most charming smile. Natalia, you're back in New York. Just for a few months. Her eyes trail over me appreciatively. You look good. Marriage suits you. Lorenzo coughs into his hand, poorly disguising a laugh. Join us? I gesture to an empty chair, suddenly grateful for the distraction. You remember my brother Lorenzo? Of course. She slides gracefully into the seat between us. The sensible Gonzaga. Someone has to be, Lorenzo replies with a grin. A waiter approaches and Natalia orders a gin and tonic with a practiced ease that reminds me of our time together, uncomplicated, fun, with clear boundaries and expectations. So, she leans forward. Tell me about this whirlwind romance everyone's talking about. The tabloids can't get enough of you and Christina Williams. They don't know the half of it, I mutter, taking another sip of bourbon. Lorenzo kicks me under the table, but the alcohol has loosened my tongue. Christina is... I search for words that won't expose our arrangement yet, will convey the storm inside me. She's the most infuriating, stubborn, brilliant woman I've ever met. Natalia's perfectly shaped eyebrows rise slightly. She challenges everything, my assumptions, my decisions, even the way I drink my coffee. The words pour out now. She's got this way of looking at me like she sees straight through all my crap. And then she smiles and it's like the sun coming out after a storm. Lorenzo's expression shifts from amusement to something softer, almost sad. I can't stop thinking about her, I continue, oblivious to how Natalia's smile has frozen in place. Even when she's driving me crazy, especially when she's driving me crazy, I just want to be near her. Her mind is incredible. The way she launches into passionate speeches about her foundation work, eyes blazing, hands gesturing everywhere. It's mesmerizing. Natalia clears her throat. I see. And her laugh, if you heard her really laugh? Not the polite society chuckle, but when something genuinely amuses her? It's like music. I'm vaguely aware that I'm gushing now, but can't seem to stop myself. I never thought I'd feel this way about anyone. Well, Natalia's voice has cooled considerably. This is certainly not the Bruno Gonzaga I remember. Lorenzo makes a choking sound that might be suppressed laughter. Christina isn't just beautiful, though God knows she is. She's got this inner fire, this passion for life. I gesture expansively, spilling a few drops of bourbon onto the pristine tabletop. You know how she looked at me when I suggested we combine our foundations? Like I just offered her the moon. Her eyes get this sparkle when she's excited about something, and I swear I'd fund 1,000 charity projects just to see it again. Natalia's gin and tonic arrives, but she barely acknowledges it, her perfectly manicured nails tapping an impatient rhythm against the glass. When she laughs, really laughs, she throws her head back like she doesn't care who's watching. No calculated movements, no society mask, just pure joy. I find myself smiling at the memory. And the way she calls me out on my crap, no one does that. No one's ever dared. Lorenzo watches me with fascination, like I'm a science experiment yielding unexpected results. The first time I saw her, I couldn't breathe. I'm dimly aware that I should stop talking, but the bourbon has dismantled my filters. I thought maybe it was just attraction, you know? But then over time I got to know her mind, her heart. The way she thinks is extraordinary. Are you quite finished? Natalia's voice cuts through my reverie, sharp as a blade. I blink, suddenly remembering who I'm talking to. Sorry, I got carried away. Clearly. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. I've never seen you like this, Bruno. It's disturbing. Disturbing. I frown, the pleasant bourbon haze beginning to lift. You're utterly pathetic. She tosses her head, ponytail swinging like a metronome. The great Bruno Gonzaga, reduced to a lovesick puppy, over a woman who, from what you've just described, doesn't seem particularly interested in reciprocating. The words land like a slap. That's not... Let me tell you something. She leans forward, voice dropping to a venomous whisper. When we were together, you never once looked at me the way you're describing looking at her. Not once. And I was fine with that, because at least you were honest about it. I shift uncomfortably in my seat. Natalia. No, I'm not finished. She raises a perfectly manicured hand. You want my opinion? You're in love with a woman who's using you, and you're too blinded by your newfound feelings to see it. Heat rises to my face. You don't know anything about Christina. I know your type, Bruno. I know exactly what you respond to. Her laugh is brittle. A woman who doesn't immediately fall at your feet? Of course you'd be obsessed. It's pathetically predictable. Lorenzo winces, clearly sensing the impending explosion. I never felt this way with you, Natalia. The words escape before I can stop them. Not even close. Her eyes widen, then narrow dangerously. Damn you, Bruno Gonzaga. She rises in one fluid motion, grabbing her gin and tonic. For a moment, I think she might throw it in my face. It would be deserved. But instead, she downs it in one impressive gulp, sets the glass down with a decisive clink, and smooths her tennis skirt. I hope she breaks your heart. It's long overdue. With a final withering glance, she turns and strides away, her ponytail bouncing with each angry step. The silence she leaves behind is deafening. Until Lorenzo starts laughing, first a snicker, then a chuckle, building to full-blown, shoulder-shaking laughter that draws stares from nearby tables. Christ, Lorenzo, it's not funny. It's hilarious. He wipes tears from his eyes. The great Bruno Gonzaga, master of women, just confessed his undying love to his ex while trying to convince himself his current relationship isn't real. I didn't confess. You practically wrote her a sonnet about Christina's laugh. He shakes his head, still chuckling. You know, for a smart guy, you can be an incredibly amusing fool. I glare at him, but there's no real heat behind it. Are you done? Not even close. He leans back, crossing his arms. I might need to record this for posterity. The day Bruno Gonzaga realized he had feelings. A documentary in 3 bourbon-soaked parts. God, that was the best thing I've ever seen. More bourbon, Lorenzo smirks, gesturing to the cup. Getting you drunk is fun.
Chapter 21.
Christina. The numbers on my spreadsheet blur into meaningless symbols as I stare at my computer screen for the 5th consecutive hour. Foundation budgets demand attention I can't seem to muster. My office at Williams Global Innovation feels like a glass cage today, pristine, transparent, and suffocating. I grab my coffee mug, only to find it empty. Again. Damn it, focus, I mutter, running my fingers over the keyboard without actually typing anything. My phone buzzes. Another news alert. I should ignore it, but my fingers have a mind of their own, tapping the notification before common sense can intervene. Spotted. Bruno Gonzaga and former flame Natalia Hernandez share intimate drinks at exclusive Hampton Club. The accompanying photo shows Bruno leaning toward a stunning woman with caramel skin and a perfect ponytail. His face animated, eyes intense. My stomach drops. I click on the article. While his new bride was nowhere to be seen, the banking heir appeared deep in conversation with international model Natalia Hernandez at the Lakeview Country Club yesterday afternoon. Sources say the pair, who dated briefly but intensely 3 years ago, seemed to pick up right where they left off. Who cares? I toss my phone onto my desk, but it lands screen up. That damn photo still visible. I minimize my budget spreadsheet and open a browser tab. My fingers type Natalia Hernandez model before I can talk myself out of this terrible idea. Hundreds of images flood my screen. Natalia walking runways in Paris. Natalia on a yacht in Saint-Tropez. Natalia looking ethereal and couture for Vogue. Well, this is productive, I tell myself, yet continue scrolling. Her Instagram boasts 8 million followers. Her Wikipedia page lists campaigns with luxury brands that I love to shop from. There's even a perfume named after her, Natalia Nights. I click through to her most recent posts. She's in New York for a 3-month contract with some designer whose name I recognize. There's a shot of her at the country club, racket in hand, looking like she stepped out of a tennis commercial, rather than actually played the sport. Christina, you're being ridiculous, I say aloud, hoping the sound of my voice will break whatever masochistic spell has taken hold. But I don't close the browser. Instead, I find myself diving deeper, looking at photos of Bruno and Natalia from 3 years ago. They made a striking pair, both impossibly beautiful, perfectly styled, radiating the easy confidence of people who've never been told no. Just like every other woman Bruno's been photographed with over the years. Models, actresses, socialites, all gorgeous, polished, and temporary. The realization hits me like a bucket of ice water. I'm just the latest in a long line, the new conquest, the challenge. That night meant nothing, I'd told him at brunch, but it meant everything to me, and I've been trying desperately to convince myself otherwise. I lean back in my chair, eyes fixed on the ceiling. He's only interested because I didn't fall at his feet. The evidence is overwhelming. Bruno Gonzaga pursues what he can't have, women who challenge him, who make him work for it. And once he gets what he wants, he moves on. The tabloid photos with Natalia are just confirmation of the pattern. It's not real, I whisper, wrapping my arms around myself. He doesn't actually have feelings for me. What we shared that night, the vulnerability, the connection I thought I felt, was just part of the game. Bruno's very good at making women feel special. It's his superpower, and like an idiot, I fell for it. I straighten my spine and close all the browser tabs showing Natalia's perfect existence. Whatever this thing is between Bruno and me, I need to remember it's temporary. A business arrangement that got complicated because we crossed a line we shouldn't have. My phone buzzes with another notification. I ignore it this time, forcing my attention back to the spreadsheet. The foundation work is real. The companies we're helping are real. The impact we can make together is real. Everything else, just a dangerous fantasy I can't afford to believe in. Because when Bruno Gonzaga gets bored with his latest conquest, with me, he'll have a line of Natalias waiting. Women who make sense in his world in ways I never will. I close the spreadsheet and push away from my desk. This office suddenly feels too small. My thoughts too loud. I need to move. Before I know it, I'm walking down the corridor toward Dad's corner office. His assistant isn't at her desk, probably grabbing lunch, which means I can slip right in. I knock twice on the frosted glass door that bears his name in sleek silver lettering. "Come in," Dad's voice booms from inside. When I enter, he's pacing behind his massive mahogany desk, phone pressed to his ear. He acknowledges me with a quick nod, but continues his conversation. The property in Milan is perfect for what we need. He gestures for me to sit in one of the leather chairs across from his desk. We're looking at closing by the end of next quarter. The Barcelona location will follow 3 months after. I settle into the chair, crossing my legs and watching him work. Dad has always been most alive when expanding his empire. There's an energy that radiates from him when he's deep in negotiation mode, a spark in his eyes that wasn't there when I was growing up, not even during our rare family vacations. We need someone on the ground there, he continues, rearranging some papers on his desk. Someone who understands our vision, speaks the language of the company. Can't leave this to just anyone. My ears perk up at this. I want daily reports, weekly video conferences. This European expansion is our priority for the next 18 months. He pauses, listening. Yes, full residency for whoever takes the position. Apartment in Milan, travel allowance, the works. This isn't a vacation. It's establishing Williams Global Innovation as a serious player in the European market. 18 months in Milan? My mind races with the possibility. Dad wraps up his call and finally focuses his full attention on me. Christina, didn't expect to see you today? Everything all right with the foundation budgets? Almost done, I lie. Just needed a break. Sounds like the European expansion is moving forward. His face lights up. It's happening. Faster than we anticipated, actually. The Milan property fell into our lap. Couldn't pass it up. Who's going to oversee it? I try to keep my voice casual, though my heart pounds against my ribs. Not sure yet. Need someone I can trust implicitly. Someone who knows this company inside and out. He leans back in his chair. Why? You have someone in mind? I take a deep breath. Actually, I was thinking about me. Dad's eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappear into his hairline. You? In Milan? Why not? I speak Italian. Barely. I'm fluent enough. Plus, I have my degrees. I understand the company culture. And I'm your daughter. I lean forward. Who better to represent Williams Global Innovation than an actual Williams? Dad studies me for a long moment. What about the foundation? Your projects here. What about Bruno? The last question hits like a punch to the gut. The foundation work can be managed remotely. As for Bruno, I shrug, aiming for nonchalance. He's busy with his own company. It's not like we're joined at the hip. You're newlyweds, Christina? It's just business. I snap, then immediately regret my tone. I mean, he'd understand. This is a career opportunity. Dad narrows his eyes. Is something wrong between you two? No, I answer too quickly. Everything's fine. Then why the sudden interest in relocating to another continent? I scramble for a convincing answer. It's not sudden. I've always wanted more responsibility in the company. You know that. In the foundation, he corrects. You've always wanted more responsibility in the foundation. The company, the foundation, it's all Williams Global. I wave my hand dismissively. This is the perfect chance for me to prove myself beyond charity work. Dad leans back, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Christina, what's really going on? I consider telling him about the tabloid photos, about my suspicions that Bruno is already reverting to his playboy ways, about how I'm terrified I'm falling for someone who sees me as just another challenge to conquer. Instead, I say, nothing's going on. I just want this opportunity. 18 months away from New York, from the tabloids, from the constant reminder of what happened that night, from watching Bruno move on to the next woman while pretending we're in a real marriage. 18 months to get my head straight and my heart under control. I need this, Dad, I say quietly. Please. Dad studies my face for what feels like an eternity. I force myself to maintain eye contact, to not fidget under his scrutiny. Let me think about it, he finally says. This isn't a decision to make lightly. It's not a yes, but it's not a no either. I'll take it. Thank you. I stand, smoothing my skirt. I should get back to those budgets. As I turn to leave, Dad calls after me. Christina? I pause at the door. Yes? If there's anything you want to talk about, anything at all, I'm here. I offer him a tight smile. I know, Dad. Everything's fine. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but it's easier than the truth.
Chapter 22. Bruno. I juggle the oversized bouquet of pink peonies, Christina's favorite, along with a gold box of artisanal chocolates as I fumble for my keys. The elevator doors slide closed behind me as I make my way down the hallway toward our condo. My stomach twists with anticipation. After 3 days of barely speaking, of Christina leaving for work before I wake and returning after I'm asleep, I'm determined to break through whatever wall she's building between us. I slide the key into the lock, mentally rehearsing what I'll say. The truth is simple. I miss her. I want her. Not just physically, but her laugh, her sass, her brilliant mind. The door swings open to reveal our spacious living room bathed in late afternoon sunlight. And there she is, curled up on our white leather sectional, barefoot in leggings and an oversized sweatshirt, hair piled messily on top of her head. She's picking at a bowl of mixed nuts, scrolling through her phone. Beautiful. Breathtaking, even in casual clothes with no makeup. "Hey!" I call out, kicking the door closed behind me. Christina looks up, her expression shifting from surprise to something carefully neutral. "Oh, you're home early." I stride across the room, holding out my offerings like some nervous teenager picking up his prom date. "Brought you something." She glances at the flowers, the chocolates, then back to her phone. "Thanks." The flatness in her voice makes me pause. This isn't the reaction I'd hoped for. "Everything okay?" I place the gifts on the coffee table and sink down beside her, leaving enough space between us to respect whatever boundary she's established. "Fine." She sets her phone down, finally meeting my eyes. "Saw you made the gossip columns again." My blood runs cold. "What? You and Natalia looked cozy?" "The country club. Of course some prick with a smartphone would snap photos. It wasn't what it looked like." I run a hand through my hair, frustration building. "I ran into her by chance." Christina shrugs, reaching for another almond. "You don't owe me explanations, Bruno. Do whatever you want." "I don't want to do whatever I want." The words come out sharper than intended. I take a breath, softening my tone. "I want to explain what actually happened." She motions vaguely with her hand. "Go ahead." "I was meeting with Lorenzo about some family business. Natalia showed up. We dated briefly a few years ago." "I know. I looked her up. She's stunning." Christina pops another nut into her mouth, chewing deliberately. International model, 8 million Instagram followers, perfume line. The bitterness in her voice catches me off guard. Is she jealous? "Christina, look at me!" I wait until she does, those deep brown eyes guarded but attentive. Natalia means nothing to me. We talked for maybe 20 minutes, most of which I spent telling her about you. Her eyebrow arches skeptically. "About me?" "Yes, about you." I inch closer, emboldened when she doesn't pull away. "About how my brilliant, stubborn wife keeps me on my toes. How you're nothing like anyone I've ever met. How for the first time in my life I can't stop thinking about someone." Her expression doesn't change, but I notice her hand tightening around the bowl of nuts. "Ask Lorenzo if you don't believe me. He was there for it all. He laughed at me, called me an amusing fool. Call him right now if you don't believe me. He wouldn't lie, he's much more sensible than I am." I reach for her hand, relieved when she allows the contact. "And Natalia stormed away after I told her that I never felt like this for anyone before. Not even her." "You expect me to believe you spent your time with your gorgeous ex talking about me instead of rekindling whatever you had?" Her voice holds challenge, but there's vulnerability beneath it. Yes, because it's the truth. I take the bowl from her hands, setting it aside. Natalia and I were a mistake from day one. You and I were something else entirely. Christina looks away, but not before I catch the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. How am I supposed to know this isn't just part of your game? Pursuing what you can't easily have? The question stings because there's history behind it, my history. The playboy reputation I cultivated for years. Because I've never brought flowers and chocolate directly to a woman before. Never chased after someone who walked away. Never felt this constant pull toward anyone. I gesture toward the untouched peonies and chocolates. This isn't me playing games. It's me trying, probably badly, to show you I care. She stares at the flowers, expression unreadable. Pictures don't lie, Bruno. No, but they don't tell the whole story either. I sigh, frustration mounting. What can I do to prove this to you? Call Lorenzo right now? Get Natalia to confirm? That's not the point. Then what is? Christina turns to me, her eyes suddenly fierce. The point is that 1 minute you're all in, and the next you're having drinks with an ex. The point is I have no idea what's real between us and what's for show. The point is I can't afford to believe in something that might disappear the moment some new challenge catches your interest. Her words hit me hard. Christina sees right through my carefully constructed facade, straight to the heart of my fears. The same fear that's been haunting me since the moment I realized my feelings for her went beyond our arrangement. I move closer, eliminating the space between us on the couch. My knee brushes against hers, and I resist the urge to pull her into my arms immediately. Christina. Her name comes out raw, unfiltered. Look at me, please. When she lifts her gaze to mine, the vulnerability there nearly breaks me. I've seen this woman stand her ground in gala against men twice her age, watched her verbally eviscerate anyone who underestimated her. But here now, she looks uncertain because of me. This isn't for show. None of it. I take her hands in mine, surprised by how much mine are trembling. Yes, our fathers forced us into this arrangement. Yes, it started as a business merger with a wedding attached, but something happened that I never expected. What? Her voice is barely above a whisper. I fell for you. Hard. In a way I've never fallen before. The truth spills out, unstoppable now that I've started. I fell for the way you challenge every assumption I make, for how fiercely you protect what matters to you, for the little smile you get when you're reading something that interests you. Her fingers twitch against mine, but she doesn't pull away. I know my reputation. I know what people say about me, what they've always said. The perpetual bachelor, the guy who runs when things get serious. I swallow hard, and they were right. I was that guy, until you. Christina's eyes search mine, looking for deception, for the game she's convinced I'm playing. How can I be sure this is real? That tomorrow you won't decide this was all too much effort? The question is fair. I've given her every reason to doubt me. Because I wake up every morning terrified you'll realize you deserve better than me. The admission costs me, strips away another layer of the armor I've worn my entire adult life. Because, for the first time, I'm not calculating an exit strategy or keeping score or wondering what's next. I'm just here. Wanting you. Wanting us. I release one of her hands to brush a stray curl from her face. Our fathers may have forced us together, but they can't force how I feel about you. That's all me. Real. Unscripted. Her breath catches. Bruno. I'll show you. I interrupt, determination coursing through me. I'll prove it to you. Every day in every way I can think of. Not with flowers or chocolates, although I'll bring those too. A small smile tugs at my lips. But with consistency. With honesty. With all the things I never thought I was capable of giving anyone. Something shifts in her expression. A softening around the eyes. A slight parting of her lips. Let me show you, I murmur, leaning closer, my gaze dropping to her mouth. "Show me," she whispers, a challenge and permission wrapped into two simple words. I close the remaining distance between us, capturing her lips with mine. This isn't the careful, measured kiss of our wedding day, or the heated exchanges we've shared in the privacy of our bedroom. This is raw truth, a promise sealed with action instead of words. My hands frame her face, thumbs caressing her cheekbones as I pour everything I can't adequately express into the connection between us. Christina responds, her initial hesitancy melting as her arms wrap around my neck, pulling me closer. I taste the salt of unshed tears, hers or mine. I'm not sure as the kiss deepens. Her body arches into mine, the wall she'd built between us crumbling with each passing second. When we finally break apart, breathless, I rest my forehead against hers, unwilling to move away completely. "I'm in this," I whisper against her lips, "all the way. No games, no hidden agendas, just us, figuring it out together." Christina's fingers thread through my hair, her breath warm against my face. She doesn't speak, but as she pulls me back for another kiss, I feel the tension draining from her body, giving me hope that perhaps she believes me after all.
Chapter 23. Christina. His lips move against mine with an urgency that steals my breath. Bruno's confession echoes in my mind as his hands slide down my sides, his touch both reverent and possessive. The wall I carefully constructed over the past 3 days crumbles with each caress, each whispered promise against my skin. "I've missed you," he murmurs, trailing kisses along my jawline. "Missed this." My body responds to him instantly, as it always does. The jealousy and hurt that consumed me at the sight of those photos, Bruno and his gorgeous ex, heads bent together in what looked like intimate conversation, begins to fade under his attention. His words replay in my mind. "I fell for you. Hard." Could it be true? Could Bruno Gonzaga, notorious playboy and my arranged husband, actually have genuine feelings for me? I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. The bedroom is bathed in the soft glow of early evening, the curtains still open enough to let in the dying light. Bruno lays me down on his bed with unexpected gentleness, his eyes roaming over my naked form with open appreciation. "You're still dressed," I point out, suddenly conscious of my complete nakedness compared to his fully clothed state. Bruno's hands go to his tie, loosening it with practiced ease. A situation I'm about to remedy. I prop myself up on my elbows to watch as he undresses. There's something mesmerizing about the controlled, deliberate way he removes each article of clothing, the tie sliding from around his neck, the buttons of his shirt being undone, one by one, to reveal tan skin and defined muscle. My mouth goes dry as he unbuckles his belt, sliding it through the loops of his trousers before letting it drop to the floor. His eyes never leave mine as he unzips his pants, pushing them down along with his boxer briefs. Bruno Gonzaga naked is a sight to behold. All lean muscle and smooth tanned skin, powerful thighs and broad shoulders. And between his legs, hard evidence of his arousal, thick and intimidating. "You're staring," he points out, the corner of his mouth lifting. You're worth staring at, I counter, shifting on the bed to make room for him. He crawls over me, his larger frame caging mine against the mattress. Despite my recent release, desire pulls low in my belly again at the feel of his skin against mine. I want to make love to you properly, Bruno murmurs, brushing a strand of hair from my face. Show you what you mean to me. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. This isn't just about physical release for him. There's something more, something deeper. The realization sends my heart racing. I reach up to trace the line of his jaw, feeling the slight stubble against my fingertips. Then go ahead, Gonzaga.
Chapter 24. Bruno. I adjust my Hermes tie as I stride through the marbled lobby of Gonzaga banking headquarters. The security guard nods respectfully. No ID badge necessary when you're the heir apparent. The familiar weight of expectation settles on my shoulders, though it feels lighter these days. The elevator whisks me to the executive floor where my father's secretary brightens upon seeing me. Mr. Gonzaga is waiting in the private dining room with Lorenzo. She steps from behind her desk, smoothing her perfectly pressed skirt. Can I get you anything before you join them? I'm good, thanks. The private dining room, more like a mini restaurant perched 50 stories above Manhattan, gleams with polished mahogany and crystal. Floor-to-ceiling windows frame the city like a living painting. My father and brother are already seated, heads bent over something on Lorenzo's phone. There he is. My father rises, extending his hand. Always the businessman first, father second. Right on time. I shake his hand, then clap Lorenzo on the shoulder. What's so interesting? Lorenzo grins, sliding his phone into his pocket. Just some investments I'm thinking about. Nothing you'd find fascinating. I take my seat across from my father, the white tablecloth stretching between us like neutral territory. A waiter materializes to pour water and recite today's specials, though I already know my father will order the same thing he always does: steak, medium rare, with roasted potatoes and a side salad, dressing on the side. So, how's life with Christina? Lorenzo smirks over his water glass. Still just playing house? Actually, I lean back, surprised by the smile forming on my lips. It's not bad. My father's eyebrows lift. Not bad? That's quite a change from your initial resistance. The waiter returns to take our orders, providing a brief reprieve from this line of questioning. Once he's gone, I shrug, aiming for casual despite the warmth spreading through my chest at thoughts of Christina. We're figuring things out, making it work. Lorenzo's smirk widens. Making it work, huh? Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Shut up, I mutter, kicking him under the table. My father studies me with those shrewd eyes that have intimidated countless business associates. You seem different, son. Different how? More grounded. Less. He gestures vaguely. Restless. He's not wrong. The constant need to prove myself, to distract myself with meaningless conquests and risky business moves. It's faded since Christina came into my life. Marriage suits you, my father concludes, nodding as if confirming something to himself. More than I expected, honestly. Lorenzo snorts. Never thought I'd see the day when Bruno Gonzaga was domesticated. Christina must be some kind of miracle worker. I flip him off discreetly below the table line. You would be so lucky to find someone like her someday. My father leans forward, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Speaking of Christina's abilities, how do you feel about her career trajectory? What about it? I frown, confused by the sudden shift. She's brilliant at what she does. Why would I have feelings about it? My father and Lorenzo exchange a look that makes my stomach tighten. What? I demand, looking between them. What am I missing? You don't know? My father's voice carries genuine surprise. Know what? Lorenzo suddenly becomes very interested in rearranging his silverware, a telltale sign he's uncomfortable. My father clears his throat. I had dinner with Frankie Williams last night. He mentioned Christina approached him about expanding Williams' global innovation into the European market. That makes sense. It's a smart move. I shrug, not understanding why this warranted such dramatic buildup. She wants to head the expansion personally in Spain. My father watches me carefully. For 18 months. The words hit me like a physical blow. Spain. 18 months. My lungs forget how to draw air. I struggle to find words as the room seems to tilt slightly. That's the first I'm hearing of it. Lorenzo winces. Damn, bro. She didn't tell you? No. My voice sounds distant, even to my own ears. She didn't. Our appetizers arrive, oysters on the half shell that suddenly look unappetizing. I force myself to breathe normally, to keep my expression neutral despite the storm building inside me. Perhaps she's still considering how to approach it, my father suggests. It's a big move, after all. And since you're newlyweds, it would be difficult to paint in a good light. But it's a solid career move. My fork clatters against fine china as I set it down. The sound reverberates through me, matching the tremor in my chest. 18 months in Spain. The words loop through my mind like a carousel from hell. Bruno, you all right? Lorenzo's voice breaks through the fog. I clear my throat. Fine. But I'm not fine. I'm the furthest thing from fine. The oysters sit untouched before me, glistening like tears. My appetite has vanished, replaced by a gnawing emptiness that has nothing to do with hunger. You know, my father continues, cutting into his appetizer with practiced precision, long-distance arrangements are quite common these days. Video calls, weekend visits, many couples manage. Many couples, I echo hollowly. Not us, not when our foundation is built on quicksand and legal documents. My father misreads my silence as contemplation rather than devastation. In fact, this could be beneficial for both your careers. You've been talking about expanding our investments. Spain would be an excellent home base. Dad, Lorenzo interrupts, shooting me a concerned glance. Maybe let Bruno process this first. I should say something. React like a normal husband who's just learned his wife is planning to move across an ocean. But all I can think is, 18 months puts us almost at the end of our 2-year contract. By the time she returns, our fake marriage will be wrapping up, ready for the clean dissolution we promised each other. The realization twists inside me like a knife. When would she leave? The question scrapes my throat. Frankie mentioned something about 3 months from now. After the quarter closes, my father replies. 3 months, 13 weeks, 90-something days to... What? Convince her to stay? Make her care enough that Spain becomes less appealing than being with me? Obviously, you'd need to discuss details, my father continues, oblivious to my internal crisis. But I told Frankie I thought it was an excellent opportunity. The Williams-Gonzaga partnership demonstrating its strength on an international scale. It's exactly the kind of synergy we envisioned. Synergy, I repeat, the corporate nonsense term landing like ash on my tongue. Lorenzo kicks me under the table, a warning to pull myself together. But how can I when everything is unraveling? When Christina is planning an escape hatch while I've been stupidly falling for her? This is the kind of career advancement Christina has always worked for, my father states, the words coated with a thin veneer of sympathy that doesn't reach his calculating eyes. Surely you wouldn't stand in her way. Of course not. The response is automatic, expected. But inside, a more selfish voice rages. What about us? What about the moments when she laughs at my jokes? The way she curls against me in sleep? The fire in her eyes when we argue and the hunger when we make up? Are those things so easily abandoned? The waiter arrives with our entrees, setting a perfectly seared steak before me. The aroma that would normally make my mouth water now turns my stomach. Not hungry? Lorenzo asks quietly as I push food around my plate. I shake my head slightly. My father dives into business talk stocks, acquisitions, quarterly projections, but I barely hear him. My mind keeps circling back to Christina's empty side of the closet, her voice echoing through a video call, her body an ocean away, while I sleep alone in our bed. 18 months of distance when we're just learning how to be close. Bruno! Bruno! My father's sharp tone snaps me back. Sorry, what? I asked about the Peterson account. It's fine. Everything's on track. I straighten, forcing myself into business mode despite the chaos in my head. Lorenzo covers for me, changing the subject to something he knows I can discuss on autopilot. I shoot him a grateful look. The anger builds gradually, simmering beneath my skin. Not at my father for his casual bombshell, not even at Frankie Williams for encouraging his daughter's ambitions. The anger is directed at Christina. How could she make these plans without a word to me? After everything we've shared, the vulnerability, the nights tangled together, the quiet morning confessions, she's still plotting an exit strategy, still keeping me at arm's length while I've been foolishly letting her in. My knife slices through steak I won't eat, the motion sharp and precise as the betrayal cutting through me.
Chapter 25. Christina. Dad's office always smells like success. Leather-bound books, expensive cologne, and the lingering aroma of the Cuban cigars he pretends not to smoke. I sit across from his massive desk, running my finger along the edge of the crystal paperweight he's had since before I was born. The late afternoon sun slants through the windows, casting geometric patterns across the polished hardwood floor. I've reviewed the proposal thoroughly. Dad slides a folder toward me, his signet ring catching the light. The European expansion makes sense, especially with the current market conditions. Spain is strategically positioned. My heart stutters in my chest. And I think you're the right person to spearhead it. The words I've been waiting to hear. My breath catches. This is it. My chance to step out of the Williams shadow and cast my own. To build something that's mine, not just inherited. 18 months is the minimum commitment we'd need, Dad continues, leaning back in his chair. Establishing connections, overseeing the setup, ensuring operations run smoothly before handing it off. It's no small undertaking. I know. I straighten my shoulders, projecting confidence despite the conflicted emotions swirling beneath my professional veneer. I'm ready for it. I believe you are. Dad's expression softens with pride that makes my chest tighten. You've earned this, Christina. Your market analysis was impeccable, and your presentation to the board last quarter showed exactly the kind of leadership we need for an expansion this size. I should be celebrating. This is everything I've worked toward: responsibility, autonomy, recognition based on merit rather than nepotism. So why does it feel like someone's sitting on my chest? Bruno's face flashes in my mind. His sleepy morning smile, the way his eyebrows knit together when he's working through a problem, how he absently touches the small of my back when we walk together. Little things that have become part of my everyday existence, things I'd missed for 18 months. The timing works well, Dad continues, oblivious to my internal struggle. You'd leave just after the quarter closes. 3 months to wrap up your current projects and transition your team. 3 months. 90 days of waking up beside Bruno, sharing meals, building this strange thing between us that started as business but has become something else. Something I'm afraid to name. Is something wrong? Dad's keen eyes narrow, reading my hesitation. This is what you wanted, isn't it? It is, I say quickly. Too quickly. It's perfect. I'm just processing everything. Processing. Dad repeats the word, tilting his head. Christina, is there something you're not telling me? Is it the timeline? We could potentially push it back a month. It's not the timeline. Then what? I take a deep breath, the confession sticking in my throat. It's Bruno. Understanding dawns on my father's face. Things have been different lately. Between us. Different how? His tone carries professional interest, as if analyzing a market shift. Good different. I can't fight the smile that tugs at my lips. We're finding our rhythm. It's not what I expected. Dad steeples his fingers beneath his chin. Are you saying you don't want the position because of your marriage? No, I still want it. I break off, frustrated by my inability to articulate these conflicting desires. I didn't think I'd have to choose. Have you discussed this with Bruno yet? The question lands like a stone in still water. I drop my gaze to the folder, tracing the Williams Global logo with my fingertip. Christina? No, I admit quietly. I haven't told him. You haven't? Dad's voice rises. Then he cuts himself off, inhaling slowly. You're telling me you're considering moving to another continent for 1.5 years, and you haven't mentioned this to your husband? Put like that, it sounds terrible. I wanted to be sure it was a real possibility before bringing it up. And now it is. So when were you planning to tell him? I look out the window at the Manhattan skyline, the building standing tall and certain in ways I suddenly don't feel. Soon. Christina. Dad's voice carries that rare note of genuine disappointment. This isn't something you keep from your spouse, even in a marriage with your unusual beginnings. Bruno deserves to know about decisions that will affect both your lives. He leans forward, his expression serious. This isn't like choosing a vacation spot or redecorating the apartment. This is 18 months apart. I know that. The defensiveness in my voice sounds childish even to my own ears. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it seems like you're treating your marriage as if it's still just that business arrangement, not a real partnership. His words strike uncomfortably close to a truth I've been avoiding. The line between our contractual agreement and whatever's growing between us has blurred beyond recognition. What's really going on here, Christina? Are you afraid he'll try to stop you? No. The answer comes swiftly with certainty. Bruno isn't like that. He respects my ambition, my drive. I'm afraid he won't. Dad's eyebrows rise, surprise flashing across his features. You want him to object? Not object exactly, just... I struggle to find the words. Care enough that 18 months apart matters to him too. Dad sighs, the sound carrying the weight of his years and experience. He removes his glasses and places them carefully on the desk, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Without the lenses between us, his eyes look more vulnerable, more like the father who used to push me on swings than the titan of industry sitting behind a mahogany fortress. Christina, honey. He leans forward, elbows on his desk. Finding true love is priceless. It's the one thing all my money can't buy. We're not talking about love, Dad. The word feels dangerous in my mouth. Too big, too consequential. Aren't we? His gaze is steady, uncomfortably perceptive. Because it sounds to me like you're afraid of how much you care about that man. The air conditioning hums in the silence between us. Outside, New York continues its relentless pace. Taxi horns, distant sirens, lives intersecting and diverging with each passing second. Your mother and I had our struggles. His voice softens with the memory. God knows we did. But 18 months apart in the early days of our marriage, he shakes his head. I wouldn't have risked it. Not for any business opportunity. Bruno and I aren't you and Mom. No, you're not. Dad's fingers drum once, twice against the leather desk pad. Your situation is more precarious, This is still just a business arrangement on paper, isn't it? My throat tightens. Technically, if you really want this European expansion opportunity, and I can see that part of you does, you need to come to grips with what it might cost. His expression grows solemn. There may be no Bruno waiting for you when you come back. The possibility hits me with physical force, stealing my breath. He wouldn't break our agreement. Your agreement was for 2 years, correct? 18 months in Europe would bring it to an end by the time you come back. The loophole I hadn't considered. The contractual exit ramp Bruno could take while I'm thousands of miles away. Especially since this is only a fake marriage. Dad says the words carefully, like he's handling something that might shatter. The harsh reality is that Bruno may be able to move on easily, without the legal complications most couples face. An image flashes in my mind. Bruno meeting someone else. Someone who's actually there beside him day after day. Someone whose career doesn't take her across an ocean. Someone who might make him laugh the way I do. Who might learn his coffee order and the way he likes his eggs. Someone real. Christina? Dad's voice seems to come from far away. I'm fine. My voice doesn't sound like my own. Just thinking about logistics. No, you're not. He sees through me effortlessly, as he always has. You're picturing him with someone else, and it's tearing you up inside. The pressure behind my eyes builds, and I blink rapidly, fighting the embarrassing threat of tears. It's not, we never said. You don't have to say it for it to be true. Dad's voice is gentle now. Things change. People change. Arrangements become real before we're ready to admit it. I press my fingers to my temples, trying to sort through the tangle of emotions. The professional triumph I've worked toward for years now tastes like ash in my mouth. I don't know what to do. The admission cost me, each word scraped raw from my throat. Yes, you do. Dad reaches across the desk to cover my hand with his. You're just afraid to make the choice. He's right. And we both know it. There's a reason I came to him before telling Bruno. A reason beyond professional courtesy or seeking career advice. I wanted someone to tell me it would all work out, that I could have everything I want without sacrifice. But life doesn't work that way. Even Frankie Williams' daughter can't have it all, not without cost. What if my voice cracks? What if I choose wrong? That's the risk of any important decision, sweetheart. Dad's eyes, so like mine, hold decades of choices both triumphant and regretted. But from where I'm sitting, there's only one choice that might haunt you forever if you don't give it a chance. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Bruno. I loosen my tie as I approach the door to my condo, my jaw clenched so tight I can feel a headache building behind my eyes. The meeting with my father replays on loop in my mind, his casual mention of Christina's European venture, his surprise when my expression revealed I had no clue what he was talking about. 18 months in Spain, he'd said, like I should already know this crucial detail about my own marriage. I stormed down the hallway, keys jangling in my trembling hand. 18 months in Spain. 18 months. And I had to hear it from my father. Our condo door swings open harder than intended, slamming against the wall with a bang that perfectly matches my mood. Christina looks up from her laptop at the dining table, surprise widening her eyes. Jesus, Bruno, what's... Spain. The word comes out like shattered glass. 18 months in Spain? Her mouth falls open slightly. She closes her laptop slowly like she's buying time. You heard about that? Yeah, I heard. From my father. I drop my briefcase on the floor, not caring when it tips over. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I'm your husband, not him. So why the hell am I the last to know? I was going to tell you. She stands, hands raised like she's approaching a wild animal. Maybe she's not wrong. When, Christina? When were you planning to tell me? After you'd packed your bags? Or maybe from the airport? That's not fair. Her voice hardens, that Williams steel entering her spine. I only confirmed it with my father today. But you've been planning it. Working on it. Dreaming about it. I rake my hands through my hair, pacing the living room like a caged thing. All while sleeping next to me, eating breakfast with me, letting me believe we were building something real. We are building something real. She steps toward me. I back away. Don't say that when you've been plotting to leave for 1.5 years without even a conversation. I wasn't plotting anything. It's a business opportunity. On another continent, my voice rises, bouncing off the windows overlooking the city. 18 months, Christina. That's not a business trip, that's a life decision. She crosses her arms, defensive. My career matters to me. You've always known that. And I've always supported that. But this isn't about your career. This is about you making massive decisions that affect us both without even giving me the courtesy of a heads up. Her eyes narrow. Would you be reacting this way if I'd told you first? Or would you still be throwing this tantrum because I dared to pursue something important to me? Don't twist this. I jab a finger in her direction, my pulse thundering in my ears. This isn't about you pursuing your dreams. This is about respect, about partnership, about being honest with the person you're supposed to be building a life with. We never agreed to build a life together! Her voice cracks. We agreed to a 2-year arrangement. Nonsense. The word explodes from me. That's nonsense, and you know it. This stopped being just an arrangement the moment we started having sex. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, her eyes wide with something that looks like fear. Or was I the only one who felt it? My voice drops, suddenly raw. Was I imagining every morning we woke up tangled together? Every laugh over dinner? Every time you looked at me like maybe, just maybe, this could be more than a business deal? Bruno. Because I'm in love with you, Christina. The words escape before I can filter them, hanging between us like a challenge. I'm in love with you, and this is how you tell me, through a decision already made without me. Her lips part, but no sound emerges. The silence stretches, filling with all the things we've never said. Say something. My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, scraped thin with emotion. I don't know what to say. She wraps her arms around herself, suddenly small despite her usual commanding presence. How about starting with why? I move closer, unable to stay away despite my anger. Why couldn't you talk to me? Why shut me out of this completely? Because I was afraid. The confession burst from her. Afraid of exactly this, of what it would mean, of having to choose. Choose what? I'm close enough now to see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, to catch the faint scent of her perfume. Between what I've worked for my entire life and what I never expected to find with you. Her words hang in the air between us. I search her face, looking for something, anything that might heal the raw, bleeding wound that's opened inside my chest. All I find is conflict and fear swimming in those eyes I've grown to love waking up to. So you made the choice without me. I step back, creating distance that feels both necessary and unbearable. You chose your career. I didn't choose anything yet. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Christina reaches for my arm, but I flinch away. Her hand drops, rejected. I only confirmed the opportunity today. I was going to talk to you tonight. But you've known about this possibility for how long? The question comes out quiet, dangerous. Weeks? Months? Her silence is answer enough. I turn away, unable to look at her, while the reality sinks in deeper. Each second of quiet confirmation is another nail in the coffin of what I thought we were building. Bruno, please! Her voice cracks. This is everything I've worked toward. A chance to lead international expansion, to prove myself beyond my father's shadow. I get that. I face her again, throat tight. What I don't get is why you didn't trust me enough to include me in any part of this. Were you afraid I'd hold you back? That I'd be selfish? No. Then what? What did I do that made you think I wouldn't support your dreams? My voice rises again, frustration boiling over. Have I ever asked you to be less than who you are? Have I ever tried to clip your wings? Christina's eyes glisten with unshed tears. This isn't about you. Exactly. The word tastes bitter. It never was. And that's the problem. I move toward the bedroom, needing to put space between us before I say something I can't take back. My mind races, heart pounding as I grab a duffel bag from the closet and start throwing clothes into it without looking. T-shirts, jeans, whatever my hands touch first. Christina appears in the doorway, arms wrapped around herself like she's trying to physically hold herself together. Her eyes widen when she sees the duffel bag on the bed. What are you doing? What does it look like? I don't pause, don't look at her. Can't look at her without my resolve crumbling. I grab another handful of clothes and shove them into the bag with unnecessary force. I'm leaving. Bruno, don't, please. She steps into the room. The sound makes something twist painfully in my chest. We can talk about this, work through it, figure it out together. Talk? I laugh, the sound hollow and wrong, scraping against my throat like broken glass. Now you want to talk? After the decision's basically made? After you've had meetings and interviews and probably signed half the paperwork already? Nothing's decided. Desperation edges into her voice as she moves closer, her hands outstretched, but not quite touching me. That's what I'm saying. I need to figure out what this means for us, for me, for everything we've built. For us? I stop packing, turning to face her fully. The hurt in her eyes would have knocked me sideways a few hours ago, but now it just fuels the fire burning through my chest. There is no us in your equation, Christina. There never was. If there had been, I wouldn't have found out about Spain from my father over steak and oysters. I would have heard it from you, the woman I've been sharing a bed with. Her face crumples. I made a mistake. I was scared and confused. About what? About whether I was worth including in your life plans? I zip the bag with more force than necessary. That tells me everything I need to know. That's not fair. Tears spill down her cheeks now. You know how complicated this is for me. My career, my family expectations. And I have none of those? My laugh is bitter. You think the Gonzaga heir gets to make decisions without considering the dynasty? The difference is, I thought we were making those decisions together. I grab my phone charger from the nightstand, stuffing it into the side pocket of my duffel. The mundane action feels surreal against the earthquake shaking our relationship apart. She moves toward me, hand outstretched, pleading. "Bruno, I love you too!" The words I've longed to hear for a while now land like ash on my tongue. Don't say that. Not now. But I do. That's why this is so hard. She tries to touch my face, but I step back. If you loved me, I wouldn't be packing this bag right now. I sling it over my shoulder, the weight of it nothing compared to the heaviness in my chest. You can stay here. I'll go to Lorenzo's. For how long? Her voice is small, broken. I don't know. I move past her, grabbing my wallet and keys, until I can look at you without feeling like an afterthought. She follows me to the door, tears streaming freely now. Please don't leave like this. Let's talk it through. I pause, hand on the doorknob. Part of me, the part that's desperately in love with her, wants to turn around, to pull her into my arms and pretend we can fix this. But the betrayal cuts too deep. You made your choice, Christina. You just didn't have the courage to tell me. I walk out, closing the door on her tear-streaked face, on the sound of her calling my name. The hallway stretches before me, every step away from her a physical pain. But I keep walking.
Chapter 27. Christina. I don't remember calling my mother. I must have, though, because she's here now, pressing a mug of chamomile tea into my hands as I sit cross-legged on my couch, eyes swollen, throat raw from hours of crying. The condo feels cavernous without Bruno, his absence an entity all its own, taking up space, pressing against my chest. Drink, Mom urges, her voice gentle but firm, the same voice she used when I fell off my bike at 7, when my first serious boyfriend broke up with me at 16. It'll help. I take a sip, more to please her than anything else. The tea is sweet with honey, the way she always makes it. He's never going to forgive me. You don't know that. Mom settles beside me, her silk headscarf catching the light from my table lamp. Men say a lot of things in anger they don't mean. You didn't see his face? My voice cracks, the image of Bruno's devastated expression flashing before me. He looked at me like I'd stabbed him. Mom takes the mug from my trembling hands before I spill it. Tell me everything, from the beginning. I do. The words pour out of me in fits and starts. The opportunity in Spain, the talks with Dad, the way I'd convinced myself I could delay telling Bruno until I was sure it was happening. How my father had let it slip to Bruno's father, who had mentioned it to Bruno over lunch. And now he thinks I was planning to leave without telling him. But I wasn't. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes. I just didn't know how to have that conversation, how to risk everything we've built. Because you love him, Mom doesn't phrase it as a question. My hands fall to my lap. Yes. And he loves you. A fresh wave of tears threatens. He said he does. Then this is fixable. Mom pulls me into her arms, and I melt against her, feeling like a child again. Her familiar perfume, jasmine with a hint of vanilla, wraps around me like a security blanket. How? My question is muffled against her shoulder. He won't even talk to me. He won't answer my calls or texts. Give him time to cool down. She strokes my hair, her fingernails lightly scratching my scalp, the way she's done since I was little. Men need to process their hurt differently than we do. I pull back, wiping my eyes with the sleeve of my sweatshirt. Bruno's sweatshirt, actually, stolen from his drawer weeks ago. But what if he's right? What if I've ruined everything by not including him? What if I have to choose between the career I've always wanted and the man I love? She finishes for me when I trail off. It's not a dirty word, Christina. You're allowed to say it. I nod, miserable. The man I love. Mom sighs deeply, her eyes traveling around our condo, taking in the framed photos of Bruno and me on the mantel, his discarded tie draped over the arm of the chair, my heels kicked off beside his dress shoes by the door. Evidence of a life intertwined. I had to make a similar choice once, she says, surprising me. Early in my relationship with your father? This is news to me. You did? Mom nods, adjusting her position on the sofa to face me more directly. I was offered a position at a design firm in Paris. Dream job. The kind of opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. I didn't know you wanted to be a designer. I've never heard this story before. Fashion, design. Her smile is wistful. Before I met your father, that was all I wanted. I'd studied it in college, interned at fashion houses. I had portfolios full of sketches. I try to reconcile this with the mother I know, the consummate corporate wife, the foundation board member, the woman who channels all her creativity into charity galas and home decoration. What happened? Your father and I had only been dating about 8 months. Things were serious, but not settled. When I got the offer, I was ecstatic. But then, she takes a deep breath. Then I looked at what I'd be giving up. Who I'd be giving up. Dad. She nods. And I chose him. Chose us. Chose the possibility of what we could build together. Did you regret it? I can't help asking. No. The certainty in her voice makes me look up. Was it hard? God, yes. For years I'd see fashion shows from Paris and wonder what if. But then I'd look at your father, at you when you came along, at the life we built. Her eyes grow misty. And I knew I'd made the right choice for me. But your career took a different path. A good one. She squeezes my hand. I'm not saying every woman should make the same choice I did. That's the wonderful thing about being women today. We have choices. But sometimes the hardest part is deciding what truly matters most to you. I wipe fresh tears with my palm. How did you know? How did you know Dad was worth giving up your dream for? Because when I imagined my life without him, nothing else seemed to matter quite as much. She takes my face between her hands, her touch achingly gentle. No career success could fill the space he would leave. That's how I knew. I close my eyes, letting her words sink in. When I picture my life in Spain without Bruno, the excitement of the opportunity dims. 18 months of falling asleep alone, of achievements with no one to share them with. No Bruno to roll his eyes at my terrible cooking attempts. No morning coffee made exactly how I like it. No strong arms pulling me close in the night. I've made such a mess of things, I whisper. Mom pulls me into another hug. Love is messy, sweetheart. Always has been, always will be. The question is whether it's worth cleaning up after. I nod against her shoulder, breathing in her comforting scent. What do I do now? You decide what matters most. Then you fight for it. She pulls back, wiping a tear from my cheek. And if it's Bruno, you give him a little time. Then you show him he's your choice. Not just one option among many, but your choice. I lean into my mother's embrace, letting her words settle over me. The path forward isn't clear yet, but for the first time since Bruno walked out that door, I feel the faintest glimmer of hope. I want to do right by Bruno. The words feel inadequate, but they're honest. I tuck my feet under me, fidgeting with the sleeve of Bruno's sweatshirt that swallows my frame. He deserves that much. Mom studies me with those perceptive eyes that have always seen through me. And what does right look like to you now? I let out a shaky breath. I don't know exactly, but I know I can't lose him. The admission hangs between us. a truth I've been fighting against since the moment Bruno stormed out. You know, when your father first told me about this arrangement, this fake marriage, Mom shakes her head, the corners of her mouth quirking upward. I was worried. But your father assured me Bruno Gonzaga was a good man underneath all that family dynasty nonsense. I snort, remembering my first impressions. I couldn't stand him when this all started. I thought he was the most arrogant, callous, egotistical man I'd ever met. That smirk he always wore. I gesture vaguely, as if Bruno's infuriating face is right there in front of us. God, it made me want to throw something at him. Mom laughed softly. And now? Now I know that smirk is just what happens when he's nervous or trying not to show he cares too much. My fingers twist in the fabric of the sweatshirt. He proved me wrong, Mom. About everything. He pays attention to everything. Things I mention once in passing suddenly appear. That book I wanted to read. That painting I admired in a gallery window. He doesn't make a big deal of it, just leaves them where I'll find them. Mom reaches out, tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear. That doesn't sound like the callous man you described. No, I swallow hard. It doesn't. Bruno is a good man, Christina. Mom's voice carries the weight of certainty. A man who, from everything you've just told me, wants to love you, cherish you. She takes my hands in hers, squeezing gently. Why not give him that chance? I blink at her. What do you mean? I mean, this arrangement of yours started as a business deal, a fake marriage for mutual benefit. She gives me a knowing look. But it's not fake anymore, is it? Not for him. And I suspect, not for you either. My heart pounds painfully against my ribs. But the Spain opportunity is just that, an opportunity. Mom's tone is gentle but firm. There will be others. But Bruno, men who look at you the way he does? She shakes her head. Those are rare, Christina. Precious. I think of Bruno's face when I cook dinner, and he pretends it's delicious even though we both know it's barely edible. The protective way he steps slightly in front of me when we walk down crowded streets at night. How he argues with me, not to win, but to understand. I screwed up, I whisper. I should have told him about Spain the minute Dad and I started talking seriously about it. Should have included him in the decision from the beginning. Yes, Mom agrees simply. You should have. Her honesty is refreshing. No platitudes, no easy absolution. But, she continues, mistakes don't have to be endings. They can be beginnings of something better, if you're brave enough to learn from them. I meet her eyes, finding unexpected strength in her steady gaze. What if he doesn't forgive me? That's a risk, she acknowledges. But isn't he worth taking it? The answer rises to my lips without hesitation. Yes. Then fight for him, Christina. Not for the arrangement, not for the convenience or the benefits, or whatever other practical reasons brought you together. She cups my cheek. Fight for the man who proved you wrong, the man who sees you, really sees you, and chooses you anyway.
Chapter 28. Bruno. I slam the door of Lorenzo's guest bathroom, pressing my palms against the cool marble of the sink counter. My reflection stares back at me. Bloodshot eyes, stubble darkening my jaw, hair a mess from running my hands through it too many times. I look like trash. Feel like it too. Splashing cold water on my face does nothing to wash away the nausea that's been churning in my gut since yesterday. Since finding out my Christina was planning a whole goddamn life without me in it. Spain, 18 months, and she didn't tell me. That's the part I can't get past. Didn't include me. Didn't trust me enough to be part of the conversation. My phone buzzes again in my pocket, the 27th time in the last 6 hours. I don't need to look to know it's her. Christina's name keeps lighting up my screen. her messages piling up unread, her voicemails accumulating. A knock on the bathroom door jolts me from my thoughts. You planning to drown yourself in there? Or can I interest you in some actual alcohol instead of bathroom cleaner? Lorenzo's voice carries through the door. I take a deep breath and open it to find my little brother leaning against the doorframe, 2 tumblers of whiskey in hand. He extends one to me. You look terrible, he says, no sugarcoating. Thanks. I take the glass, brushing past him into the living area of his penthouse. The windows offer a panoramic view of the city lights coming alive as dusk settles. I've always envied Lorenzo's place, not the luxury of it. And God knows I have enough of that, but the simplicity. No family expectations built into the walls. No ghosts of Gonzaga men past judging every decision. My phone buzzes again. Lorenzo raises an eyebrow. That's gotta be... What, the 100th time she's called? Leave it, Lorenzo. I knock back half the whiskey in one swallow, welcoming the burn. Lorenzo sprawls into the armchair across from me, swirling his drink. So you're just going to ignore her forever? Bold strategy. I'm not ignoring her forever. I pace to the window, staring out at nothing. I just need space. Space, Lorenzo repeats, voice flat. From the woman you supposedly love. I whirl around. She was planning to leave Lorenzo for 1.5 years, without even talking to me about it. And that sucks, he agrees, nodding. That's a mess up of epic proportions. But maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, maybe you should actually let her explain before you torch the whole relationship? My phone buzzes twice in quick succession. Text messages now. Lorenzo gestures toward my pocket. Your phone's about to have a seizure, man. At least read what she's saying. I know what she's saying, I mutter, draining the rest of my whiskey. That she's sorry. That she meant to tell me. That it's a great opportunity she couldn't pass up. And that last part is what really pisses you off, isn't it? Lorenzo leans forward, eyes narrowed. Not just that she didn't tell you, but that she might choose something over you. His words hit too close to home. I slammed the empty glass down on the side table. She made her choice clear. Did she? Because from where I'm sitting, she's blowing up your phone trying to talk to you. Doesn't sound like someone who's chosen Spain over you. Yet, I add bitterly, she hasn't chosen yet. Lorenzo sighs, rubbing his temples. Bruno, I love you, but you're being an idiot. Christina's different from the women you usually date. She challenges you. She doesn't put up with your nonsense, and you're crazy about her. My phone starts ringing. A call, not a text this time. I pull it out. Christina's name and photo lighting up the screen. Her smile in that picture twists something in my chest. Lorenzo points at the phone. Talk to her. I silence the call, shoving the phone back in my pocket. I can't. Not yet. Why the hell not? Because I'm still too angry. The words explode out of me. Because if I talk to her now, I'll say things I can't take back. Because I'm terrified that when I do talk to her, she'll tell me Spain matters more than I do. The confession hangs in the air between us. Lorenzo's expression softens. You know, he says after a moment, for someone who prides himself on being a risk-taker in business, you're playing it pretty safe in love. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're hiding at my place, ignoring her calls because you're scared of getting hurt. He leans forward. The Bruno Gonzaga I know doesn't run from fights. He runs toward them. This is different. Yeah, because it actually matters. Lorenzo stands, coming to stand beside me at the window. Listen, I get needing space. Take the night, but tomorrow, you talk to her. You hear her out, then you make decisions. That's the deal. My phone buzzes with another text. I close my eyes, Christina's face swimming behind my eyelids, her look of devastation when I walked out yesterday, the tears tracking down her cheeks. I need this distance right now, I insist, voice hollow. Need to think clearly without her voice in my ear making me forget why I'm angry. Lorenzo shakes his head. disappointment evident. Fine, I'll get you some sheets for the guest room, but Bruno? He waits until I look at him. Being right won't keep you warm at night. I fix myself another drink, stronger this time. The whiskey sloshes amber against crystal as my hand shakes slightly with restrained emotion. You're making this sound so simple, I say, turning to face Lorenzo. Like I'm just being stubborn for the hell of it. Aren't you? He quirks an eyebrow, challenge written across his features. I run a hand through my hair, frustration mounting. Answer me this. How would you feel if the woman you love did this to you? If she made plans to disappear for 1.5 years without bothering to include you in the conversation? The question hangs between us. Lorenzo's expression shifts from challenging to contemplative as he sinks back into his chair. He takes a slow sip of whiskey, eyes focused on some distant point beyond the windows. I'd feel like trash, he admits finally. Hurt, betrayed. His gaze returns to meet mine, unexpected understanding there. But I wouldn't run from her, Bruno. I'm not running. You're hiding in my apartment, ignoring her calls. What would you call it? I clench my jaw. Strategic retreat. Lorenzo snorts, but there's no humor in it. Look, I'd be pissed too. I'd feel everything you're feeling right now. He leans forward, elbows on knees. But I wouldn't give up. I'd fight for her, because that's what Gonzaga men have always done. We're fighters. I'd give her 1,000 reasons to stay. The words strike a nerve. I down half my fresh drink in one gulp. What the hell do you think I've been doing these past few weeks? The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. I've been trying to build something real with her. I've shown her parts of me I've never shown anyone. I've made plans, actual plans for a future together. And you think that's all gone now because of one mistake? I pace the length of the windows, the city lights blurring through my unfocused eyes. It's not just a mistake, Lorenzo. It's a statement. She was ready to walk away without even giving me the courtesy of a conversation. Lorenzo watches me, his expression thoughtful. Maybe. Or maybe she was scared. Of what? Of you reacting exactly like this. He gestures toward me with his glass. Of you making her choose. I stop pacing. I never asked her to choose. Didn't you? Maybe not with words. The accusation stings because there's truth in it. I've never been good at hiding my expectations, the intensity of what I want. From the beginning with Christina, I've been all in, sometimes overwhelmingly so. Lorenzo sets his empty glass down and stands. I know Christina. I've seen how she looks at you, how she fights with you, how she loves you. And I'm convinced she'll surprise you. She'll find a way to make this right. How can you be so sure? My voice sounds smaller than I intend. Because she's not like the others. She doesn't back down. Especially not from you. He smirks. And she's at least as stubborn as you are. Despite everything, a corner of my mouth twitches upward. Lorenzo sees it and presses his advantage. You've found someone who challenges you, who doesn't worship the ground you walk on, who calls you on your crap. He claps a hand on my shoulder. Don't throw that away because you're afraid she might hurt you. I stare into my glass, watching the liquid catch the light. There's a small, persistent voice in the back of my mind, wondering if Lorenzo might be right. If Christina might have an explanation that could bridge this chasm between us. If we could find our way back from this. Maybe. I concede so quietly it's almost to myself. Maybe you're right. The admission costs me, but there's also relief in voicing it. A small glimmer of hope that I've been trying to smother since I walked out of her apartment. Maybe there is a way forward. Maybe Christina will surprise me after all.
Chapter 29. Christina. I clutch the paper bag of still warm pastries to my chest like a shield as the elevator ascends to Lorenzo's penthouse. My stomach churns with each passing floor, not helped by the fact I haven't properly eaten since Bruno walked out yesterday. The coffee carrier in my other hand trembles slightly, threatening to spill the precious peace offerings inside. God, I look as wrecked as I feel. This morning, I barely recognized the puffy-eyed, hollow-cheeked woman in my bathroom mirror. Even now, despite my best efforts with concealer and lip gloss, there's no hiding the evidence of a sleepless night spent crying and drafting text messages that went unanswered. The elevator chimes softly, announcing my arrival at the penthouse level. I take a deep, steadying breath, straightening my shoulders. You can do this, I whisper to myself, stepping into the elegant hallway. You have to do this. I approach Lorenzo's door, my heart thundering against my ribs. For a terrifying moment, I consider turning back. What if Bruno refuses to see me? What if he's already made up his mind? But the alternative, losing him without fighting, is unthinkable. Before I can second-guess myself further, I knock. Footsteps approach from the other side, and the door swings open to reveal Lorenzo, dressed casually in sweatpants and a t-shirt. His expression shifts from curiosity to surprise to something warmer. Christina. He blinks at me, then at the food and coffee in my hands. This is unexpected. I muster a wobbly smile. I brought breakfast. For both of you. The unspoken question hangs between us. Is he here? Will he see me? Lorenzo's face softens with understanding. He steps aside, gesturing me in. You're a sight for sore eyes, and honestly, some actual food might help. He hasn't eaten much. My heart clenches at this small insight into Bruno's state. How is he? Lorenzo runs a hand through his disheveled hair. About as good as you look. That bad, huh? I attempt a joke, but my voice cracks. He's hurting, Lorenzo says simply, closing the door behind me. Then, more gently, you both are. I swallow hard against the lump in my throat. I never meant to. I know. Lorenzo squeezes my shoulder reassuringly. And deep down, he knows too. He sighs. He's Bruno. He feels things intensely, especially when it comes to you. My eyes burn with fresh tears that I refuse to let fall. Can I see him? Of course you can. Lorenzo takes the coffee carrier from my hand. He's in the guest room, probably pretending to be asleep so he doesn't have to talk to me again. A small grin lifts the corner of his mouth. He'll certainly wake up for this. Come on. I follow Lorenzo through his stylish apartment, the morning sunlight streaming through the windows that showcase the city sprawled below. Under different circumstances, I'd admire the view, but now my focus narrows to the hallway ahead, to the closed door at its end. Lorenzo stops, nodding toward it. He's all yours. And Christina? He waits until I meet his eyes. I'm rooting for you two bullheaded idiots. The unexpected support makes me smile despite everything. Thanks, Lorenzo. He retreats with a mock salute, leaving me alone in the hallway. I stand there for a moment, gathering courage before knocking softly. No response. I knock again, a little louder. Bruno, it's me. Silence stretches, followed by rustling sounds from inside, then finally his voice, rough with sleep or emotion or both. Christina. Just hearing him say my name makes my chest ache. Can I come in? A pause, then. It's open. I turn the handle, pushing the door open slowly. The room is dim, curtains half drawn against the morning light. And there's Bruno, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking up at me. My breath catches. He looks wrecked. Hair sticking up at odd angles, dark circles shadowing his eyes, stubble darkening his jaw. He's wearing the same clothes from yesterday, rumpled now from sleep. But it's the raw vulnerability in his expression that undoes me, a mixture of hurt, anger, and something that looks dangerously like hope. The bag of pastries slips from my fingers onto a nearby chair as I cross the room in 3 quick steps. Before either of us can say anything, I'm wrapping my arms around him, burying my face against his neck. "I'm so sorry," I whisper, my voice breaking. His scent envelops me, familiar and comforting despite everything. "God, Bruno, I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I should have told you. I should have talked to you first." For one heart-stopping moment, he remains stiff in my embrace. Then his arms come around me, pulling me closer with such fierce need that I nearly lose my balance. I end up half in his lap, clinging to him as tightly as he's holding me. "I've been going crazy," I continue, words tumbling out. "Texting you, calling you. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. All I could think about was how I hurt you, how I might lose you because I was too scared to have a conversation we should have had weeks ago." His hands move to my shoulders, gently creating enough space between us that he can see my face. His eyes search mine, and I let him look. Let him see every bit of remorse and love written there. "You look terrible," he says, his voice gruff. A desperate laugh bubbles up through my tears. "So do you." I cup his face in my hands, my fingers trailing along his stubbled cheekbones. The gentle scrape against my fingertips grounds me in this moment. In us. His eyes follow my every movement, wary yet hopeful, like he's afraid to believe what's happening. "I'm not taking the Spain position," I say, my voice quiet but steady. "I've decided." Bruno goes completely still under my touch. His eyes widen, dark brows drawing together in confusion. "What?" "Christina, you—" He shakes his head slightly, careful not to dislodge my hands. "You can't put your career aside for me. That's not—" "It's my decision," I interrupt, needing him to understand. "And yes, I'm doing it for us, but I'm also doing it for me." His expression shifts through bewilderment to disbelief. "This is the opportunity that could fast-track everything you've worked for." "It is," I acknowledge. "But it's worth giving up if I get to stay with you." Bruno's hands slide up to grip my wrists, not to pull me away but to hold me there, as if he needs the connection to process what I'm saying. "Are you sure?" His voice drops lower, rougher. "I don't want you to resent me a year from now, 2 years from now, when someone else gets the opportunity you turned down." The concern in his voice makes my heart swell. This beautiful, frustrating man who stormed out yesterday is now worried about my future happiness, even as I'm trying to salvage ours. It's so perfectly Bruno that I almost laugh through my lingering tears. "Other opportunities will come along," I tell him, stroking my thumb across his cheek. "Other chances to prove myself. The company isn't going anywhere, and neither is my ambition." I lean closer, resting my forehead against his. "But right now, I want to be with you. Here, not through pixelated video calls and text messages with a 6-hour time difference between us." I watch understanding dawn in his eyes, followed by something deeper, something that makes my breath catch. His hands move from my wrists to frame my face, mirroring my gesture. "Christina Williams, turning down international business travel for a man." His lips quirk up at one corner. "Who would have thought?" "Not just any man," I whisper. "You. It has to be you." The last of his resistance crumbles. He closes the distance between us, capturing my lips with his. The kiss is tender at first, a gentle reaffirmation, but quickly deepens with all the emotion we've been carrying. My fingers slide into his hair, holding him to me as his arms wrap around my waist, lifting me fully onto his lap. We break apart, breathless, and I rest my head on his shoulder, inhaling his scent. For the first time since yesterday's disaster, the knot in my chest begins to loosen. "I was so scared I'd lost you," I murmur against his neck, His arms tighten around me. I was angry, hurt. But Christina, he pulls back just enough to meet my eyes. I don't want to lose us either. A throat clears loudly from the doorway. We both turn to see Lorenzo leaning against the frame, a breakfast sandwich in one hand. He takes an enormous bite, chewing dramatically as he surveys us with amused eyes. As touching as this reunion is, he says around his mouthful, I'm begging you to, please don't have sex in my guest room. He gestures with the sandwich. These walls are designer, but they're not soundproof. Heat rushes to my ears as Bruno barks out a laugh, the sound rumbling through his chest against mine. No promises, little brother, Bruno calls back, his eyes never leaving my face. Lorenzo groans, turning to leave. At least lock the door then, and you're changing those sheets before you go. We both dissolve into laughter as his footsteps retreat down the hall. Bruno's eyes crinkle at the corners, the last traces of hurt giving way to joy and mischief.
Chapter 30. Bruno. I guide Christina to my Porsche, my hand at the small of her back, still unable to believe we made it through yesterday's storm. She slips into the passenger seat with practiced grace, her sundress rustling against the leather. The morning sunshine catches in her hair, highlighting the undertones that only come out in natural light. Are you going to tell me where we're going yet? She adjusts her sunglasses, lips curving into a teasing smile that does something to my insides I'm still not used to, even after all this time. Patience. I slide behind the wheel, enjoying the familiar purr as the engine starts. My hands grip the leather steering wheel with practiced confidence. Good things come to those who wait. Says the man who can't wait 30 seconds for an elevator, she shoots back, her voice carrying that mix of exasperation and affection that's become our signature. Or the guy who nearly broke the coffee machine last week because it was brewing too damn slow. I laugh, navigating out of the city with ease, weaving through the early morning traffic like it's nothing. The Porsche responds to my every command, just like everything else in my life except Christina. She's never been something I could control, and damn if that isn't exactly why I'm crazy about her. Christina fiddles with the radio, those delicate fingers dancing across the console until she settles on a station that plays smooth jazz. Her fingers tap against her knee in rhythm, those long, manicured nails catching the sunlight. I can't help myself. I reach over to capture her hand in mine, bringing it to my lips. You know, I say, kissing her knuckles, breathing in the scent of her skin, I packed something special for today. My voice drops lower, hinting at possibilities that make her eyes dart to mine behind those designer shades. Her eyebrow arches above her sunglasses. Define. Special. Last time you said that, we ended up skinny dipping in the pool at midnight. That was special, wasn't it? Until your security guard caught us. Poor Ramirez. Man's never looked at me the same way since. I squeeze her hand, feeling the metal of her wedding ring press against my palm. But no, this is different. Something more traditional. The drive to the Hamptons takes us just under 2 hours. Christina dozes off around the halfway mark, her head tilted against the window, lips slightly parted. I steal glances at her when traffic slows, my wife, technically on paper, but something far more genuine in reality. When we turn onto the private road leading to the Gonzaga property, she stirs, blinking away sleep. We're here? She stretches cat-like in her seat. Almost. Instead of continuing to the main house, I veer left down a secluded path bordered by tall grass. The trees open up, revealing a stretch of private beach white sand, clear blue water, not another soul in sight. Christina's mouth forms a perfect O of surprise. Bruno, this is ours for the day. I park near a wooden walkway that leads down to the sand. Wait here. I move to the trunk, retrieving a large wicker basket and a rolled blanket. Christina watches through the side mirror, her expression soft with something I've come to recognize as affection, maybe even love, though neither of us has said the word aloud yet. I open her door with my free hand. Your beach picnic awaits, Mrs. Gonzaga. Quite the romantic gesture, Mr. Gonzaga. She steps out, immediately slipping off her sandals to feel the sand between her toes. I'm impressed. You haven't seen anything yet? I lead her down to a perfect spot where the sand is fine and flat, close enough to the water to hear the gentle lapping of waves, but far enough to remain dry. With practiced movements, I spread the blanket and begin unpacking the basket. You've thought of everything. Christina watches as I pull out bottle after bottle, container after container. Only the best for you. I uncork a chilled rosé, pouring it into 2 crystal glasses. Chateau d'Esclans-Garros, straight from Provence. And this, I gesture to the assortment of cheeses arranged on a wooden board, is a selection from that artisanal shop in the village you love. The one with the cranky French owner? The very same. I may have dropped your name to soften him up. She laughs, accepting the wine glass. And to think, months ago you were complaining about having to marry me. Well, I was an idiot and had never been in love before. I arrange sliced prosciutto beside the cheeses, adding fresh figs and honey. Plus, I was blind to what was right in front of me. Christina takes a sip of her wine, eyes never leaving mine over the rim of her glass. We both were. The breeze ruffles her curly hair as she settles more comfortably on the blanket, tucking her legs beneath her. I break off a piece of aged Gouda, offering it to her with a drizzle of truffle honey. Remember what we said? I ask, watching her savor the combination. 2 years? Divorce? Move on with our lives? She nods, licking a drop of honey from her lower lip. The perfect plan. Screw that. The words come out with more intensity than I intended, but I don't regret them. I don't want 2 years. I want decades. Christina's eyes widen. Seriously, Bruno? Yes. The word leaves my lips with an absolute certainty I've never felt before. I want it all with you. Every minute of every day. Christina's face lights up, the sun casting golden highlights across her cheekbones. She sets her wine glass down carefully on the edge of the blanket, leaning forward, waiting for me to continue. I want the house with the white picket fence or hell. 10 houses across the globe if that's what makes you happy. I want to wake up to your cold feet stealing my body heat at 3 in the morning. My voice grows deeper, more urgent. I want kids, Christina. Little girls with your smile and boys with your stubborn attitude. I want a long, happy, messy marriage where we fight and make up and drive each other crazy in the best possible ways. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Bruno, I don't want you to leave me. Ever. I reach across the picnic spread, taking her hands in mine, not caring that I'm crushing a perfectly arranged display of cured meats. I'm willing to do anything to keep you by my side. Anything. A single tear escapes, tracing down her cheek. She doesn't bother wiping it away. You know I turned down Spain to be with you. I know. My thumbs caress her knuckles, feeling the delicate bones beneath her skin. And I'm going to make it up to you. I promise. How? The question isn't challenging. It's curious, playful even. I'll take you all across Europe. Not for business, just for us. Ideas bloom in my mind, plans I want to set in motion the moment we return to civilization. The best hotels in Paris, private villas in Santorini, my family's properties in Milan and Monaco that you haven't seen yet. Every place you've dreamed of and some you haven't even considered. A soft laugh escapes her lips. That's quite the promise. I'm quite the husband. I tug her forward gently, causing her to shift onto her knees. And I keep my promises. She moves toward me, wine and food forgotten. The ocean breeze lifts her hair, carrying the scent of her perfume, something citrusy and light to mingle with the salt air. I've never wanted anyone the way I want her, not just physically, but completely. Every thought, every dream, every moment of her future. I want it all. You better, she whispers, close enough now that I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. I close the distance between us, capturing her lips with mine. She tastes like honey and expensive rosé, sweet and intoxicating. My hands find their way to her face, cradling her cheeks as I deepen the kiss, relishing the honey on her tongue, the soft sound she makes in the back of her throat. The world narrows to just this, her lips, her taste, the warmth of her skin under my fingertips. I kiss her like it's both our first and our 1000th time, familiar yet still surprising. When we finally break apart, breathing heavily, I rest my forehead against hers. I love you, Christina Gonzaga, I murmur against her lips, not because of some arrangement or contract, not because it was convenient. I love you because somewhere between hating your guts and making you scream my name, I realized you're the only person who's ever seen past my crap. Her fingers twist in my shirt, holding me close as if afraid I might disappear. The vulnerability in her eyes strikes me hard. This woman who stood her ground against me and my family, who fought for her independence even when trapped in our arrangement, now looking at me like I've given her something precious. I love you too, she whispers back, her voice carrying over the gentle crash of waves. God help me, but I do.
Chapter 31. Christina. The sand shifts beneath my feet as Bruno leads me away from our picnic, his hand warm in mine. He's different today, more open, more vulnerable. The man who once viewed our marriage as a business transaction now speaks of decades together with such conviction, it makes my heart race. Want to see the main house? Bruno gestures toward an enormous glass and cedar structure nestled between the dunes. My family's had this property since I was a kid. Lead the way. I squeeze his hand, still processing his declaration of love. Those 3 words hang between us, new and fragile, yet somehow stronger than any contract we've signed. Bruno guides me up a winding path bordered by seagrasses that dance in the ocean breeze. The house emerges like something from an architectural magazine, all clean lines and panoramic windows that reflect the cloudless sky. This place must have cost a fortune. I shield my eyes, taking in the sprawling property. One of my grandfather's better investments. Bruno's thumb traces circles on my palm as we approach. He bought it when this area was nothing special. Now it's one of the most exclusive addresses in the country. I finish his sentence, imagining a young Bruno running through these grounds before responsibilities and family expectations weighed him down. Inside, the house opens into a soaring great room with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Atlantic. Everything is bathed in natural light, from the polished concrete floors to the minimalist furniture in shades of white and beige. Impressive. I release his hand to explore, running my fingers along a smooth marble countertop in the kitchen. Though a little sterile, your family's not big on color, are they? Bruno laughs, watching me move through the space. My mother redid it years ago, before she passed, said she wanted it to feel tranquil. Is that Gonzaga speak for boring? I tease, opening a cabinet to find perfectly aligned glassware, not a single item out of place. You should see what it looked like when I was growing up. He approaches from behind, his voice lowering. My mom let me paint my bedroom ceiling dark blue with glow-in-the-dark stars. I turn to face him, leaning against the counter. Bruno Gonzaga, with stars on his ceiling? I can't imagine it. I was obsessed with space. His eyes light up with the memory. Used to dream about being an astronaut before my father informed me Gonzagas don't work for the government. Well, that's just sad. I touch his face gently. What else did little Bruno dream about before becoming a corporate shark? Instead of answering, he captures my wrist, pressing a kiss to my palm. Let me show you upstairs. He leads me through the house, occasionally pointing out ridiculous luxuries. A wine cellar with bottles worth more than cars, an indoor pool with a retractable roof, a media room that could seat 20 comfortably. The master suite occupies the entire top floor, with a private terrace and views that stretch endlessly to the horizon. The bed is massive, draped in white linens that look impossibly soft. I trail off, moving toward the balcony doors. Our room, whenever we want it. Bruno follows behind me as I slide open the glass door, stepping onto the terrace. The ocean breeze immediately envelops me, carrying the scent of salt and sun-warmed wood. I close my eyes, letting the wind play with the hem of my sundress, feeling it flutter against my legs. The sun warms my skin, and for a moment, I forget everything. The arranged marriage, the complicated path that brought us here. There's just this moment, this perfect slice of peace. Bruno's arms encircle my waist from behind, his chest solid against my back. His lips find the sensitive spot where my neck meets my shoulder, sending a shiver down my spine despite the warmth of the day. You're beautiful, he murmurs against my skin, his breath hot compared to the cool breeze. Do you have any idea what you do to me? His hands slide up my sides, taking a slow, possessive path before finding the thin straps of my sundress. With deliberate gentleness, he slips one strap down my shoulder, replacing it with his lips. The contrast between his mouth and the sea breeze raises goosebumps across my skin. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I slide into his embrace, fitting myself against the contours of his body. His skin is slick with sweat, warm against mine as he pulls me closer. My head finds the perfect spot in the crook of his shoulder, and his fingers trace lazy patterns up and down my spine. I never expected this, I whisper, pressing my palm flat against his chest, feeling the strong, steady beat of his heart beneath my fingers. Bruno's arms tighten around me. Expected what? This? Us? I trace the defined line of his collarbone. Then I push myself up on one elbow to look at him properly. His hair is mussed from our lovemaking, his expression more open than I've ever seen it. This isn't the calculated businessman who first walked into my life with a contract and a prenup. This is just Bruno. Bruno shifts, rolling us until he hovers above me, his weight supported on his forearms. His eyes search mine, intense and focused. You will always be mine, Christina, he says, each word deliberate, not because of some agreement between our families, not because of paperwork or business interests. His thumb traces the curve of my bottom lip. You're mine because I choose you, because I love you. The words settle into the space between us, weighty and real. A few simple words that change everything. Say it again, I whisper. I love you. He presses a kiss to my forehead. I love your brilliance. Another kiss, this time to my temple. Your stubbornness, my cheek. Your compassion, the corner of my mouth. Every single piece of you. His lips finally find mine, in a kiss so gentle it makes my eyes sting with unexpected tears. This kiss is different from our others, not demanding or desperate, but a promise. Slow and thorough, he maps my mouth like he has all the time in the world. When we part, I cup his face between my hands. I love you too. The smile that breaks across his face is breathtaking, unguarded and genuine. He captures my lips again, pouring everything he can't say into the kiss. I taste his joy, his relief, his devotion. We trade soft, lingering kisses as the afternoon light streams through the windows, painting our tangled limbs in golden hues. There's no rush, no urgency, just the steady give and take of two people who found something precious in each other. I'll always love you, Bruno murmurs against my lips, even when you drive me absolutely crazy. I laugh, threading my fingers through his hair, which will be often, I'm sure. I'm counting on it. He nuzzles the sensitive spot beneath my ear. Life with you will never be boring. His arms encircle me completely, holding me like something valuable, something cherished. My head rests on his chest, his heartbeat a steady rhythm against my ear. Outside, the waves crash against the shore in a timeless cadence, but here in this moment, time seems suspended. The man who once represented everything I resisted has become my safe harbor. The contract that brought us together no longer matters. We've written our own terms, sealed them with promises neither of us expected to make. Bruno's fingers comb through my hair, his touch reverent. I trace idle patterns across his chest, memorizing the feel of him. Nothing could have prepared me for this, for the way his smile makes my heart skip, for how perfectly our bodies fit together, for the peace I find in his arms.
Chapter 32. Bruno. 2 months after our Hamptons getaway, and I still catch myself watching Christina when she doesn't notice. Like now, as she pushes the seared scallop around her plate for the 3rd time without taking a bite. The private dining room in my father's favorite Manhattan restaurant hums with conversation, but my attention remains fixed on my wife. Wife. The word still feels new on my tongue, though we've been legally married for months now. But after the Hamptons, everything changed. Christina, darling, are you not fond of the scallops? My father's voice cuts through my thoughts, his silver eyebrows knit together in concern as he gestures to her barely touched plate. I can have the chef prepare something else. Christina's eyes widen slightly as everyone's attention shifts to her. No, Lucio, everything's delicious. I'm just not very hungry tonight. But you've barely touched your champagne either, my father continues, looking genuinely troubled. Social gatherings centered around exquisite food and wine are cornerstones of Gonzaga hospitality. Someone not enjoying the spread is practically a personal affront to him. Papa, not everyone has your endless appetite, Lorenzo chimes in with a wink, attempting to deflect attention from Christina. Frankie Williams, imposing even while seated, studies his daughter with the analytical gaze that's made him billions. You feeling all right, sweetheart? You've been quiet tonight. Christina's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing lightly, the signal we discussed. She's perfectly fine, I respond, my voice calm despite the way my heart hammers against my ribcage. My father squints at Christina's untouched wine glass. Is there something wrong with the vintage? This is a 2005 Krug. There's nothing wrong with the champagne, Dad, I interrupt before he can summon the sommelier. Christina just isn't drinking these days. I pause, letting the implication hang in the air. Or for the next 7 months or so. The table goes silent. 5 pairs of eyes stare at us, comprehension dawning at different rates. Are you saying... Jolene, Christina's mother, is the first to break the silence, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Christina's smile is radiant as she nods. I'm pregnant. The chaos is immediate. Jolene jumps from her chair with a delighted shriek that probably violates the restaurant's decorum policy. Frankie's booming laugh fills the room as he stands to embrace his daughter. Lorenzo smiles wide, sending me a nod from across the table. I'm going to be an uncle, Papa. Can you believe it? Me, Lorenzo says, gesturing to himself. My father remains seated, but the transformation on his face is remarkable. The permanent line between his eyebrows smooths out, and his eyes I've spent a lifetime trying to impress, shine with unmistakable joy. A grandchild, he says softly, almost to himself. Then louder, with a hint of his usual command, Stefano, bring us your finest non-alcoholic champagne for my daughter-in-law. The maître nods and hurries away while my father stands, dignity momentarily forgotten as he rounds the table to kiss Christina on both cheeks. When did you find out? Frankie asks, his arms still around Christina's shoulders. Last week, she answers. We wanted to be sure before we told everyone. And you're feeling well? Jolene fusses, already in full grandmother mode. Morning sickness? Fatigue? You must come stay with us if Bruno's not taking proper care. Mom, Christina laughs. Bruno has been amazing. Her words spread warmth through my chest. The pregnancy wasn't planned at all, but I figure we conceived during that weekend in the Hamptons. On the night she told me, tears in her eyes and uncertainty on her face, I felt something shift in my universe. Everything I thought I wanted, freedom, independence, the bachelor lifestyle, seemed suddenly hollow compared to the future unfolding before us. A toast, my father declares, once the non-alcoholic champagne arrives. To Bruno and Christina, and to the newest member of our families. To the baby, Lorenzo adds with a grin. To family, I say, meeting Christina's eyes across the rim of my glass. Because that's what we are now, not a merger, not a business deal. A family. Frankie clears his throat. I must say, when we arranged this marriage, I didn't expect a grandchild quite so soon. His tone is teasing, but his eyes are warm as they move between Christina and me. But I couldn't be happier about it. My father nods in agreement. The union of our families now extends to a new generation. This calls for proper celebration. Nothing too extravagant, Dad, I warn, knowing how quickly my father's plans can escalate. Nonsense. My first grandchild deserves the finest welcome. He's already mentally planning something outrageous, I can tell. Perhaps we should consider that vineyard property in Tuscany as a christening gift. Let's just enjoy dinner first, Christina suggests, gesturing for everyone to return to their meals. The waiter refills Lorenzo's champagne glass, and my brother raises it with flourish. His lips curl into that mischievous grin that usually precedes one of his elaborate schemes. So, for the baby shower? Lorenzo leans forward, eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm thinking a theme that perfectly blends Italian and Black American heritage. Maybe Bambino royalty. Gold and purple everywhere. Christina laughs, finally taking a small bite of her scallop. The tension that had been holding her shoulders tight all evening has melted away. That sounds extremely subtle, Lorenzo. Subtle? Lorenzo scoffs, waving his hand dismissively. For a Williams Gonzaga baby, please. This kid is practically royalty. We need fountains, champagne for the adults, chocolate for the children. Children at a baby shower? I raise an eyebrow. Of course. It should be multi-generational, Bruno. Keep up. He taps his temple. I'm already picturing custom onesies with the family crest combined. My father nods approvingly. Lorenzo has the right approach. This isn't just any child. This is the first heir of our joined dynasties. Dad, it's a baby shower, not a coronation, I remind him, though I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Lucio's eyes gleam with that familiar intensity that typically precedes one of his grand gestures. What about renting out the Metropolitan Museum for the event? I know several board members who owe me favors. Christina nearly chokes on her sparkling water. I pat her back gently, trying not to laugh. A museum, Papa? Really? Lorenzo looks impressed despite himself. Even I wasn't thinking that big. The Great Hall would make a magnificent setting, my father continues, completely serious. We could have Andrea Bocelli perform. Frankie, who's been quietly enjoying this escalation, finally chimes in. Bocelli is good, but what about getting Beyoncé too? The baby has both heritages to celebrate. My father snaps his fingers. Excellent point, Frankie. Bocelli and Beyoncé, a duet perhaps. I catch Christina's eye across the table, and we share a private moment of amusement. Just months ago, we were strangers forced together by our father's business ambitions. Now we're watching those same fathers plan what sounds like the most extravagant baby shower in Manhattan history. Maybe we should focus on the basics first, Christina suggests diplomatically. Like, actually preparing for a baby. Basics? My father looks genuinely confused. What basics? A nursery, baby clothes, learning how to change diapers, she lists, counting off on her fingers. Lorenzo waves dismissively. That's what staff is for. We're not having staff raise our child, I say firmly, surprising even myself with how quickly the words come. We'll have help, sure, but Christina and I want to be hands-on parents. The table falls silent for a moment, and I wonder if I've offended my father, who certainly didn't change any of my diapers growing up. But instead, he nods slowly. Times change, he says thoughtfully, and perhaps that's for the better. Frankie raises his glass. To hands-on parenting, then though I suspect you'll both be begging for that night nurse by week 3. Everyone laughs, and the conversation flows easily after that. I watch as my father and Frankie move their chairs closer together, speaking in animated tones about their impending shared grandparent status. Frankie, my father says, slapping him on the shoulder, when we arranged this marriage, I saw you as a business partner, but now, you're the brother I never had. Frankie's booming laugh fills the private dining room. And you're stuck with me now, Lucio, through birthday parties, graduations, weddings, the whole 9 yards. They shake hands across the table, the gesture unexpectedly touching. These two titans of industry, who once viewed each other primarily as strategic allies, now bound by something far more meaningful than business. Under the table, Christina's fingers intertwine with mine. I look at her, my wife, the mother of my child, and marvel at how completely my life has transformed in such a short time. What began as a cold arrangement has blossomed into something I never thought possible. Happy, she whispers, her eyes searching mine. I squeeze her hand. Beyond anything I could have imagined.